is a Nightline special edition. Reporting from New York, Peter Jennings.
Good evening, everybody, and hello again in many cases. This program usually belongs to Ted Koppel, who's in the Middle East, as you know, or Chris Bury, who's in the Persian Gulf tonight. But let us proceed. When the war began 2 nights ago, it didn't begin the way many had predicted. The administration tore up the Pentagon's plan in its gamble to decapitate the government, to kill Saddam Hussein, and the ground troops seem to be moving faster than the air war. But when darkness fell on the Iraqi capital today, there was no mistake that the air campaign had begun in earnest. On this quite extraordinary day, we begin with ABC's Dave Marish.
In the shorthand of war, today was A Day in Iraq, the day the air war was unleashed. In the words of General Richard Myers, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff,
Operation Iraqi Freedom, our effort to disarm Iraq and dismantle the Iraqi regime, is fully underway.
In Baghdad, the words for today were shock and awe, words validated by the sights and sounds that reached all who watched on television, words whose truth could best be felt if you were there. Reporter Richard Engel was.
Wow, the whole sky just lit up, is lighting up in front of me. This is like nothing we've seen before. This is shocking. There it is. That'll give you the idea of how close, unfortunately, this is right now.
Even as the bombs fell, the Iraqi Minister of Defense called a news conference to deny their effect. But his bravado shook just as his map did from the percussion of the nearby explosions. Some who watched today's attack on Baghdad were reminded of bombing attacks from history, even the World War II firebombing of Leipzig. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld called such comparisons dead wrong.
There is no comparison. The weapons that are being used today have a degree of precision that no one ever dreamt of in a prior conflict. Every single target has been analyzed, and the weapon has been carefully selected, and the direction in which the weapon is delivered has been carefully examined, and the time of day when there is the greatest prospect of minimizing any innocent lives.
In Baghdad, Richard Engel wondered if that very humanitarian precision might have had an unintended effect of strengthening the surviving Iraqis' resolve.
If they feel that they've survived the most that the United States can throw at them, and they're still standing and they're still able to go about their lives, well, then they might be rather emboldened.
In southern Iraq, there were several areas of resistance reported at the port town of Qasr and in Iraq's second city, the big oil center, Basra. But many Iraqi soldiers gave up the fight. In fact, an entire Iraqi Army infantry division, commanders and 8,000 troops surrendered. And in the small town of Safwan, the invading American forces were greeted as liberators, and symbolically removing the face as well as the authority of Saddam Hussein became a joint American-Iraqi improvisation. By the end of a day-long advance across the Kuwaiti border into Iraq, some 60,000 American and British ground forces were in possession of most of the oil fields of southern Iraq and the pipeline terminal at Al-Faw, from which Saddam might have been able to pump oil into the Persian Gulf. And many of these troops are still moving tonight in the direction of Baghdad, its defenses still in the hands of Saddam's various Republican guards.
Clearly, we're moving towards our objectives, but we must not get too comfortable. We're basically on our plan and moving towards Baghdad, but there are still many unknowns out there.
If General Myers saw Iraq as still half full of dangerous adversaries, Secretary Rumsfeld saw the Iraqi military and political leadership as half empty when it comes to real command.
The confusion of Iraqi officials is growing. Their ability to see what is happening on the battlefield, to communicate with their forces, and to control their country is slipping away. They're beginning to realize, I suspect, that the regime is history.
In northern Iraq, American troops seem well on their way to controlling the oil fields around Mosul and Kirkuk, as well as those in the south. Some oil wells were burning, but overall only a dozen or two Iraqi oil wells out of some 1,100 are on fire tonight. The main concern in Kurdistan is the government of Turkey. The new Prime Minister, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, stopped stalling today on giving the green light to coalition overflights of his country, but he is still limiting the use of Turkish airfields for attacks on Iraq. And more important, Erdogan wants to put lots of Turkish troops into northern Iraq, an idea opposed by local Kurds as well as the United States.
We are in contact with them about their desire to have a presence in northern Iraq. At the moment, we don't see a need for any Turkish incursions into northern Iraq.
Small numbers of Turkish troops are known to have crossed into Iraqi Kurdistan, and the Turkish foreign minister said today that many more would follow. But, and American officials consider this significant, he did not say when. The price of putting American troops into Iraq was registered this morning at a modest family home in St. Anne, Illinois.
3 Marines came to the house this morning to tell my father at 3:15, something like that. And then Dad called us.
Elise Beaupre's brother Richard was among 6 American Marines and 6 British Marines who gave their lives today to this war of liberation.
I think that Ryan believed, as do we, that it's something that needs to be done. So, you know, what better people to do it?
Shock and awe, sadness and determination were all hallmarks of this most intense day yet of the Second Gulf War. I'm Dave Marish for Nightline.
And while we do not know precisely what is ahead, it may well be that this day, it's now 7:45 in the morning in Baghdad, this day ahead may be even more intense. For ABC News in the city this morning, as he has been for the last several days, Richard Engel on the phone at the moment. Richard, can you tell us how was the night and what does the dawn look like for the people of Baghdad?
Well, the night was very intense. It was like nothing that has happened yet. It started out fairly slow. There was the similar explosions that had been seen on the previous nights. I thought at first it was another cruise missile attack like had been on the first 2 nights. And then after all of a sudden it just changed in a completely different way. Much more firepower was coming down, most of it concentrated across the river from where I am right now. That lasted for about an hour, very intense, and then it quieted down for a while. Then again this morning, just around sunrise, there was another 2 strikes right in the same area. And then in the last few moments, there's been more, the first time that we've had a lot of military activity during the day, there have been more strikes, but I don't know where they are. They're certainly far outside of Baghdad, but I've heard them sort of like pulses off in the distance. And so that it looks like we might not have to wait for nightfall to have more military activity here.
If you can't characterize the mood of the whole city, what is the mood like in your neighborhood?
Well, it's amazing that even though I can hear these explosions off in the distance, people are out on, not a lot, but there are people out on the street. There are people driving over one of these bridges that leads into an area that is still smoking. So there is this, I think there is a feeling that people might feel that, well, I survived this. Everything is going to be fine. If this is the best they can throw at us, then, well, maybe it's not going to be so bad after all.
I've talked just not too long ago, to my surprise, on a professor from Baghdad who said that from his point of view and others, and he was not a particular supporter of Saddam Hussein, this was not his idea of liberation. Do you find that with other Iraqis?
Well, a lot of Iraqis, obviously they're not, they're nervous. If you ask them, do you want this war? Well, first they're nervous about telling you the right answer or their true answer. But they say, hopefully no one will get hurt, and, they don't really want this war. Obviously no one wants someone to get hurt, but I think they'd be very happy with the result. I think you could tell when before it was happening, when there was a lot of diplomatic activity wavering, and there was the veto threats from the French, and all of this seems like ancient history now to me. But there were a lot of Iraqis who were sitting on the edge of their seats. They were like, "Come on, don't let us down now. Please do this." But now I think once it began, they're nervous about it. Obviously, it's not a pleasant experience.
Do people know what has been bombed in the city today?
I don't think so. It's still fairly early in the morning, and if I were an Iraqi parent, I certainly wouldn't be telling my children to go out and look at what's going on, or to go out and explore the rubble. So I think a lot of people are going to be just staying at home, watching the television, and it's very unlikely that, I think probably impossible, that we'll see that the Iraqi television is going to be showing lots of images of destroyed government buildings.
What time?
Instead, they'll be showing images of the healthy armed forces.
What time does television come on in the morning?
It should be on in the next few hours. It comes on. It should come on in about 2 hours. It comes on at different times.
Okay. Well, we look forward to talking to you again and having you tell how the day goes there. There's no reason to expect one way or the other that Baghdad is going to be hit again, but nobody would be surprised if it were. That line will continue in just a moment.
Well, Walter always says...
Now you can hear News Channel 8 at 6 on the radio. Just listen to WLIS 1420 in Old Saybrook or WMRD 1150 AM in Middletown for News Channel 8 at 6. Coverage you can count on. It's war with Iraq. And news...
She always brings that up.
Disability insurance from Mutual of Omaha isn't for getting hurt. It's for getting back on your feet. Begin today.
I got it.
Got what?
The moral loophole.
The moral loophole?
I buy drugs. I might be supporting terror. Might is the moral loophole.
So you might be helping drug dealers shoot little kids. And you might be helping drug cartels slaughter innocent families. And you might be helping terrorists do things so awful that we can't even conceive them yet.
War with Iraq. Stay with ABC News for breaking developments, reporting live with U.S. troops advancing toward Baghdad. When it matters most, turn.
Continue until at least 9 p.m. tonight. That is Baghdad time. The Army's 37th Cavalry is now more than 100 miles into south-central Iraqi territory. The 7th Cavalry has reported virtually no resistance on its charge through the desert, but they did pause this morning when Iraqi deployments were spotted off in the distance. Also this morning, the 101st Airborne snaked along, carrying supplies and troops north into Iraq, also meeting little resistance. In fact, the entire Iraqi 51st Mechanized Infantry Division surrendered last night. That is estimated to be more than 8,000 regular Army Iraqis giving up without a shot. There were anti-war rallies around the world last night, notably in the Middle East. Thousands of Cairo police took on protesters in the Egyptian capital on Friday. Some of the protesters were vowing to burn down the U.S. embassy in that city. Protests in Yemen turned deadly after police opened fire on protesters near the U.S. embassy there, killing 4. An estimated 2,000 protesters failed to disperse after police shot tear gas at that group. And in the U.S. today, there is news about what they are calling SARS, Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. 9 more people are suspected of having the illness, bringing the American total to 22. SARS has been reported in several Asian countries. Hong Kong reported 32 new cases Friday, bringing their total to at least 197. Continuing coverage of the strike on Iraq with Aaron Brown continues right now.
It's been quiet in Kuwait today, hasn't it? I haven't heard any of the air raid sirens that we heard last night. You're having kind of a nice and quiet Saturday morning.
Well, Aaron, the last siren we heard was about 11 p.m. Last night, local time. It's very windy, and it looks like some kind of nasty weather is blowing into our area. And that's nice to be able to make that the lead story from Kuwait City.
I was going to say, if the least of your problems are a little wind, You've done well for the day, Darren. Thank you very much. Darren Kagan,
that is very true.
Part of the group. Bill Hemmer's over there, and Wolf is over there. Lots of our colleagues are over in Kuwait right now, part of the coverage, and they're doing long hours and terrific work also. It's a lot easier, honestly, to be here than it is over there. We're proud of them. Someone just handed me an email. I assume we're trying to get the cab unit back. All right, go ahead and take the picture. This is up in northern Iraq, where Kevin Seitz was just reporting from. And you guys are going to have to. There's Kevin. I think that's Kevin walking away from the scene there. We'll get a little detail on what was going on as we go here. It's a little hard to see as I look. There's a monitor. People ask me why I'm looking off to the side. There's a big monitor there, and it's the best monitor I have to see what's going on. I don't mean to be looking away from you, though it's not a big deal that I do. They were doing a little dance, I guess, and I assume the camera has something to do with it. It usually does, but I'm not sure who they are. Okay. Now, that's the third cab again, and we've told you before that this is a unit that's run by 30-year-old, I think my memory is right, 30-year-old Clay Lyle. So he's out there in the desert. Captain Lyle, can you hear me? Walt, will you ask Captain? You got Captain Lyle next to you?
Try and talk to him, and we'll. Can you speak to Captain Lyle? He's finding it difficult to understand you. Just check that you've got as best quality as you can in his ear, please. Can you speak to him, please?
Okay, we're working on some technical things here. Just stay with this. We'll see what happens. On the telephone from Fort Stewart, Georgia, is Stephanie Lyle. Stephanie, are you there? Mrs. Lyle, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Brown, I'm here.
May I call you Stephanie?
Certainly.
We're working on this. Stay with me.
That's okay.
Well, I know. I really do believe that, actually. When did you last talk to Clay, by the way?
It's been a little over 2 weeks.
Last couple of weeks?
No, it's been a little over 2 weeks.
Okay. Are you able to? Have you been able to exchange emails or anything in that time? Have you had any contact with him in that time?
Well, no, sir. There have been no emails, but we have been writing one another.
And have you gotten mail from him?
Yes, I received mail. I received a letter yesterday. It takes about 3 weeks for them to get back here to me from Kuwait.
So it's been a long time.
Yes.
Well, hopefully we'll give you a chance to talk to him in just a second. Now, the downside of what we're going to do is about 3 million people are going to hear the conversation. So, okay, so you don't be discussing family finances or anything, all right? Captain Lyle, are you able to hear?
Directions from the producer-director in Atlanta. When he tells me to change the program, that's fine.
Well, that's the captain, clearly.
I'm going to introduce the captain.
Can you tell that's your husband?
Hi, sweetie.
Time out. Now, I would prefer to do it your way, Charlie, but that's what I would.
I'm not sure he can hear you yet. Just stand on. But Captain Lyle, are you able to hear?
I can't understand anything. If they ask me anything, I say Charlie.
Not yet. Tell him not to come yet. He can't understand me.
Pardon? Okay. Stephanie, try and talk to him. We think he can hear you.
Hi, Clay.
Standing here on a muddy road in south central Iraq. We're waiting for the orders to move forward. The man who will give those orders is Captain Clay Lyle. He's the commander of the Apache Troop of the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. Captain Lyle, how goes it? What are we looking at? What can you tell us?
We've been traveling for a long time, going hard, going far and fast, and we've dealt with sand and now rain and the enemy.
Some of your soldiers said they've gone 60 hours without sleep.
It's hard to keep track at this time. When we started prepping and since we began to move, it's been about 60 hours, going on 3 days now. I've had about 30 minutes of sleep, and most of the soldiers are in the same boat.
Now we have a bit of a surprise for you. We think we've established contact with your wife on the phone back at Fort Stewart. We're going to try see if she can speak to you at this point. We hope the IFB is working. Go ahead, talk to her.
Stephanie.
Hi, Clay. Hi,
Stephanie,
sweetie.
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hi.
Hi. We're all safe.
I know.
We're all safe and a little tired.
We've all been watching you, and we're all very proud
Good
of
to
you.
hear your voice.
We've all been watching, and we're proud of everything you're doing. You're in our thoughts and prayers.
Well, as long as you and Emily are doing okay, I'm doing okay.
We're fine. We love and miss you.
All the guys are doing good. We've gone a long way, and we've dealt with anything we've encountered, but everyone's doing good, and hope to come home real soon.
We're looking forward to it. We miss you.
Miss you. Thank you.
It's hard to hear you, honey, so I'm going to go.
That's okay.
I love you.
I love you
I'll
too.
be home soon.
I love you. Be safe.
Stephanie, don't hang up yet, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Strange things on battlefields in the Middle East, in the Balkans, in the old Soviet Union as it was collapsing. But that was one of the most pleasant, if not the strangest. A battlefield commander talking to his wife with a hostile enemy force not too far over the horizon. That being the case, we're still with the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. You were just listening to Captain Clay Lyle, the commander of the Apache Troop, talking to his wife Stephanie all the way back at Fort Stewart, Georgia in the United States. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Walter, very much. You guys got a picture of Stephanie that you can put up for a second? People look at Captain Lyle's wife. We had a brief look at the captain. There she is. Stephanie, feel better?
Absolutely. It was wonderful to be able to see him and talk to him. Thank you very much.
No, actually, thank you very much. In a lot of respects, it's we who thank you. We appreciate your willingness to hang with us while we tried to make this happen. And
I appreciate it.
well, thank you. I think you just talked to I think a lot of military wives. You spoke for them. We're obviously not in the business of connecting everybody to everybody, but we're glad we could do it this once, and thank you for indulging us.
Thank you.
Be well, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you. He said to her, we're well, and we're safe, and miss you. And there's a lot of misuse, General, going on out there. What do you think?
Really are.
That was a
well,
moment.
I think that's amazing, and I think it's meaningful for every wife of every soldier who's over there to see that being done, because Stephanie Lyles represents every one of them when she expresses her concern for her husband, her love for her husband, concern about the unit, the other wives, and the admonition, be safe.
You know, we've had the luxury in the last 20 minutes or so to put a couple together, and it all felt great. And now we're going to take the other side. The other side of this. Chris Plant is at the Pentagon. There's been some problems out in the field. Chris, I don't know what precisely you've got, except that it involves helicopters, and that's often not good.
That's right, Aaron. 2 British combat transport helicopters down in the Persian Gulf. 7 British sailors or troops aboard those 2 helicopters. The circumstances are not clear at this point, but officials telling us that search and rescue efforts are underway in the Gulf in an effort to find survivors. Again, 2 helicopters, British, with 7, according to the initial reports, 7 crew members between the 2 helicopters. Sea Kings, which honestly could have been carrying a lot more troops over the water. The Persian Gulf and U.S. and British forces are currently engaged in search and rescue operations there. Aaron?
Do we know how long ago this happened, Chris?
We don't. We're just getting the first details in now, and Very sketchy. Details are still being fleshed out, but search and rescue efforts underway, as I said. 2 helicopters down. Very often when you have a situation where 2 helicopters go down simultaneously, it's a case of them bumping into one another in flight, which is always catastrophic for helicopters.
And we don't want to presume the worst here, but what we will say is that the British forces have, in just a couple of days, have had a tough go of it. In that helicopter accident yesterday, there were 4, as I recall the numbers, you'll know these, there were 4 Americans and 8.
Right. That's correct. 4 American Marines and 8 British troops killed in the crash of a U.S. Marine Corps Sea Knight helicopter, a heavy troop transport helicopter that the Marine Corps has been using, like the B-52, for many decades now. And that's another unfortunate hit for the British. There's still hope that there may be some survivors, but right now search and rescue efforts are underway.
And thank you. And Chris, we'll get back to you as you were able to develop more information there, and we hope it's more good news than bad. Out in the field, Martin Savage is embedded with a Marine unit, as I recall. Marty, last time I saw you, you're looking pretty tired. Tell us what you can tell us about where you are and what you've encountered.
Well, we're back with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. We're located just outside of Basra. We're at the same facility that they rushed to grab yesterday. As you know, for U.S. and coalition forces, getting into the oil fields and getting specifically to the oil production facilities was vital in their mission, because this is perceived as, well, the road to reconciliation, the road to rebuilding for Iraq. And there was a great deal of concern that as the Iraqi troops retreated from this area, they would do the scorched earth policy. The Marines here doing a change out, basically mapping out how they're containing security around this facility and also figuring out where the next objective is going to be. We'll show you something going on over here. You've heard about the fires that have been burning. We have not seen a lot of oil wells that have been burning here in southern Iraq. However, you can see there is a large plume of black smoke rising in the distance there. That is not an oil well. It's actually one of the myriad of pipelines that run throughout southern Iraq. It's almost like a spider's web. And it appears that it was damaged somehow, whether it was either with the initial attack in this region, whether it was intentionally damaged, we don't know, but it is burning. No one's dealing with that at this time. No one's dealing with any of the fires right now, because the first thing is to secure these facilities. This particular facility we're at here, it is estimated that about 14% of the world's total oil production comes through this area, so that's how vital it is. Military commanders stress they are not out here to get the oil for the United States. They are out here to get the oil and the oil production facilities back in the hands of the people who deserve it. And that, they say, are the Iraqi people. There has been fighting nearby here all morning long, just about 2.5 miles away to the north. Apparently, a number of Iraqi tanks, about 8 of them supported by ground troops, were discovered dug in. And there has been artillery barrages with them, as well as the Cobra attack helicopters. Things have quieted down somewhat. Whether that means that it has been dealt with or not is unclear. What is planned today is that these Marines are expected to be relieved in place, as they say, by British forces, and then we will continue to push on, Aaron.
And do you know, and can you discuss with us, when you say push on, where you are headed, what your ultimate destination is?
The ultimate destination, like most of the forces here, is eventually going to be Baghdad. How we get there, what route, and what may stop us in the meantime is unclear at this particular point. This objective was considered so important that for 3.5 days we were under an embargo for any communication. You couldn't even turn on a satellite phone because it was feared that transmission from those phones would give away the position of the Marine Force as it moved. It wanted to move in a very stealthy fashion. It got here quickly. It found that it had not been booby-trapped as they had feared, but had it been the case and the Marines were on the property and it blew up, you can imagine there would have been a great deal of loss of life.
And just, you may have said all of this, but just as you have made your way over these last 3 days, how many times have you encountered, I use the term you here broadly, of course, how many times have these Marines encountered resistance? Is this piece of business that was going on a couple hours ago the first time, or has it been sporadic? Every few hours there's something?
It's sporadic. Initially, when we were up at the area of departure and then pushed on to the attack area right up by the Kuwaiti-Iraq border, we would have been about 12 kilometers away, less than 6 miles or so from the border. On the night we were going to push in, there was a lot of opposition that was coming from Iraqi forces, and that delayed the push into southern Iraq by several hours.
Just stand by for a second. I need to go to Walt Rogers for a second because his unit, the Cav, has been sending some fire out. Walt?
The Iraqi detachment, which we were telling you about a short while ago, out over the horizon, in that direction we have heard some explosions, perhaps half a dozen. Now, it would appear that they were taking fire from other 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry artillery positions. There has been nothing from the Iraqis coming towards Apache troop, but I am speculating that what we're hearing is artillery from the U.S. artillery forces, the 155 Paladin guns, back up the road behind us. The engagement apparently began when the Iraqis, according to some of the soldiers we've spoken with, fired haphazardly in the direction of Bone Crusher troop and Crazy Horse troop. Again, Apache troop has taken no incoming fire, and there was nothing of any seriousness that was happening to the other two troops in the 7th Cav. Still, we have heard explosions over where the Iraqi detachment is, and that gives us to believe that some of the larger artillery pieces that travel with the cavalry considerably farther to our rear, 2 or 3 kilometers, the 155 millimeter Paladin guns, probably were called in to fire on the Iraqi detachment on the horizon because they had fired first at Bone Crusher and Crazy Horse troops. That being the case, the big standoff guns, the 155 millimeters, not the tanks which you're seeing now, but the 155 millimeters, which can reach out as far as 24, 30 kilometers, 18 or 20 miles, were probably brought to bear. We don't have confirmation on that, but we do know we heard fire out in the direction where we believe the Iraqi detachment was. We haven't seen anything coming in our way. We do know that the Iraqis, or we're given to believe that the Iraqis were firing on other detachments in the 7th Cav. Again, no casualties, nothing serious by way of accuracy, but we've heard explosions from where we believe the Iraqis are. That strongly suggests that the 7th Cavalry's big artillery in the rear was called forth to punish those firing on Bravo and Charlie companies. Aaron?
Well, let's just stay with you for a second. There's just something terribly, General, surreal about this moment. We were, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 minutes ago, putting together the 30-year-old captain on the telephone with his wife, and I miss you, I love you, and stay safe. And it just shows you how this, anybody who thinks this is going to be an absolute cakewalk, this is a war, and the business can turn on a dime, and all of a sudden, stuff's flying through the air.
That's exactly right, Aaron. I mean, it is war. It's boring. A lot of it's very boring for the people that are in it. It's incredibly fatiguing, and all of a sudden something goes wrong, and it can be incredibly dangerous and produce enormous stress and anxiety or uncertainty, as the case is here.
Now it's just a few minutes ago, you have this young woman talking to her husband and feeling great about the fact that she was able to do so, and now that same young woman, no doubt, is watching this still, and I presume that her anxiety level has moved up a notch, as would make perfect sense. All in the span of 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true, and that, of course, is the hazard of the medium that we're in here, and as you've said, you'll see how this works out. I mean, this is the first time something like this has been done.
That's a great point. I mean, we think about this all the time. What happens if we're live and something far more serious than what we're looking at breaks out? Patrick Tyler of the New York Times, who we last talked to before the decision was made to go to war, has made his way to Kuwait, and he joins us from there. What are you writing these days?
Well, basically, Aaron, from here we're just trying to write a lead-all every day that captures the extraordinary scope of this unfolding military campaign. From here You've got 150, 200,000 man army deployed in the desert, person army deployed in the desert that is going off on different vectors, eastern front, western front, straight up the highways to Baghdad, and then you've got this enormous air campaign that we saw unfold last night. So just keeping up with it, our correspondents in the field who are embedded, much like you, and trying to pull it all together every day for the newspaper.
And are you, I need to explain a little bit about your job at the paper. The title, as I recall it, is Chief Correspondent. You have tremendous leeway in what you want to file, the kind of stories you want to file, the stories you want to tell. You're painting big picture stories, Pat?
Well, I think we've got the collective product of our correspondents who are deployed with the Army is a picture story. It is a picture of the military force going across the desert or headed up to Qasr and Basra, or watching, as John Burns did, the obliteration of a good part of the Baghdad suburbs.
Do you know how many people the Times has in the region?
I think it's on the order of about 30 deployed broadly from the Persian Gulf to Turkey and Cairo and Iran, Amman, Jordan, here in Kuwait on the Arabian Peninsula, pretty much all over the region.
Has it played out so far the way you thought it would play out so far?
Well, I think there have been big surprises to this campaign. I think when they took a shot at the Iraqi leadership before the campaign even got off the ground was a big surprise. I think the rapidity with which the 7th Cavalry has gotten out in front of the 3rd Mech and raced up that western salient of the Iraqi desert to position itself on the western approaches to Baghdad has been a surprise, even though we knew that they were going pretty much in that direction. I think the way the Royal Marines and the U.S. Marine Corps collaborated to take the watering approaches to Basra has been very interesting and was not known in any detail, except that they were interested in liberating the largest of the southern Iraqi cities as both a laboratory and a message to the rest of the country that this was going to be a benign, liberating act, and in that way undermine the resistance in Baghdad.
I think it was about 10 days ago that we had you on the program in New York and that we last talked. Are you at all surprised at how quickly the diplomacy ultimately ended and the war so quickly began?
Well, I think it was very hard to predict the last time we talked whether there was going to be a final resolution. I think we saw as those days unfolded that the Bush administration made a very serious effort to hang on and try and bring back some unity to the Western alliance because I think the president understood that going to war with disunity in that alliance, with a fractured alliance, had potential consequences for the assistance Iraq and the United States and its allies might need in the post-war period in putting this place back together.
Do you have any feel for how ultimately the Arab world will handle this American occupation in Iraq?
I think that success would breed success. If this is a short duration conflict and there is an image of a constructive liberation that is very quickly in the hands of Iraqis, and Iraqi figures whose family names, after all, will be known on this in this part of the world and on this peninsula where families wash over borders and big tribal structures cross boundaries, that will radiate out into the region and calm it. I think we saw how sensitive the situation is when there were reports that the Marines had raised an American flag when they took the Fao Peninsula, and that triggered an immediate reaction. It was amazing how it rippled across the region where there, as you know, already many demonstrations underway. So it's brittle and hypersensitive, the Arab street right now, but it will be directly and immediately affected by some sense that this is going to be a constructive liberation that enables Iraq to find itself.
Patrick, we know you have work to do. We always enjoy our conversations. Patrick Tyler is the chief correspondent for the New York Times. It's one of the truly premier and prestige jobs in the newspaper business, and we're always pleased to have him on the program. Thank you, sir. Have a good and safe stay over there in a pretty crazy region. On the right side of the screen, Walt Rogers, our correspondent, is with the cavalry unit that's under some stress. Walt, can you give us any more detail on what is going on there?
Yes, Aaron, there have been more explosions out over my shoulder in the horizon behind me, and it was indeed, as I was speculating a short while ago, the big 155 millimeter Paladin guns of the U.S. Army, the 7th Cavalry's big guns to the rear. They were punching out. That gun has a range of upwards of 20 miles or so, and what happened was the units, some of the units in the rear, Bone Crusher Troop and Crazy Horse Troop, took some sporadic fire from an Iraqi detachment out over the horizon behind me. No damage was done, no one was injured, but it showed hostile intent on the part of the Iraqis. That being the case, the commander of the squadron called up his own artillery, these huge 155 millimeter Paladin guns out behind me. They fired perhaps 2 to 3 miles from the rear, and then the shells went over our heads, went back out over the horizon, and would have hammered very, very severely any Iraqi detachment out there, which had indicated its hostile intent by firing earlier. I should tell you the killing radius of that 155 millimeter shell when it hits the ground is probably 500 meters. That's over 4 football fields, practically 5 football fields radius in any direction. So whoever was out there, whatever Iraqi unit was very poor in its judgment when it decided to fire in the direction of the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. Aaron?
And again, how far in the distance do you feel that this action is taking place?
Well, I can't be absolutely sure, but I'm sure the Paladins are probably 2 to 3 miles in our rear. I know the gun can punch out another 16 miles beyond where I'm standing. I don't think it was quite that far out, but we have heard a series of concussions on the horizon over there. First half a dozen, and then there was yet another volley. So they could be probably at least a dozen miles beyond us. The Apache troop I'm with has seen no hostile fire, no hostile intent at all. Again, the only sporadic fire that came from the Iraqis fell far short and a miss of the other units in the 7th Cavalry. No one injured with these U.S. forces. Aaron?
Okay, well, step aside for just a little bit so we can take a look at the guys you're covering and how they are poised. Those gun barrels, I hope that's the right term. I always worry when I'm sitting next to you. The truth is that they're pointed they are pointed out in the direction that the problem is occurring. It's a ways away. As you listened, General, to Walt's description, that all pretty much makes sense to you?
It does. That makes sense.
If you're, we're just watching these guys standing there, they don't look especially concerned or stressed out. They're just stopped down and waiting for this problem to be solved.
Don't know. Walter would have to tell us precisely what they're doing there. This could be an informal discussion. It could be a bunch of guys standing behind the tank hoping to get warmed up in a chill rain. It could be a maintenance problem with the tank.
Okay.
But if they got the call to go, you'd be surprised how quick they'd be back in those tanks and moving or shooting.
And just again, it's a little hard to tell from the picture, but it's been, maybe you can tell, it looks pretty muddy out there. It's been raining out there, and these guys have not slept well, certainly in 60 hours or so. They've caught a cat nap here and a cat nap there. Mostly their 100-mile or so journey into Iraq, which puts them about a third of the way to Baghdad. It's about 350 miles from the border of Kuwait to the city of Baghdad, which is all part of the complicated battle plan. There's this I suppose just sitting here looking at it doesn't seem like a race, but if you were with us last night, it sure did look like a race to Baghdad. Try and get to Baghdad, one of the things you have to do is maintain a 350-mile supply line. You have to keep these guys fed and supplied, right?
That's exactly right. You're looking, we're just looking at a very, very small slice of this division. There are between 6,000 and 8,000 vehicles as part of this movement. So it's a big force.
Okay. Just we'll stay with, while that's going on, this is a news conference going on in Baghdad, and we'll see if it's being translated.
They have another column.
هنالك أيضا فريق آخر يتوجه نحو مدينة أخرى صغيرة تسمى البطحة.
It's being translated at this point, not in English.
حتى قبل ساعتين قمنا بتهديم وتخريب 5 دبابات، وأعتقد أن عدد من المرتزقة الذين يعملون مع مسلم قتلهم.
Go ahead and turn her, pot the translation down if you can. The problem here is he's speaking English, but the translation is going off into Arabic as we're pulling this off one of the Arab television networks. Now, I don't know if we can somehow get a...
Which is a historical city, and it's full and houses a number of antiquities.
Sounds like
a small column is moving towards that area where we believe Prophet Abraham is buried. There again, there are people, civilians live in Syria, and they are armed to defend the city. Also members of the Ba'ath Party, they're resisting the invasion, and the invaders are retreating as we speak.
This is the information minister. We're going to go back over what he has said. There has been some speculation as to who may have died in the bunker, and it is possible that it is, as I heard it, okay, and we're going to go back and double check all of this. He may be discussing who has survived and who has not. He may underscore, may, just to reorient you. Baghdad's the lower picture on the 3 monitor bank there, while Rogers' cavalry units up there in the middle and Martin Savage's Marines up there at the top.
Regarding the cowardly attack using missiles and warplanes against Baghdad, the casualties among civilians until now. In hospitals there are 207 people, women, children, and other civilians. And we will take you, if you like, to visit them and see for yourselves. They have been distributed to 5 hospitals, and there might be other casualties which has not been accounted for. These villains and gangs claim that they only targeted military installations. We will show you and will show the international media these so-called military targets in hospitals. Now talk in Arabic. The first point is, which I would like to tell you, as far as the various fronts, you may have heard from some of the media which do not say the truth, especially those who belong to the villains and the gangsters, those who are supportive of the Zionists. As far as Al-Faw Peninsula is concerned, yesterday and under heavy bombardment, the defense minister, he spoke to you, and you must have seen him, and he gave an accurate picture to the different fronts, and he said that what was the military position at the time and how they failed to advance. The situation in Qasr so far, the Iraqi forces are in their positions, and there has been heavy fighting, and they have lost. They have incurred many losses, and they haven't been able to advance or achieve a breakthrough through our defenses in Qasr. In Al-Faw Peninsula, the British have been lying about the situation there. Our forces are still there. The fighting is continuing, and it is very intensive. They have taken some civilians. Those cowards are desperate to show any achievement. They have hijacked some civilians from Al-Faw. Those mercenaries kidnapped civilians from Al-Faw Peninsula so they can claim that they have captured Iraqi soldiers, but it shows how desperate they are. They want to show the word, a word that they don't respect to their own taxpayers, so they hoping to mislead their own people, because we are going to draw them into this swamp. Therefore, all they can do is lie and continue lying. As for their columns near Al-Nasiriyah, to the south of Al-Nasiriyah, they have a column there which is being resisted as we speak, and hopefully it will be destroyed. A small column had advanced to the Souq al-Shuyukh, which has been surrounded by the tribes there. Another column is advanced during to Al-Batha, which is a small town, and has been rebuffed by fighters from the Al-Ba'ath party and the tribes. A few hours ago, 5 tanks belonging to the invaders have been destroyed, and they are still on fire. I've spoken to the Iraqi press agency person there, and the fighting is continuing, and God willing we will destroy this column. They have another column that is going towards the Ali bin Abi Talib base, the south of Al-Nasiriyah. They were faced with heavy fire and retreated without achieving anything. This is the position until about an hour ago, and it's not as they claimed. As for their cowardly assault on the capital Baghdad last night and this morning until dawn, of course they said that they launched over 300 missiles. We have calculated in a small area of Baghdad, that 19 missiles fell on that particular area. At dawn, I went there and I saw parts of these missiles. 19 missiles in a very small area. Therefore, I expect tens of missiles that have been shot down by the Iraqi air defenses, and we are calculating all these missiles. This gang of villains, international villains. Yesterday, the Defense Secretary Rumsfeld and his hopeless General Myers talking about their precision bombing and how that no one should compare what's happening to the Second World War and all these meaningless allegations. This international gang of villains assaulting Baghdad with hundreds of missiles and stealth bombers. The number of the injured civilians, men, women, and children in their houses, where their houses have been hit. The number of the wounded until an hour ago, and I've been in touch with the Minister for Health. He told me that the number of the injured is 207 in hospital, in 5 different hospitals in the capital, and we invite you, we have arranged transport for you to go and visit these so-called military positions, 207 military positions. Those innocent people being called by that war colonel Rumsfeld, who claimed that he directed his missiles to military targets. We will be showing you 207 military targets at the hospital now. You're welcome, so the world through you can see that there is no cure to these gangs, but to tell the world the truth. This is a gang of villains, of outcasts, representatives of the ugly American imperialism. These are the representatives of the new wave of imperialism. They lie day and night, and they're not ashamed of anything. God willing, by showing the truth, I'm forced to call them these names because this is the least I can describe them with. They are not ordinary, decent human people. They are criminals. That's their nature. Means they're abnormal, and their conduct. This country of outlaws, the United States, prepares its politicians to become criminals. This empire of evil, the evil empire, prepares its people to become war criminals. These, the institutions in this outlaw of a country, prepares its politicians to become criminals.
The Iraqi information minister is obviously, you know, there is some information in this, and there is some railing against the United States, the criminals, as he called them. He named General Myers by name, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld by name. This gang of criminals, their cowardly assault, he says at one point. A couple of points that we would just underscore here. First and foremost, the Iraqis will now claim, and there's no way to verify this one way or another, and we don't, we'll just wait and see how it plays out, that 207 civilians are in hospitals. He said, he said to the reporters, we'll take you to the hospitals and show them, and so we'll see what happens. He said at one point that 5 Iraqi tanks had knocked out 5 U.S. tanks. There's no way to verify that. He said, when talking about this parade of prisoners, of POWs or soldiers who surrendered, he said that they were in fact hijacked civilians made to look like soldiers, that the cowards, referring to the Americans and the British, were so desperate to show achievement that that's what they did. He said that antiquities, great treasures of the country of Iraq, had been destroyed in the attack. Is any of what he said truthful? Don't know. Well, all of this needs to be reported on. What matters here is this, it is the first statement of any detail that the government has made since the attack last night. Yesterday afternoon here in the States, the first detailed statement, and it gives you a sense of how the Iraqi government wants to pressure the United States. The Iraqis will go to great lengths to try and create an environment where the United States, the British forces, feel compelled to stop shooting, either by pressure in the international community or pressure domestically. And at the same time, that is not to say that innocent people did not die yesterday. I mean, we've talked about the great precision of these weapons, but, I think it was John Burns several hours ago, who's the correspondent in Baghdad for the New York Times, is the people who were in those buildings, very possibly, even if they were the intended targets, may have been the security guards and the custodians and who knows who else who were there. In any case, you get a feel for what the Iraqi position is. What I'd like us to do is we'll go through the tape and we'll do a pretty clean translation of it so we know exactly what the Iraqis are claimed. It was, at least for me, it may have been easier for you. It was hard for me to hear some of it all the time or to make sense of it all the time just because of the way the audio was. But clearly a lot of it was this sort of railing at the United States and at the Brits for the war itself. Chris Plant at the Pentagon has some detail, a little more detail on a chopper accident involving, Chris, as I remember, there's 2 British helicopters, correct?
That's right, Aaron. 2 British H-3 Sea King helicopters. Apparently 7 fatalities now, 1 American among them, according to the initial reports. 3 British crew members aboard each of the 2 helicopters, 1 American. Not clear what the American was doing aboard. The 2 helicopters had just taken off from a ship in the Persian Gulf, apparently collided in air within sight of ships, American and British ships. Search and rescue efforts were, pardon me, were underway almost immediately. Helicopters in the air off of nearby ships, divers in the water attempting to recover survivors. No sign of survivors at this point. British officials in Kuwait apparently saying that their expectation is that they're all dead. Aaron?
So, Chris, help me through the math here, but I think we have 7 in this incident. We have 14 in the helicopter accident yesterday.
12
who have died in accidents. So we have 21 people to this point on the American-British side who have died that we know of in accidents. 2 who have died in combat. And it is a reminder of the dangers, not just of the combat itself, but of all the planning and the movement that goes on in the region. It's dangerous business.
It is. Actually, a minor correction. There were 8 Brits killed yesterday and 4 Marines, a total of 12 in that yesterday accident.
That's correct. So we're at 19 have died in accidents, and 2 Marines died today in combat.
That's correct. And it's not uncommon, actually, in military conflicts, particularly early on, while people are still familiarizing themselves with the terrain and coming up to speed, for accidents to happen. It certainly happened before in other conflicts where Americans were killed, and also Brits certainly in dealing with the situation in Bosnia. A lot of fatalities from accidents in Kosovo, also a number of fatalities from accidents.
That is in fact true. I think, Chris, thank you, Chris Plant over at the Pentagon, who's got the overnight duty there. We've just got literally a couple of minutes here before we need to break at the top of the hour. You've been with us for a long time. As we take a minute to sum up how any sort of random thoughts that have been floating around.
Well, you know, as I look at and you put this day in perspective, this really was the first real day of the campaign.
Yeah.
We saw the strikes go in. The Secretary of Defense laid out the objectives for the campaign. We've had the first major ground operations. We've suffered some losses here. We're deep inside Iraq with 2 major units. We're taking our first oil field objectives. We've seen the problem in the north. We've taken the airfields in the west. You can see the operations start to take shape, and you can see the major issues that remain.
Yeah, on the both on the military side, and just in the last 20 minutes or so, we saw how the battle for international opinion will be played when the Iraqi information minister came out and made the first public statements that the Iraqis have made, and they will make their case in the international community, and they will take reporters out to look at damaged sites. They will show them honestly what they want them to see, and they won't show them what they don't want them to see. And as we process those pictures, we always have to keep that in mind. There is an up and down in all of this. There is a sense that, gee, everything's going terrifically, and then in a heartbeat, you begin to realize that terrifically well isn't perfectly well. There's a difference, and the difference between the two is what Chris Plant was talking about a few minutes ago. It's 707 people who have died in an awful accident.
I think that's right. There's two things here, really. There's the friction and the lack of information, the lack of clarity, the confusion, the difficulty of making things happen. And then there's these awful emotional swings that come with war, because you're dealing with matters of life and death and the survival and well-being of nation states. And the emotions go up and down, the perceptions change on a dime. It's very difficult.
It is a Saturday morning now in the United States, and it is well into Saturday morning, or at least on the east coast of the United States, and it's well into Saturday morning in Baghdad, and these are the pictures as it approaches 10 o'clock in Baghdad. We will see what this day brings. It'll bring pictures of the damage done by the American attack. And no doubt before the day is done, we would expect another American attack to follow. We would be the most surprised people around if that didn't happen. Someday this will end, and some American families will go back to, Iraqi American families will go back to there. As we leave you and we leave our coverage, we introduce you to a family that a Newsnight producer, Catherine Mitchell, found out on the West Coast. This is a family that has family in Iraq. They are Iraqi Americans, and they long to reconnect with their family members back home. Have a good Saturday wherever you are, and we'll see you again tomorrow. We leave you with one family's story of the future.
This is where I live, in the San Dimas, California. It's pretty much maybe the highest house in the neighborhood. It's pretty nice. As you see, we got a beautiful view.
Bassam Al-Husseini is living the American dream. He and his wife Alaa live in a comfortable home overlooking the town of San Dimas, California. They've built a life and raised 2 children in this picturesque Southern California town. But their hearts are somewhere else.
I never really left Iraq. Iraq has been inside of me. Iraq has always been in my heart.
The Al-Husseinis are American citizens, but like more than 100,000 others in the United States, they are also Iraqi exiles, unable to return to the family they miss and the land they left behind.
It's my other brother, his 2 brothers, the one they disappear.
Bassam's mother and 4 sisters are still in Baghdad. His 2 brothers were arrested in 1980 and have not been heard from since. Their crime, refusing to join Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath Party.
And really, we don't know really what happened to them, whether they kill them or not. I don't trust the Iraqi regime. I don't know if he's been feeding them even a piece of bread a day for the last 23 years.
Fearing he might be next, Bassam fled the country, arriving in the United States in 1982. Allah left Iraq to marry Bassam 7 years ago. She says she enjoys the freedom here, but still longs for her homeland.
All the things over there, I like it over there, but all the things.
You miss everything about
everything.
Good morning. Come on.
For Bassam and Allah, their comfortable life in Southern California is missing something.
I'd like my children to have, you know, like a grandma and a grandmother and aunt and, you know, uncle and nephews and cousin. We don't have anybody here. I mean, it's been very tough, you know, for us.
My grandma from Iraq, she came here, and then when she left, I cried asleep.
You did. Did you want to go back with her? Or did you want her to stay here?
Stay here.
Bassam admits that the adjustment would be difficult, but he and Allah insist that if Saddam Hussein is deposed, they'd give up the life they've made to return to Iraq.
This is pretty much the American dream to anybody, whether Iraqi or American for that matter. But I think this bonded to Iraq. I want to go back. I want to go back and be part of this rebuilding process. Tell them the inspector is here.
Bassam has been tapped by the State Department to help with the Future of Iraq project. He hopes that with his experience as an engineer for the state of California, he can contribute to building a democracy and to rebuilding Iraq.
We have a beautiful country. We have the resources. We have the oil. We have the natural gas. We have fortune. We have enough money to build Iraq and make it a nice country. Hopefully I'll be part of that process.
While ousting Saddam Hussein would be a dream for the al-Husseinis, along with most of the 4 million Iraqi exiles worldwide, the scenario is a catch-22.
Look, nobody wants war against the people. Everybody talking about the primary victims is the Iraqi people. We do not want to see war against the people.
The divide is evident among the Iraqi-American community at the al-Husseinis mosque. The exiles agreed that Saddam must go, but could not agree on how.
If the war is against Saddam himself, his regime, yes. But if it is for the Iraqi people, no. No, we are against the war.
An impending war weighed heavy at this service commemorating the martyrdom of Imam Hussein, a historical figure who Shiite Muslims believe was killed for fighting against an evil tyrant, a parallel they readily draw to Saddam Hussein. Throughout this timely celebration of freedom, there was a palpable sense that change is coming, a change that Bassam intends to be a part of.
I'm looking forward for the day to go back. First thing I'm going to do when I arrive in Iraq, I'm going to kiss the ground where I was born, and I'm going to thank God.
Catherine Mitchell, CNN, San Dimas, California.
U.S. Marines destroying disabled Iraqi armor near Basra came under fire from a rocket-propelled grenade. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the unit, says the RPG whizzed by harmlessly. The Marines used tow missiles to destroy the tanks, while attack helicopters engaged Iraqi forces a short distance away. More on that in just a minute. About 24 hours after seizing the Iraqi port of Qasr and accepting the surrender of more than 400 Iraqi soldiers, coalition forces continue to encounter pockets of resistance. Securing this port is strategically important for bringing humanitarian aid into Iraq as soon as possible. 2 British helicopters collided, killing 6 crew members and 1 American. The accident happened in the Persian Gulf shortly after the 2 Royal Navy Sea King helicopters took off from a British carrier. It was the second deadly helicopter crash in as many days. The Army's 3rd Infantry Division, spearheaded by the 7th Cavalry, has halted its rapid advance towards Baghdad. The unit stopped when it detected a nearby Iraqi force. It is more than 100 miles into Iraqi territory. That is public information that we are allowed to broadcast to you. And Walter Rogers just reported a short time ago the 7th Cavalry should be on the move shortly. About 2 hours ago, Iraqi soldiers fired 3 mortars into Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq. CNN's Kevin Seitz reports the incident was the first action by Iraqi forces seen in the area. No casualties reported. And Operation Shock and Awe is now in its 17th hour. The Pentagon says up to 1,500 bombs and missiles are expected to fall on Iraq during the first 24 hours. Here is just a glimpse of the damage caused during the ferocious wave of explosions. You're taking a look at these images, some from Iraqi TV. Not sure what building that is, but you heard General Shepard detail some of the damage in Baghdad.
And you are looking at live pictures from Baghdad, where it is about 1 minute past 2 o'clock in the afternoon on this continuing day of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Pictures can be so deceiving, can't they?
Yeah, everything seems so calm there, yet those pictures we have seen elsewhere throughout Iraq, in northern Iraq and southeastern Iraq, both with the 7th Cavalry, also in Qasr and also outside Basra. It is a far different story than what you are seeing right now in Baghdad.
Coalition forces are battling pockets of resistance in the port of Qasr at this hour. Qasr is Iraq's only outlet to the Persian Gulf.
And those pictures that we are showing you right now showing Cobra attack helicopters circling around the old port in Qasr, where the pockets of resistance were met. Marines searching building to building and also using Cobra attack helicopters to target them.
Yeah, let's pause a moment to say good morning to our audience. It's Saturday, March 22nd from CNN's global headquarters in Atlanta. I'm Carol Costello.
And good morning. I'm Anderson Cooper. Thanks for joining us or staying with us, whatever the case may be. We're going to take a fast-forward look at some war-related events expected to happen later today. Not giving anything away. This is just what keep an eye out for. President Bush will monitor the war from Camp David this weekend. The Maryland retreat fully equipped to keep the president informed and connected with all aspects of the military campaign. It is, after all, as his spokesman reminded reporters yesterday, a Marine facility. Anti-war protesters say they will stage a die-in, that's what they called it, at a home near Taos, New Mexico. The home belonged to, and does belong to, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, one of 6 homes he owns in northern New Mexico. And Sunday's Oscar ceremony is a go. Seems surreal, but it's true. It's a go for now, at least. But the Academy president says that could change if circumstances warrant.
And here's a short review of the ground gained by coalition forces. Let's go. The U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division, spearheaded by the 7th Cavalry, has penetrated more than 100 miles inside Iraqi territory. Again, that is public information given to us by the military. U.S. and British forces have secured the Fall Peninsula, Iraq's only outlet to the Persian Gulf, and its oil pumping terminal. And in western Iraq, coalition forces also captured 2 key airfields, including one suspected of being a possible site for weapons of mass destruction.
Right, and that's the H3, H2 you're seeing on that graphic. Now let's head to Kuwait City, where Bill Hemmer is standing by. Bill, the latest.
Anderson, Carol, welcome to another day here in Kuwait. We can tell you our crew of 4, the last television network to report from Baghdad, expelled as of yesterday. Their last report came a little more than 24 hours ago. Because of that, we cannot get independent verification, but Reuters is now reporting that at least 4 different explosions have now been heard on the outskirts of Baghdad. That's the latest word within the past hour. That's in the central part of the country. In southeastern Iraq, it is another day there. In the old and new port of Qasr, and CNN's Christiane Amanpour now joins us live. She's with the Royal British Marines and can bring us up to date on as to whether or not there continues to be fighting there, be it in the new or the old port. Something to keep in mind here. We're trying to keep parallel tracks here as we try and follow the information and see indeed what's happening there. Christiane, your perspective from there is what now?
Bill, on a very windy and sandy day, we just come back from the new port of Qasr. The port itself, the new port, what's known as the main port there, the facility that they wanted to take intact, they have got. And it's the U.S. Marines, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, who went and took that port yesterday, and they're consolidating their support there. When we were there, we saw lots of U.S. Marines, and of course this is rather an unusual operation because it's commanded by the Brigadier General in charge of what's known as 3 Commando Brigade. Those are British forces. So that is a joint operation there. Now, on the about 3 kilometers away from where we were, up a little bit away from the new port, is what's called the old port, and that's where some grain, and there's got a grain silo and things like that. Now there was some pockets of resistance, and there we did see over my location there we saw 4 U.S. Cobra helicopters, and we know that they were up over the old port area, trying to keep the resistance down, and there was artillery in there as well, because they were meeting resistance from pockets of Iraqis who also had weapons and, in some cases, we were told, mortars. This is what the colonel in charge of that Marine force there told us about the resistance they were meeting.
I think so far it's gone quite well. I mean, we did meet some resistance, and for the most part, the plan that we had, we executed pretty much without any major changes, but it's probably not going as quick, perhaps, as we had thought.
So, as I say, they think that they have it broadly under control, but it's by no means completely secured yet because of those pockets of resistance. And what we were told was that there were all sorts of different individuals, different looking individuals in terms of what they were wearing. Some were wearing civilian clothes, some, we were told, were wearing military clothes, others then took off their military clothes. So all in all, there's a certain amount of confusion there on behalf of the American and British forces as to exactly who they're dealing with. They have, of course, also had surrenders. They've had, we are told by the U.S. colonel, several hundred surrenders and several hundred prisoners of war now. And some of those we saw today. We can't get too close because of Geneva Convention rules, but we did see some of them being guarded by Marines in a big warehouse area at that port, and then they were being brought out. They were put on trucks, again guarded by U.S. Marines, and they were being taken to a central collection point where those POWs will then be under the charge of the British. So Qasr, a great deal of focus on it because we've been talking about it for a while, and because it's been the focus of operations for the last 24 hours and more, and they're still just trying to wrap up the last pockets of resistance. They told us they hope to have that done by today. We'll wait and see if that is possible. Back to you, Bill.
Christian, back on the Iraqi soldiers, the prisoners of war. Several hours ago, we had reported that several thousand Iraqi soldiers in that same area of southern Iraq had surrendered to U.S. and British forces there. There was one report that an entire division, perhaps as many as 8,000 Iraqi soldiers. Any way to verify that from where you are?
Not from where we are. We just saw those several hundred there today. But of course there is, you've had some of our journalists who are embedded talking about these sort of isolated incidents of surrender. Certainly we haven't heard yet ourselves about such large numbers of surrenders. So far they tend to be in the tens or in the low hundreds in terms of the area that we are monitoring, which is southern Iraq, where we were this morning. But we were told that the hundreds or so that we saw at Qasr, some of those had come from Baghdad, and we were told by people there that Baghdad had sent a unit there to try to defend the port, and some of those POWs were people from Baghdad who told the soldiers that that's where they had come from as they surrendered.
All right, another quick question about the area you're in right now. You mentioned these pockets of resistance. How much do you get a sense right now about a sense of freedom of movement on behalf of the U.S. and British forces at this time? How comfortable do they feel at this point?
Well, they're telling us that they feel fairly sure and confident that they have secured most of the southeastern part of Iraq. For instance, they've had several days of operation which have included the Al-Faw Peninsula. Again, there were pockets of resistance there, and there were also surrenders, but that is now totally secured by British forces. And then we've got Qasr, which we've been talking about, and then the Ramallah oil fields, which we're told also are secured. And then there's this issue of trying to pacify, neutralize, win the surrender or capitulation of the 51st Division of the Iraqi army in the Basra area. And we have heard that there have been some surrenders by some commanders. At first we were told it was the divisional commander, but then that's been rolled back, and we're told one of the brigade commanders has surrendered, and that British forces reported seeing other brigades quote, in the process of thinking about capitulating. In other words, doing the kinds of things that the US and British have asked them to do if they intend not to fight and to surrender, certain vehicle formations and certain postures regarding how they are, in other words, putting down their weapons and things. But we still don't have, and we don't have the full details on that, and we won't for a while. But they feel they are fairly much in control of this part of the country.
Christiane Amadpour reporting live there in southeastern Iraq, that port city that we've talked about yesterday, again today. It's key for military movement and certainly key for humanitarian aid that may, according to the British, may start flowing within 48 hours, something to watch, and we will from here. Meanwhile, back in Kuwait, northern part of this country, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, embedded yet again with the U.S. Marines. We talked to him last hour about some movement up the road toward the Iraqi border. Sanjay, how goes it now? Good afternoon.
Hey, Bill, good afternoon. Yeah, we're with a convoy of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, 1 MEF they call it. You've been talking so much with our other reporters about the forward-moving troops. This is a convoy basically designed to support and supply some of those forward-moving troops with all sorts of things. Bill, security is a concern here as well, as you've been talking so much about. Just behind me over my right shoulder, a 50 caliber machine gun. That is a machine gun, one of many weapons designed to protect this particular convoy. Corporal Ramos is manning that particular machine gun. Bill, as I mentioned, the convoy is basically designed to supply, restock the forward-moving troops. Over my left shoulder, Bill, pallets, thousands of pallets of MREs. You're familiar with those, meals ready to eat. They're on those big trucks back there, moving those forward as well to provide some nourishment and some food for the forward-moving troops as well. Bill, also, I'm wearing a sort of funny-looking jacket here. This is called a MOP suit. It is essentially a NBC suit, nuclear, biological, chemical suit, designed to protect me as well as everyone else traveling with this convoy against any of those types of threats. There have been no confirmations of any of those sorts of threats. This is purely a precautionary suit at this time. Bill?
Dr. Sanjay Gupta again with the Marines. We'll check in a bit later in the day, Sanjay. Thanks. Good work. Back to the POW issue. CENTCOM, Central Command out of Qatar, informing us that yesterday, on Friday, they dropped 2 million more leaflets over southern Iraq, encouraging Iraqi soldiers to surrender, not to use weapons of mass destruction as well, and not to leave, or rather leave the oil wells intact. It is part of that effort, we are told, that has helped contribute to the amount of surrenders we have seen already, in some cases, literally holding the leaflets that have been dropped by the coalition forces in their hands when they turned themselves over. One other note, Anderson Carroll, I mentioned this last hour, just so our viewers know, we're about 3 hours away right now from seeing Tommy Franks, head of CENTCOM down in Qatar. It'll be the first time he will brief reporters down there since the military campaign got underway late on Wednesday night. We'll have it for you live again, 9 a.m. East Coast time, 5 o'clock here in Kuwait throughout the Persian Gulf. Back to you now at the CNN Center.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, Bill, thanks very much. You know, all evening long, all morning long, I should be saying, we've been checking in with Walt Rogers, who's with the 7th Cavalry. 7th Cavalry, legendary unit, moving out the tip of the spear, they like to call themselves, moving ahead of the other forces, scouting out. Just got this little graphic we're just going to show you a little bit before you go to Walter. It's based out of Fort Stewart, Georgia. 7th Cavalry, part of the 3rd Infantry Division. Of course, famous for as being General Custer's outfit, but it's been a long time since then. And then the 3rd Infantry Division also had a legendary record in World War I, World War II, and the Korean conflict. And we have seen really in the last 2 days or so that 7th Cavalry just riding hard through the deserts of Iraq, heading toward the target, ultimately Baghdad. And as they will tell you, that is their ticket home. Get to Baghdad, that's the way station to getting home. Let's check in right now with Walt Rogers with the 7th Cavalry. Walter?
Anderson, the headline here in the southern Iraqi theater appears to be that the Iraqi units are certain of them are not just going to surrender. In fact, they're putting up some stiff resistance. It's largely a nuisance factor, but from where I am in south-central Iraq to where my colleagues are shooting military action over around Basra in southeastern Iraq. Each of us has encountered the same thing today, namely that the Iraqis, when they're determined, will stand and fight an overwhelming American military force, not be awed by it, not cut and run, but fight to the death, as that's what we experienced here with the 7th Cavalry. The 7th Cavalry was supposed to move north along this road behind me more than a few hours ago. What happened, however, was it was determined through reconnaissance that there was an Iraqi detachment up there of undetermined size. It was also not clear what the intent of the Iraqi detachment was. Under the most optimistic conditions, it was thought they might surrender. That was not at all the case. The Iraqi detachment began firing mortars on the Crazy Horse troop of the 7th Cavalry. Then it became very clear that this was a hostile unit. The rules of engagement were very clear. The commander of the 7th Cavalry called up his heavy artillery, the 155-millimeter Paladin guns. They began pounding away, firing 6 rounds, and then another 6 rounds at that Iraqi detachment several miles up the road behind me. The reason they used the Paladin guns, the heavy artillery, is because it's a standoff weapon. You don't risk your own soldiers' lives, your own tanks, your own Bradley fighting vehicles. Then the reconnaissance helicopters were sent out to determine if indeed the Iraqi unit which was up there had been put out of business. The helicopters were a bit surprised. As the Kiowas flew up there to determine what the artillery had accomplished, there were still some heavy machine guns among the Iraqis up there. The Iraqis began firing the heavy machine guns at the low-flying Kiowa helicopters. They also fired shoulder-fired missiles at the U.S. helicopters. That required nimble flying by the U.S. pilots. They had to duck, dodge, bob, and weave. No helicopter was shot down. In fact, there have been no American casualties, despite the rather intrepid resistance put forth by this small Iraqi unit up the road. Still, the Army wasn't convinced it was safe to go forward without risking its troops and its weapons, which, of course, will be much more important as this unit moves closer to Baghdad. So at that point, the Army called in an A-10 Warthog. That's an Air Force plane with a huge Gatling gun in it, and that flies very low over the battlefield, and with this Gatling gun just destroys anything in its path. And after that, it appears that what was left of that Iraqi detachment has been put out of existence, all of them killed. We're not sure the numbers of casualties, but at this point, it appears that the Iraqis are no longer a threat to the 7th Cavalry, no longer blocking the road. I say that as a matter of deduction because behind me, I think you can see the fuel tankers pumping fuel into these tanks, suggesting the tanks will be ready to go very quickly again. And again, it seems unlikely if there was any artillery threat from the Iraqis who had been there earlier, the tankers with their highly flammable fuel would not have been brought forward. But again, at this hour, the surprise factor and probably the headline of the day is the Iraqis have demonstrated they can't stop the United States and British forces, but they can be a nuisance factor, and they will stand and fight, in this case, to the death in some cases. Quite an interesting development here across the southern Iraqi front. Back to you.
Walter, that's very interesting. Also, sort of jives with what we are hearing from other parts of the country. You use that term, nuisance factor. We in the southeast, they are calling it sporadic resistance, and that's what we've been seeing in Qasr in areas around Basra so far as we know. So, Walter, just so we're absolutely clear, right now the status, as far as we know, that the Warthog has come in. That plane, which a lot of flyers will tell you is ugly but very efficient, quite deadly. That has come in, sprayed the area. So as far as you know, there is no more resistance up ahead. Theoretically, you will get moving at some point in the not too distant future.
To the best of my knowledge, that's the case. Now, of course, I haven't done my own recce up there, but those who have gone forward seem to be persuaded that once the Warthog moved through, it would have wiped out any residual elements that the artillery and the helicopters had not taken out. And again, the most telling thing of all is that fuel truck over there taking care of these tankers. If there was any danger, I doubt very much they would have brought the fuel trucks up to refuel the tanks at this point. And my assumption is, as a matter of fact, I was told the Army does plan to push forward. The 3rd Squadron, U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, will soon begin pushing down this road. They have an objective to reach this evening, and they will move toward that objective once they're totally convinced that Iraqi detachment up the road. Again, we don't know how many soldiers there were, but they were very game and put up a rather courageous little fight, given what they were facing from the 7th Cavalry.
Walter, this is Carol Costello. I just had a question. You know, those troops that you're with, the Army soldiers, they haven't slept in 60 hours, more than 60 hours now. It rained overnight, and it's quite muddy out there now. What's the mood?
It's a good question, but I think it can be answered in a single word: determined. Every soldier here knows there's a mission to be accomplished. They know that mission doesn't end until they get to Baghdad. They're merely waiting the command to proceed forward. I think every one of them is more than eager to do that. If for no other reason, it means we no longer have to stand here in the mud, as we have been doing for, I guess, 4 or 5 hours now. The mud is pretty gruesome, if you will. There was one soldier who quipped to me today an old Army saying, which goes, "If it rains, the Army trains." That is to say, mud is associated with the Army wherever it goes, and it seems to be a vital ingredient of almost every war I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, Walter, you told me before that soldiers and yourself literally encrusted with dirt. I know that dust was a factor yesterday and in the days before, but now it's muddy. Does that help, hurt, make no difference?
I don't think it makes a difference. It might slow you a little, but the Army's not going to bog down. Each of these vehicles is equipped for this kind of warfare. It's not really going to make a serious difference at all. It's a comfort, it's a discomfort factor, and I think that's all you can say of the mud. It's just difficult to get rid of it. You track it into your vehicles, and you have to live with it, and it grinds further into your clothes. But I would not say it's a factor in the equation of the battlefield. Carol?
Walter Rogers reporting live somewhere from within Iraq, southern Iraq, about
right.
100 miles into that country now.
That's right. Now, if you are just joining us, or if you have just joined us recently, Martin Savage has been with the, and is still with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, has had some extraordinary access in the last couple of hours, came under fire from a rocket-propelled grenade. We're going to show you what happened next after this break.
The strike on Iraq continues. The latest from the war zone, plus a Desert Storm tank commander. Only on Larry King Weekend. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Williams. Do you have a few pimples or a face full of acne that you want to disappear? Now there's a solution. It's called Proactive Solution.
We're caught in the crossfires and wounded. The thing that's remarkable in terms of my professional career, Juliet, is how accurate we are now. Back when I was a youngster and a platoon leader and a company commander, we did not have that kind of accuracy. And if you were intermingled with a civilian population, you couldn't make those choices. And now these people can, and it's just an absolutely great thing to see.
Hey, General, we were looking, we see an oil well on fire, or an oil head, whatever the terminology, the exact is. And before that, we were seeing some anti-aircraft fire in Baghdad. A natural response, I suppose, to the bombs and missiles being dropped on them. But how accurate is that anti-aircraft weaponry from the Iraq side?
Well, anti-aircraft fire isn't going to do much unless they get lucky, not against stealth fighters and Tomahawk missiles. Helicopters could be a different animal, but against what they're getting over Baghdad, that sort of stuff isn't going to work. Surface-to-air missiles could be a problem. Of course, the aircraft have, in addition to being stealth, have defensive systems they can use against that. But the regular aircraft fire you're seeing, and you know, it's an interesting 4th of July show and not very effective.
There is some, as we've been watching this, there has been some concern about the Iraqis just sort of throwing these anti-aircraft missiles up into the air willy-nilly. But there is a point to that. There's definitely a strategy, because when these things explode in the air, you've got all sorts of material that goes flying around. If they're just shooting up there randomly, they might possibly, or they might hope to hit one of our aircraft up there. Isn't that right?
Well, that's true. I mean, you could always get a lucky hit on an aircraft that way, and our folks are, of course, aware of that. But trying to shoot down airplanes based on luck is not going to be a productive thing. And it's sad to note that the casualties we've had from loss of airplanes have been because of operations and airplanes crashing, helicopters crashing, that sort of thing, and it's awful to see, but people have to understand that when you've got this many moving parts going on, big things, big helicopters, big tanks, armored personnel carriers, unfortunately those things happen, and it's a very confusing situation, Juliet.
Some military types have suggested that the anti-aircraft fire from the Iraqis has been lighter than expected. Do you agree?
I do agree, and I think we've done a very effective job of taking them down. And it was interesting watching Greg in that armored column, which was my life for a long time. And he was following along behind a command vehicle. You can see all of the antenna up on the top of that thing. That's a brigade of about 5,000 people going forward into combat. And they're moving very quickly, which in terms of my professional speak is an exploitation phase. They're headed to Baghdad in a hurry there, and we've been saying they're maybe 100 miles in that direction. My guess is they're further along than 100 miles. I don't want to get into details either. Let's not warn the Iraqis when we're about to get there, but they're really moving rather rapidly. Earlier you saw a video of the Brits. Let's go to the screenwriter here, and I can perhaps expand on that. The British are moving down in this region of Al-Basra. We know that the SEALs took the oil facilities down here in the Gulf. They took 2 facilities down here, and those are critical to these Iraqi population after the war. But it looked to me like the British were on the move, and they may very well be headed up in this direction, as well as with the 3rd American Infantry Division, which is headed in this direction. The 2 airfields that we were talking about earlier near Jordan are over in this area, and they're critical in terms of being secured because they're within fairly reasonable missile range or aircraft range over to Israel, and taking them is an excellent thing in terms of giving Israel some security.
General, we've seen the past couple days bombings nighttime there, 9-ish. Their time, which is between noon, 1 o'clock our time. Do you expect the same thing today? Here's some video from yesterday, and if so, what do you expect to come next?
Oh, I think we'll go right back to Baghdad. I think we'll be right back down around Baghdad, hitting facilities, sending a message. What goes on here is that our folks have got to go back, rearm, refuel, and restage the aircraft, and then you take the second wave. Same thing with the Tomahawk missiles. You fire the missiles, you got to reload the tubes, but we'll go right back at the same sort of targets. We're not taking his palaces down because we want to demean Saddam Hussein. Remember all the stories that you heard earlier, Bob, about the storage of chemical and biological weapons in his castles? Mm-hmm. I think perhaps we're trying to do some things to be doggone sure that if they have them there, that we can get rid of them. And you heard also the comments earlier from the Pentagon about the weapons of mass destruction. That's the sort of thing that's going on.
And by the way, if there are chemical weapons and that sort of thing, are these bombs powerful enough to destroy the capability of those going into the air or doing damage that way? Is that one of the aims?
Oh, yes, they are. And you collapse if they're in the cellar of a castle and you collapse the castle on the cellar, it's going to be a bit difficult to get them out of there. And we're not just attacking castles. I mean, we're attacking sites where for instance, you remember the earlier stuff on the inspectors looking at missiles. I would suspect that missile area where they're manufacturing missiles has been cultivated quite a bit as well.
Major General Donald Edwards live from D.C., and we'll check back with you a little bit later on in our show.
Thanks, Juliet.
Thank you. All right, President Bush is running the war from Camp David. Kelly Wright is live in our D.C. bureau with the latest on the president. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning, Jill. President Bush will spend the weekend at Camp David. Today, he'll convene his war cabinet. From there, some members of his cabinet, like National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and perhaps Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, are likely to join him. The White House says other members may join the president via a secure teleconference, including General Tommy Franks, who, of course, is directing the battle from the Persian Gulf.
There's no question we have said that Saddam Hussein possesses biological and chemical weapons, and all this will be made clear in the course of the operation for whatever duration it takes.
White House spokesperson Ari Fleischer giving an assessment from the White House before achieving peace there. Coalition forces still have to dismantle the regime of Saddam Hussein and disarm Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction. The attack of shock and awe has caused a dismantling of the Iraqi leadership. U.S. government officials say Iraqi command and control communications are, quote, sporadic and jumbled. Fox News has also learned that sources say since the attack on Saddam's bunker, there has been no specific communications or intelligence to indicate that Saddam is personally giving orders, and considerable information to suggest that his senior leaders are on their own. Military analysts say Iraq's apparent command and control problems could indicate that the decapitation of the senior leadership was successful.
There's no question but that the strike on that leadership headquarters was successful. We have photographs of what took place. The question is what was in there, and until we gather sufficient information and intelligence and have more than one source that gives us conviction, we have to assume that the operation is proceeding.
While coalition forces continue to push through to Baghdad on the Iraqi front, the president says we are making progress. We stay on the task until we've achieved our objective. He also says which is to rid Iraq of weapons of mass destruction and free the Iraqi people so they can live in a society that is hopeful and democratic and at peace in its neighborhood. Now, Mike Emanuel, our reporter at the Pentagon today, reported earlier how U.S. officials tell Fox News the government has images showing what is described as panic digging at the bunker command and control facility that was pounded Wednesday night U.S. time. Bodies are seen as they are removed from the site, and the U.S. officials and defense officials are as confident as they can be that Saddam Hussein was seen being placed on a stretcher and into an ambulance. The intelligence leading up to that initial strike suggested to U.S. officials that Saddam Hussein and some of the top people in his regime were actually in that facility. Meantime, the defense officials say some top security and military personnel have started leaving Baghdad from Iraq, and more are preparing to leave. The erosion from Baghdad has begun, and it continues, as will the shock and awe campaign. I'm Kelly Wright reporting live in Washington. Let's go back now to you in New York.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good seeing you. All right, now, time to go to Rick Philbaum for the latest war developments. Rick?
Good morning. It's just after 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Let's get you caught up on the headlines. In Operation Iraqi Freedom, coalition forces fighting for the key port city of Basra. Other troops head north towards Baghdad. The Army's 3rd Infantry Division is now at least 100 miles deep into Iraq. Massive shock and awe airstrikes pummel Baghdad through the night, and warplanes dropped more bombs today in daylight hours. The targets include Saddam's main palace and his intelligence headquarters. And U.S. officials tell Fox they have images showing Saddam Hussein being put on a stretcher after Wednesday's initial airstrike in Baghdad. He was apparently taken away in an ambulance. There is still no word on his condition. And those are the latest headlines from the war in Iraq. Back to you guys in the studio.
Armored vehicles moving toward Baghdad. Imagine that, 8,000 armored vehicles moving toward Baghdad. A wave of steel. 2 British Navy Sea King helicopters collided over the Persian Gulf early this morning. 6 British crew members, 1 American killed. The collision comes one day after a helicopter crash in Kuwait killed 8 British soldiers and 4 U.S. Marines. And here is the latest video of the Allied aerial bombardment of Baghdad, which is expected to continue for another 8 hours. One target hit in Baghdad, the Republican Guard Palace compound along the Tigris River. This is some of the destruction seen today. 2 other ceremonial palaces were struck, according to the Iraqi information minister, who says those 2 sites were not strategic targets. That, of course, according to the Iraqi information minister. Another potential problem developed this morning when 1,000 Turkish troops began crossing the border into Kurdish areas of northern Iraq. Now, U.S. officials fear there could be clashes between Turkish and Kurdish troops. They certainly do not want that. Just makes the situation all the more difficult. In Ankara, the Turkish government has now agreed to open 2 air corridors for U.S. planes to use for air attacks on Iraq.
And welcome to CNN. These are live pictures you're looking at from Baghdad, where it is 2:30 in the afternoon on day 4 of the U.S.-led military campaign. Very peaceful there now. And of course, this shot's steady, so we can't see any of the damage from yesterday's bombing.
Peaceful in Baghdad, not the same situation elsewhere in Iraq, in northern Iraq and southeastern Iraq. Let's talk about southeastern Iraq. You're seeing pictures of Qasr right now, Cobra helicopters. The coalition forces are battling pockets of resistance in the port of Qasr at this hour, at this moment. Qasr is Iraq's only outlet to the Persian Gulf. Good morning, everyone, from the CNN Global Headquarters in Atlanta. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Carol Costello, 6:35 Eastern Time. It is time to take a fast-forward look at some war-related events expected to happen later today. President Bush will monitor the war from Camp David this weekend. The Maryland retreat is fully equipped to keep the president informed and connected with all aspects of the military campaign. Anti-war protesters say they will stage a die-in, that's what they're calling it, a die-in, at a home near Taos, New Mexico. The house belongs to Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. It's one of 6 homes he owns in northern New Mexico. And Sunday's Oscars ceremony is a go for now. The Academy president says that could change if circumstances warrant.
Well, as we said, there is a lot of activity throughout Iraq. We showed you pictures just a moment ago in southeastern Iraq at Qasr, also heading toward Basra. Let's go now to northern Iraq, where there has been a lot of activity over the course of the last several hours. As we just mentioned, about 1,000 Turkish troops believed to be entering some parts of northern Iraq, Kurdish territory. Also, word from yesterday that U.S. forces, whether it was cruise missiles, planes, we don't know yet, bombed Ansar al-Islam, the group that Secretary of State Colin Powell has linked to al-Qaeda. For the latest on all of this, let's go to Kevin Seitz, where he has been since this conflict began in northern Iraq. Kevin?
Hey, Anderson, I'm in Sham Chamal, which is midway between Sulaymaniyah and Kirkuk, and just a little sidebar here, and we'll get to those other issues. Some of the Peshmerga here are getting a little bit excited. We're very, very close to the Iraqi front lines here, just about 2 kilometers away. We've been watching movements of troops here, and they seem to think that there's movement, some of these Iraqi troops coming a little too close to the border point area. They're worried maybe, possibly, there may be a defector here. We'll get back to you more on that later. The major issues at play here, though, the U.S. is, various sources say the U.S. Special Forces may actually use airstrips in northern Iraq, Kurdish airstrips, to launch operations from. They're getting very frustrated with the Turkish government, very frustrated. It took a long time to get flyover permission on those 2 air corridors that you talked about earlier. And they're also frustrated about the reports of Turkish troops entering.
Lane Power Juicer.
More intense attacks from
on Catholic television. Now to the domestic front. MSNBC does have correspondents at military bases all over the country talking to families left behind, as well as troops still waiting for their call. NBC's Ron Blome spent time with the families at Fort Benning, Georgia.
Columbus, Georgia is home to Fort Benning, which is home to part of the 3rd Infantry, also the Army Rangers. It's the big Army training base. So everyone here either knows someone in the Army or is related to someone in the Army. So as you can understand, they're all watching the news coverage. It's 24/7, and at Ruth Ann's lunch spot, it's what they're talking about today.
I pray that our boys go ahead and do what they got to do, get it over with, and come on back home. We need them here, not there.
It's moving along pretty quickly, but I'd like to see it happen a little bit faster. Get it done, get it over with, so that they can normalize and our people can come home.
What are your thoughts as you watch the coverage, knowing that you have a nephew who's in the thick of it?
Well, my thoughts, they vary. For one, I'm not really in support of the war, but whether I be in support of the war, whether I be against the war right now, I don't think that should really be the issue. What's more importantly is I think that we should all go in prayer, for our young men and our young women who are in harm's way.
It's so sad to know that we have to do stuff like this to keep peace within our world so that our families and friends and children and stuff can grow and not be scared of the things that's happened in our United States and around the world.
Still, as what the shock and awe campaign goes on, it's a little shocking to you.
Yes, sir, very shocking. When you turn around to look at the TV, you never realize really how bad it is when you're sitting here having your lunch, and then you turn around and look at the TV and know that somewhere everybody's families and homes and different things are just being blown to bits. because of one person.
Well, there you have it. Broad support for the president, even deeper support for the U.S. troops who are fighting now, and this sense of amazement of how much they're actually seeing on TV, those live images from across the desert, the pictures still coming out of Baghdad. That's the story from Ruth Ann's in Columbus, Georgia. Back to you.
And that is Ron Blom outside of Fort Benning, Georgia. We are getting some information from our correspondents and news teams who are on the scene in Pakistan, which obviously has had a lot of anti-American sentiment with the onset of the war, and apparently it has been inflamed even more now. The front page of the major newspaper there has a picture of George W. Bush retouched to show him as a vampire. The major headline says atomic bombs were used against Baghdad, and below some smaller headlines about chemical weapons attacks on Saddam's palaces, that the satanic game continues. We'll be getting a report out of Pakistan coming up a little later on, but of course anti-American and anti-coalition protests have been going on throughout the world, starting really even before the fighting began in Iraq. Those rallies continuing now in many regions. Kiko Atasaka joins us now from London to tell us a bit more about what's happening there. Good morning, Kiko.
Good morning. I'm standing here at Hyde Park where tens of thousands, perhaps as many as 750,000, are expected to gather. The protest march has already begun, basically near the river embankment of the Thames. They're going to be marching through the streets of central London, going through Piccadilly, and then ending up here at Hyde Park, where they'll be addressed here by Labour politicians. Now, some Labour politicians, that is to say, remember, that is Tony Blair's own party, along with union leaders and some school children. Now, this protest is essentially expected to be very peaceful. About 3,500 police are lining the streets, however, and there is some concern that there could be some civil disobedience as people get more emotional about this issue. Now, what we're beginning to see here in England is that it is a nation divided. 53% of people, according to a poll published yesterday, now say that they support war. That number is actually up from 50% just a few days before that. So public sentiment is finally beginning to be back Tony Blair and his support of President Bush, but it is a great divide. The protesters we expect to see out on the streets today are, of course, very anti-war. This in contrast with a march that took place about a month ago, where approximately 1 million people came. They were a very mixed crowd, people who weren't quite sure, but wanted to have their last say before Tony Blair made his final decisions. But I think the group will be very different today. Again, much more violent, perhaps, in their nature, not necessarily breaking out in civil disobedience, but feeling very passionately about their cause. I think we see this great divide in the British people in some of the newspapers here today, and I just want to show you some of the headlines in the tabloids here. Now, the Mirror says, this is a very anti-war paper, it says shocking and awful, as opposed to the Sun, a bit windy here, forgive me, that says the world watch in shock and awe. So you're seeing the newspapers too splitting right down that great divide of people who are for and people who are against. Again, in maybe an hour or so, we expect to see about 750,000 people protesting here at Hyde Park. Back to you.
We also saw Jeff Hoonigan today, and sadly for the second day he had to begin his briefing at the Defense Ministry there by giving condolences to families of British troops who were lost, and I wonder how those losses are being played in the media there.
Well, of course, everybody here did wake up to that very tragic news, and I think it was a bit of a double shock because of the news of a helicopter crash yesterday as well. And I think what is happening is that people are beginning to accept that this is really war, that there will be tragedies, that there will be losses, and it brings home to people that war is a tragic thing, can be a tragic thing. And what we're going to see as people, as more and more casualties and fatalities take place, we'll see this great divide getting even greater. Those who say this war never should have happened, and those who rally behind the troops.
Kiko Atasaka in London for us, where she will be covering that throughout the day. Thanks very much. NBC's Dawn Fratangelo has more on the rage directed at America, especially from the Arab world.
Tear gas unleashed against protesters. This man in Bahrain injured in a demonstration. Throughout the Arab world, a wave of human anger aimed directly at the United States in its massive bombing of Iraq. The most violent demonstration in Yemen. 2 people were killed, including an 11-year-old boy. In Cairo, 10,000 poured out of mosques after Friday prayers, vowing to sacrifice themselves for Iraq. 4,000 in Gaza, where the Islamic group Hamas called on Iraqis to use suicide bombings.
And we are against the terrorists, the Americans,
who invade today Iraq.
Iraq under U.S. attack, and many in the Arab world using fighting words in the streets in a counterattack. Dawn Fratangelo, NBC News, London.
And we are coming up at 45 minutes past the hour. Let's take a quick look at the headlines in Operation Iraqi Freedom. U.S. and British troops are moving on the port city of Basra. It is a strategic oil hub where more than 1 million people live. There are reports that fire has been exchanged, but so far, no injuries. Meanwhile, investigators are trying to determine why 2 Royal Navy Sea King helicopters collided over the Persian Gulf. 7 crew members were killed, 6 British and 1 American. Turkey has dispatched about 1,500 commandos across its border into northern Iraq. The move comes despite a White House request to sit tight. Turkey says it needs the troops to prevent a flood of refugees and to forestall any attempt by Kurds to create an independent state. We do recap the latest headlines on the Iraq crisis for you every 15 minutes. At the top of the hour, 15, 30, and 45 after the hour on MSNBC. You can also get the very latest anytime on the web at iraq.msnbc.com for complete coverage on Operation Iraqi Freedom, an interactive library, in-depth analysis, slideshows, video, all at iraq.msnbc.com. Let's now check in with MSNBC's Bianca Solorzano at MSNBC's Listening Post with a look at how Operation Iraqi Freedom is being covered around the world. Bianca?
Well, Chris, thank you very much. Russia's Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov now accusing the U.S. of trying to step on Russia's economic interest in Iraq. He's calling the casualties from the first days of war that we've seen so far, quote, a big mistake. Also saying that Moscow will indeed oppose any bid to give a U.S. occupation of Iraq international legitimacy through the United Nations. And from the British Broadcasting Company reports that France will oppose a UN resolution that would allow the United States and Great Britain to oversee the creation of a new government in post-war Iraq. French President Jacques Chirac says that such a move would appear to legitimize the military intervention, which he, of course, strongly opposes. And this is from the Peninsula, a paper out of Qatar. Islamic scholars, intellectuals, and elected civic representatives in Qatar bitterly critical of the U.S. and its allies for waging this war on Iraq. It goes on to say that this U.S. action is just an attempt to divert the reality away from atrocities that have been perpetrated on Palestinians. So those are the latest from the MSNBC Listening Post stories at this hour. Chris, back to you.
Solano, thank you very much. 1 Marine was killed in the C-9 helicopter crash. He was Major Thomas J. Aubin of Winslow, Maine, an 18-year veteran, one of 4 American fatalities in the crash, which also killed 8 British troops. His mother talked to NBC's Tom Brokaw.
Now we've got the identification of another loss, Jay Aubin. He'd been in the Marines for 18 years. He always wanted to be a pilot. He has a wife and 2 children. And I think that we have his mother on the phone now, do we? Nancy Chamberlain, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Our deepest, deepest sympathies to
Thank you.
How did you hear about this?
Unfortunately, I saw on the news networks last night about a helicopter going down, and we didn't know where he was going, but when he left, he reminded me that I should always remember that if something happened, he died doing what he absolutely loved and believed in. He had no doubt that this is what he had to do. I kept questioning him, saying, is this necessary? And he said, absolutely is, Mom. There's so much you don't know that you'll know someday. And just knew that this was what he had to do.
Well, Nancy, I know this is the darkest day of your life, I'm sure.
It is. It is.
And I just want you to know on behalf of all of us here at NBC, and I think that in fact, I know I speak on behalf of the country.
Yeah.
When I tell you that our deepest sympathies are with you, and we are so grateful for the service of your son.
Thank you. Mr. Brokaw, may I make a point?
Sure.
Quickly. I truly admire what all of the network news and all the new technology is doing today to bring it into our homes. But for the mothers and the wives who are out there watching, it is murder. It's heartbreak. We can't leave the television. Every tank, every helicopter, is that my son? And I just need you to be aware that technology it's great, but there are moms, there are dads, there are wives out there that are suffering because of this. That's all. That's why I'm doing this.
The thoughts of Nancy Chamberlain, who lost her son in this conflict as she spoke with Tom Brokaw yesterday. Let's take a look at Baghdad today, because a couple of different things happened. Obviously, there was more bombing, and also a first look at some of the damage going on. The latest information we have gotten is from Iraq and from their information ministry. They now say that 3 Iraqis were killed in the overnight U.S. air raids in Baghdad. 207 people were wounded in the fierce bombardment that started shock and awe. That is a total of 250 since raids started on Thursday, and every indication we will see more shock and awe later on today. Evening time in Baghdad right now. It is coming up on 3 o'clock in the afternoon there. Joining me now to talk about all these latest developments is retired Marine Major Jack Stradley. Good to see you. Very good to have you with us. Let's talk about the bombings this morning. Do we know anything about them, Major?
Well, we know that the bombings overnight and the bombings have been hitting basically these leadership targets. Saddam's palaces, the Ba'ath Party headquarters right here, and also some other parts of his security apparatus. The special security organizations, the Ministry of Industry and military, places like that. Very precision strikes.
I want to go back to my notes and look at what exactly the Defense Secretary Jeff Hoon had to say in his briefing earlier today. He said, we're looking for the effects achieved rather than physical damage. The light stayed on in Baghdad, he said, but the instruments of tyranny are cooperating. This is a war on several levels, including a public relations war, isn't it?
Sure. We're striking at those leadership targets. We're not going after the Iraqi citizens. As a matter of fact, we're taking great care not to inflict any needless suffering on them. This time,
precision of
unit that they
criminals, oh, you freedom lovers and free people in the world, these need to be treated with, beaten with shoes. Those at the White House, he is a criminal. His defense minister deserves only a beating on the head.
حشمك بالله حشمك 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 جيد وشع جيد وشع شكرا ما تخافي ما تخافي يعطيك العافيه كان كيلو كريمات تعال تعال يسعدوني يسعدوني هذا اهلا وسهلا.
Right. Well, President Bush says that the war in Iraq is going well and that coalition forces are making progress. But some soldiers' families are feeling the pain even a successful war can bring. Here's Thelma Gutierrez with more on that.
The flag at Camp Pendleton flies at half-staff. 3 of the 4 U.S. coalition casualties in Iraq were from Camp Pendleton. They died along with another American and 8 British soldiers when their CH-46 transport helicopter crashed and burned near the Iraqi border. Officials say caused by mechanical failure. The pilot was 30-year-old Captain Ryan Beaupre.
We were scared that something like this would happen.
He is mourned by family in his hometown of Bloomington, Illinois.
He did always want to fly. He thought that he could do more as a person, and said that he was going to join the Marine Corps.
Also killed in the helicopter crash, 36-year-old Major J. Oben of Waterville, Maine, 25-year-old Corporal Brian Kennedy of Houston, Texas, and 29-year-old Staff Sergeant Kendall Watersby.
½ off today.
Younger
gun, and they pick up.
Talk to, because we have coalition.
And it is
being part of that. We have
moving. We may see this, or we may see that, and you quickly call in a tow. They peek around the corner, launch, and then
get out of the way again. So it's actually a very mobile, very effective means of fighting, unlike a tank, which can be slow to go. You can take a look back here one more time. This tank continues to cook off. You should see the shells inside of these things. They are quite massive. But again, the inside of the tank does not look well used, so it doesn't appear that somebody's been using these very recently.
So Martin, I'm sorry. I was just wondering about the town again and how many people were still there and if you could see anyone.
Well, we saw them as we initially came in. Of course, once the firing and the explosions occurred, the people have good sense to sort of melt away, to either get inside their homes or stay out of the line of fire, because they realize, of course, that the Marines are going to be rather nervous with the situation around them. So it's always wise to just stay indoors. So we don't see anybody around us now. But as we pulled up, yes, there were a lot of people who are genuinely curious. Now, that's part of the problem for the military here is, yes, they love to see the people. They're glad that the people seem to be happy to see them. However, force protection always being in their mind and not always being able to tell who has got good intent and who does not. They warn them continuously, stay away. They have announcements in Arabic that is usually done by the psychological ops group, going through the streets with loudspeakers just saying, stay away, stay in your homes and you'll be safe. So the interaction is on a very small level if it takes place, at least out here in sort of the front lines, as it were, because you're still trying to decipher the good from the bad.
And of course, that's Martin Savage with the Marines just outside of Basra. Those troops have moved on for right now, and we understand no American casualties, at least none we know of as of yet. Want to get some military expertise here, though. For that, we turn to our military desk and CNN's Renee San Miguel. Renee is with General Shepard. Good morning, Renee.
Good morning, Carol. We have a lot to cover with a lot of activity going on all around the country of Iraq this morning. General Don Shepard does join us. Let's start with Baghdad. Just a few more hours until it gets dark, possibly the second night of the shock and awe campaign. We're going to run some video courtesy of EarthViewer.com and Digital Globe. Tell us what we can expect. Some of the same targets getting hit again?
Yeah, you're going to have bomb damage assessment going on in the daylight hours to see what needs to be hit again, Renee. Also, there are many other targets in this confined complex on the west bank of the Tigris River. And this is a military complex, a governmental complex. You got Air Defense Operations Center. You got other palaces. The palaces basically have blue tops on them, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Republican Palace. You got Ba'ath Party headquarters. You got the Special Republican Guard headquarters. So I suspect we will see more strikes in this confined area.
And the reason you would want to come back and hit something like this again, which is the Republican Guard or the Republican Palace, there are Republican Guard headquarters,
right,
is because of the bunkers that may be way deep underneath.
Indeed. There are specific aim points, and you may or may not have hit them on the first strike. You'll have to assess that and come back.
Okay.
Of note also, there are 3 bridges connecting east to west across the Tigris River, east to west Baghdad. They have not been hit, and again, an example that the U.S. military is not trying to destroy infrastructure.
Okay, let's come on back now to the map here. We want to show folks our table map here and show folks what's going on with some of the ground troops, the ground campaign. The 3rd Infantry, 7th Cavalry. The importance there, Walter Rogers has talked about, they were moving very fast yesterday, and now they are stalled. The importance of them being able to continue that advance.
Yeah, the third of the 7th is the lead element of the 3rd Infantry Division coming north out of Kuwait, swinging up toward Baghdad across the hard surface of the western Iraqi desert.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the 3rd of the 7th, that's the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry Regiment, Custer's old regiment, as a matter of fact, led by a young American captain, probably 27, 28 years old. He's the lead of America in Iraq right now. Amazing the responsibility we put on young captains.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you say they are stalled, what happens is when you come across some of these villages, you'll take some fire out of that. You have to stop and decide, are you going to bypass that village, or are you going to go clean it out? Are you going to find out who shot at you? Are you going to blow up tanks en route? You have to stop and clean these things up, and it takes time.
And especially when as we saw Martin Savage, he's embedded with a group of Marines, you blow up those tanks because you don't want them to come back and haunt you later on.
Indeed, and it's dangerous, dangerous work. You can get shot from the front, from behind, from the side. You can move quickly, but you got to stop and take care of these things en route.
And one other quick point here, Ryan Chilcote reporting in saying that he is with the 101st Airborne. They are now in Iraq. The air assault portion of that, just really quickly here.
Yeah, indeed. Air assault is by helicopters. They don't jump in anymore. They go by helicopters. That's what air assault's about.
Gotcha. Major General Don Shepard, thanks so much. Back to you.
All right, Renee San Miguel, General Shepard, many thanks to you. I'm Carol Costello along with Anderson Cooper. We're going to go home now and throw it to Leon Harris. Good morning, Leon.
Good morning, Carol. Anderson, you two go get some rest. We got much more coverage coming up right here on the network, folks. I'm Leon Harris. Paul Lazon's going to be up in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at what's happening at this hour. Baghdad still bearing the brunt of a ferocious aerial assault across Iraq. The shock and awe campaign now in its 17th hour. As many as 1,500 bombs and missiles are to be dropped within 24 hours. Another 7 coalition fighters, though, have been killed in this strike on Iraq. British officials say 2 Navy Sea King helicopters collided over the Persian Gulf early this morning, killing 6 Britons and 1 American. On Friday, 12 British and mid-air helicopter crash. 2 British Navy helicopters collided today over the Persian Gulf. 6 Britons, were killed, along with 1 American naval officer. Pentagon officials are investigating whether an errant Tomahawk missile may have landed in Iran. The Pentagon says that if it's true, it's unlikely that the missile would have caused much damage in the area in which it may have landed. The U.S. Marines pushing to take control of the key southern city of Basra are coming under sporadic fire from Iraqi forces. You see these pictures, they came from CNN's Martin Savage, who's traveling with a group of Marines who are disposing of Iraqi heavy equipment that was abandoned by the soldiers. Now, in that same area, an entire Iraqi military division has surrendered. About 8,000 soldiers in Iraq's 51st Division just laid down their arms yesterday. That's roughly 5% of Iraq's regular army, which is distinctly less trained than the Republican Guard. CNN's coverage of the strike on Iraq continues right now.
Good morning, welcome. I'm Paul Lazon. You're looking at a live picture of downtown Baghdad. Air raid sirens punctuating the day there, just as evening prayers were about to be called. We're keeping an eye on this picture because we don't know what the source of this smoke is. Clearly, we haven't seen anything today like what happened at about 9 p.m. last night, Baghdad time. The all-out air assault began with an incredible display of firepower. Reporters on the ground there called it awesome. For weeks now, the Pentagon has been preparing us for these pictures, but obviously it is hard for a lot of people to watch this. Now, we have been led to believe we are more than halfway through the first 24 hours of the shock and awe campaign. In all, some 2,000 sorties expected to be flown, some 1,500 bombs and cruise missiles expected to be launched. Bill, we checked in with General Shepard to find out what he thought the source of the smoke was. Of course, no one knows, but he said it would not surprise him if the Iraqis might be caught off guard today by some daylight strikes, something the military doesn't normally like to do, making our planes much more vulnerable, of course. Bill.
Yeah, and also east of that city, Paula, where some of those reports are coming in, there was a large airfield there as well. Oftentimes, airfields are targets in terms of the buildings on the ground, but in terms of damaging the runway, many times you want to keep that intact. He also pointed out, Paul, that the bridges so far in central Baghdad have not been touched. Clearly, this is a tactical strike aimed largely at government centers and also military installations as well. Listen, Paula, a lot to keep track of again today and this Saturday. Christian Amanpour in southeastern Iraq, just back from that fight to take the port city of Qasr. Quoting a British commander there, is saying it is not going as quickly as we thought. However, we're told there are pockets of resistance, but both ports, the old and the new, a short time ago we were told are secure. Walter Rogers, traveling with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry, says the Spearhead expects to start moving again toward Baghdad shortly. That unit held up earlier today while jets, helicopters, artillery called in to deal with an Iraqi detachment that fired on it. 8-10 Warthogs, they fly low and they fly slow and they take out tanks for the large part, came in overhead of Walter in front of his position there. Northern Iraq also, Kevin Seitz of CNN told by a Kurdish group that the U.S. has launched a cruise missile attack against territory held by Ansar al-Islam. That is a group considered a terrorist group, which the Secretary of State Colin Powell in the past has linked to al-Qaeda. Updates on all these developments throughout the day here. Paula?
Bill, so much to take in this morning, and we have eyes and ears in all parts of Iraq. Here is a big picture of the war as it stands right now. We have been waiting to hear from the U.S. commander in charge of coalition forces. Today we will. General Tommy Franks will give his first news briefing this morning at 9 Eastern Time, and we will be hearing from our embedded reporters positioned with military units all across the country. Martin Savage is seeing sporadic fighting as Marines fan out through southern Iraq. Walt Rogers is with the Army's 37th advancing on Baghdad. We are told they're about 160 miles away from Baghdad at this hour. And Christiane Amanpour is in Kuwait after going to the scene of the fighting there yesterday as a very critical strategic port was taken under control by coalition forces. U.S. Marines this morning came under fire outside of Basra, Iraq, as they were trying to destroy disabled Iraqi tanks. Martin Savage is embedded with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, and was there when it happened. Here is some of his dramatic report.
Let me tell you what is going on. Those are secondary blasts coming. This is the demolition of the tanks, T-55 tanks along the line here. What they're doing is hurriedly setting charges. They're using both C4 and other explosive devices, as well as the ammunition that's on board the tank itself. What they've done is they've blown it up, essentially. Now you're hearing the secondary explosions. That would be coming from the rounds inside. They want to make sure they don't leave anything behind that could be used by, say, follow-on soldiers, Iraqi soldiers that might be in hiding right now. The moment they find armor, the moment they find any tanks, they're blowing it up. And that's exactly what is taking place in the background here. Whoa!
I think my floorsight's off.
All right. Yeah, that was a tow missile. Fired in the general area where you saw that tank before that was being blown up. Obviously, they're seeing stuff down there they're not too happy about, not taking any chances. The tow missile is a very heavy weapon. They throw the tube off the top. They'll get ready to reload again. They'll try to move positions, too. We're not exactly sure what they're seeing up there at this point. I mean, obviously, we're still trying to keep our heads up around ourselves. At the same time, the demolition crews are preparing the other tanks, and we'll try to bring that to you. They seem to be concerned about, obviously, the village itself. Not that there is obvious reason to be suspect. It's just that that's an area of population. You keep an eye on that. You want to make sure that any Iraqi soldiers, anyone that might want to do the U.S. military harm, is not using the village as shelter, as cover, a place where they can easily melt their way into. So that's their concern there. Well, there you go. It's getting hot. Let's go. That looks like the armored personnel carrier. We're going to keep moving back because these also have ammunition inside of them. There goes your tank down the end. And the secondary explosions that are about to follow. You're all right, Gerard. Keep coming back. Let's pull back. So the concern, obviously, that RPG is it came from the village, and now who fired it? And do they have another one, obviously? Which is why we're not going to linger too much longer. But there are more tanks to go, so if you miss that one, there'll be another one soon enough.
Talk, take pin, completely released. Check.
It's just Saddam's hardware being taken apart piece by piece, and that is something the U.S. military wants to do and did extensively after the Gulf War.
Well, that clearly proves how valuable the embedding process works. That is about the only way we are getting information on an hourly basis, in addition to some of the briefings we've been given from time to time. Martin Savage also went on to report about the biggest challenge facing those men and women is the fact that while the villagers appear to be friendly, it's very difficult to root out the good from the bad there. They actually have loudspeakers broadcasting messages in Arabic to tell the villagers to stay away and you will be safe. So yet another challenge Martin Savage and the members of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines face on the ground there. We are keeping our eye on this picture out of Baghdad. We wish we could give you more perspective at this hour. We saw this about 40 minutes ago. Air raid sirens were sounded in Baghdad shortly before calls for evening prayer were made. We don't know what the source of it is. There had been speculation that maybe it has something to do with oil fields. We just really can't confirm that right now. But General Shepard, our expert out of CNN Center, says it would not surprise him if at some point during daylight hours we see more airstrikes. The Pentagon leading us to believe that the first 24 hours of this shock and awe campaign might come to a close around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Once again, the plan is very fluid. There's a lot of flexibility built in that plan, and we're hoping at shortly about 9 o'clock today that we will hear from General Tommy Franks and get more details on what might come next. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, listening to Marty's report, fascinating report from him. It was about a year ago that Marty Savage, along with reporter, photographer Scott McGuiney, were with the U.S. Army on Operation Anaconda, the only journalist, the eyes and the ears of the operation underway in eastern Afghanistan a year ago. It was the largest operation of the entire war in Afghanistan. They saw combat then, and they've seen it again today. An extraordinary look inside what's happening across the border in Iraq so far today. Matthew Chance, meanwhile, is stationed in eastern Jordan, right along the Iraqi border. There's a large question right now about refugees. How many will there be? When do they come, and how will they be treated? Matthew's standing by. We'll check in with him in a moment. First, back here in Kuwait, on an airbase out in the Kuwaiti desert, CNN's Bob Franken checks in. He's embedded with the U.S. Air Force. Bob, hello. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon, Bill. And of course, officially, we can only refer to this as a base near the Iraq border. You know about the sensitivities, but even though there are restrictions on the reporting that has been well documented, we were allowed access to the flight line as the dramatic launch of just waves of jets from the United States Air Force and the Royal Air Force took off, flying sorties every night of the day. The numbers are quite interesting. The day before, they had 141 sorties, which of course means individual flights. In the 24-hour period that followed that ended this morning, 250, and we're told by the people who have been briefing us that they can expect a rather large increase again. It's really kind of hard to predict, they say. They've been flying missions all over Iraq. In fact, it's probably fair to say most of them have been in the areas except Baghdad. They've been, in fact, flying an intense war throughout, supporting ground troops for the most part. One of the main planes that takes off from here is the A-10. It's called the Warthog. It is this anti-tank plane that is devastating, and it's involved in what they call battlefield preparations. And they have been going all over the country. As a matter of fact, they also say that they took out one surface-to-surface missile site. That's what they call it. It means a Scud missile site. One of the things that had happened yesterday is that a missile was brought down by a Patriot missile, an anti-missile missile, and the plane scrambled from here, we're told, and were able to take out that site. It's going to be busy. It's going to continue to be busy for several days. This is one of the main arms of the ground part of the air war, and it is well underway. Bill?
Bob Franken, embedded with the U.S. Air Force. Bob, thanks. And again today, what we have seen, Paula, our journalists embedded with the U.S. military are our own eyes and ears on the ground. Without them and without their reporting, we would not be getting the information we're getting thus far. This embedded program to this point, I think, has been remarkable. If you look at the pictures and listen to the stories and the reports, it has been unbelievable access. I got to think the Pentagon is quite happy with the way things have gone so far. Had we thought it was gone this way in the very beginning, I think I might have changed my opinion, but I was a skeptic, to be quite honest with you. More from Kuwait in a moment. Back to you now in New York.
Thanks so much, Bill. Our own Matthew Chance is at a refugee camp in Rawashid, Jordan. He has the very latest from there. Matthew, what's the latest?
Thank you very much, Paula. And I'm here a short distance from the Jordanian frontier with Iraq at a camp, a facility that has been set up in conjunction with the Jordanian authorities, the aid agencies in conjunction with the Jordanian authorities, to cater for third country nationals. We have here about 300 of those kinds of people from Sudan and Somalia and from other countries in the region who are living or studying and working in Iraq with their families, but have chosen the last 48-hour period, of course, to escape the US-led bombardment into the relative safety of Jordan. The aid agencies here, the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, are making sure that they have adequate facilities to cater for the several hundred people that have been coming through, making sure there are toilets and showers and sort of registration facilities before these people are moved on to buses and taken to the seaports and the airports and finally returned home to their home original countries. Now, what we are not seeing at the moment are any number at all of Iraqi nationals coming out of their country to the relative safety of Jordan. There is a facility a short distance from here which the Jordanian authorities have set up with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to cater for some 10,000 Iraqi refugees should they come out of the country. But as I say, that expected exodus has not materialized yet, Paula.
Matthew Chance, thanks so much. We have what we believe to be some news on the fate of the town of Nasiriyah. There are some reports that it has fallen to coalition forces. CNN can't confirm that at this point, but this is a strategically important town. General Shepard joins us from CNN Center to help us understand why. General Shepard?
Yeah, Paula, recently Saddam Hussein divided his country into 4 different military areas controlled by party functionaries and his relatives. The southern area, and al-Nasiriyah is basically the headquarters of that southern area, is commanded by Ali Hassan al-Majid, the famous chemical Ali, if you will, and a cousin of Saddam Hussein's. This is a headquarters, and so it is a strategic point. It's about a third of the way between Basra and Baghdad, indicating the rapid advance of forces in that particular area. So this is militarily significant, but there probably will be a lot of cleanup to be done afterwards, Paula.
And talk about this key crossing point across the Tigris.
Yeah, actually there are 12 key bridges across the Tigris River in downtown Baghdad. Now, we have received reports that there were 37 targets actually struck in the complex that we have been talking about on the west bank of the Tigris River, and a couple of those bridges leading into that compound were reportedly struck. Now, we don't know if that information is accurate. We're waiting for the briefing by General Tommy Franks. Perhaps we'll get more details on what was struck, and then I expect them to spend the daylight hours doing bomb damage assessment to see what they need to go back and strike again, Paula.
General Shepard, I'm going to ask you to do something very difficult, but I know you've been watching this picture alongside all of us this morning of Baghdad, downtown Baghdad. Now it seems that this plume of smoke is not as diffuse as it was just a couple of minutes ago. Tell us what you're thinking this could potentially be.
I don't know what it is, but I can tell you that it has to do with petroleum, oil, and lubricants because of the dark black smoke. Now, there are no refineries in downtown Baghdad. There are storage facilities. There are also underground hiding places, if you will, for many of the things that we've been worried about, weapons of mass destruction, etc. So I can't tell you by looking at what it is, but I can tell you this. In addition to the complex on the west bank of the Tigris River that was struck, there are many other militarily significant targets interspersed in the populated area of downtown Baghdad. These include air defenses and Republican Guard concentrations of troops, headquarters, communication sites, etc. A lot of the things that were bombed on this western bank of the Tigris, you will be bombing empty buildings where the people are not there, but again, underground bunkers and this type of thing. So we can't tell what's burning and exactly until we get briefed by General Franks, I believe.
And General Shepard, it's interesting that you should say that because one reporter from London, from one of the London newspapers who was on the ground at the time of yesterday's huge barrage of fire, said it was her understanding that a number of these buildings that were hit were not even known to Iraqis.
Yeah, this complex is a military and civilian complex of the government. Think of this, if you will, as Capitol Hill and the Pentagon spread over several miles in downtown Washington, D.C., with all of our State Department buildings, our military headquarters, defense intelligence agencies, CIA, FBI, that type of thing. Think of it as that type of complex, and you can see the enormous difficulty of striking and bringing down that type of infrastructure. And that's basically what's been going on there in downtown Baghdad, Paula.
And General Shepard, we were initially told that the first stage of the shock and awe campaign would last some 24 hours. Do you have reason to believe that would still be the case, and about 1 p.m. that might be the end of the first phase of this? Or is the battle plan so flexible we just can't even say that at this hour?
You know, we're all guessing, but I suspect that the follow-on plans, I think you're looking at another couple of days of this type of thing, the same type of thing that we saw on the first day. Again, assessment each day, seeing what needs to be restruck and seeing any new emerging targets. The intelligence sources are looking for new emerging targets. In addition, they're looking for new command and control facilities where people move to communicate and move their forces in the field, Paula.
Once again, we focus our attention now on that cloud of black, that plume of black smoke that continues to rise from the ground there. General Shepard, I know you were saying that it's your understanding that there are a number of underground hiding places in Baghdad where Saddam Hussein might be stashing things. Once again, because you say the color of what you're looking at would suggest to you lubricants, some sort of petroleum product?
Yeah, indeed. That's what gives you black smoke. If buildings are burning, it's normally either grayish or whitish smoke. This is definitely fuel. Now, Republican Guard, of which there's a great number in the Baghdad area, they have to have fuel. So perhaps we've found a fuel storage facility and hit it with precision weapons, Paula. I just don't know.
And would there be anything there that Saddam Hussein, that we know, would want to sabotage that close into the center of Baghdad?
That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I think we've hit a militarily significant target. That's my guess.
General Shepard, thanks so much. Once again, the air raid sirens were sounded in Baghdad just about an hour ago, about the time that evening prayers were being called. As soon as we have more information on all this, we'll bring it to you live. In the meantime, let's go back to Bill in Kuwait City. Bill?
Paula, sometime very soon we're told we're going to see some sort of parallel movement into Iraq, not just the military, which we're concentrating on right now, but you're going to see a shift toward the humanitarian effort. As well, we're told there could be a massive amount of humanitarian aid flown into Iraq. Already today into Kuwait, we're hearing the World Food Program is getting ready to fly in 40 tons of food biscuits. Just a motorcycle behind me on the highway that goes right along our hotel here. Normally it's very busy. Today it's almost deserted. It's been that way for about 3 days running. That's a rare sound that we've heard here. Meanwhile, 40 tons of food biscuits, World Food Program flying in here to Kuwait today. The British are saying possibly about 48 hours from now, they could start taking some of this food into Iraq and maybe even to that port city of Qasr, something to track. 48 hours may be optimistic right now, but it's something that on the humanitarian side, they're very hopeful that can get underway. Let's get to the White House right now. Suzanne Malveaux, front lawn, talking about the president and his weekend away at Camp David, certainly not far from what's happening here with his advisors going with him. Suzanne, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Absolutely, the president really keeping his finger on the pulse of what is happening. He is at Camp David. We're told that he's going to have a meeting with his full War Council. That is what they call it now, the War Council, with the Vice President as well as Secretary Powell, Secretary Rumsfeld, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, the head of the CIA, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, among others. This is a place where the president spent much time after September 11th, 2001, after the terrorist attacks, as you can see in these photos. It is really a place where it has complete secure video conferencing. The president can talk to anyone in the world. This is where they're going to be assessing the damage and where to move forward, both on the military as well as the political front. Should also note as well, Bill, that they're going to be dealing with another issue. These reports coming from the Iraqi information minister of 200 plus civilian casualties. Also the report from Barbara Starr about that Tomahawk missile may have missed its target and landed in southwest Iran. Now, these are things the administration, of course, realize and anticipate the kind of criticism that may come with the campaign. This is why the administration, somewhat in a preemptive public relations strike of its own, has talked about this, that the president was involved in the war planning and selecting the targets, making sure that they were far from civilian areas, also that the most precision weapons are being used, and the fact that Saddam Hussein, they accuse him of using his own people as human shields. But right now, the American people, about 2/3, are supporting the president in his war effort. If those numbers on civilian casualties and these type of mishaps, that may change. Bill?
Suzanne, the White House put out a few pictures yesterday with Condoleezza Rice out at Camp David with the president. At the briefing yesterday, though, Ari Fleischer was peppered with these questions about whether or not President Bush was watching on television the images that no doubt millions of people around the world were when the opening phase of shock and awe, as the Pentagon calls it, got underway. This 7-minute barrage in Baghdad. Should it come as much surprise that the president did not take time? Because clearly the impression was left that the president did not stop and watch this on TV.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bill, a senior administration official later in the day said that the president did watch some of that on television with his chief of staff, Andy Card, in the study right off the Oval Office there. And the point that Ari Fleischer was making, the spokesperson, is that the president does not get his information from television, that he doesn't watch a lot of TV. That was a rather sensitive subject in the briefing yesterday, as you noticed. But yes, the president is aware of what the American people are seeing, those images, those very dramatic images on television, and Ari Fleischer saying the president is very much aware of the impact of the decision to go to war. Bill?
Suzanne Malveaux, frontline of the White House, thanks. 37 minutes away from Tommy Franks, live in Qatar. We'll have it for you here on CNN. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. 12 British and American Marines were killed in a helicopter crash in Kuwait yesterday. Among them, Major J. Thomas Aubin. His father, Thomas Aubin, joins us now by telephone. Mr. Aubin, obviously this is an extremely difficult time for you and your family, and I very much appreciate your joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Mr. Aubin, I wanted to start off by reading something one of your local congressmen had to say that I think captures the way a lot of Americans feel about the great service of your son and the others who lost their lives. He said, "These brave young men have given what Abraham Lincoln so eloquently deemed the last full measure of devotion to their country. We will remember their sacrifice and honor their services on our behalf. Our hearts and prayers go out to their families."
Yes, ma'am.
When did you find out this news, sir?
Yesterday, about 8:30 at night.
No, it was the day before.
Yeah, I'm mixed up on the days, but it was a great loss. He was a good boy. He really was. Loved flying, loved aviation. He'd been brought up with flying, worked his way through college so he could go back into the Marine Corps. He just loved the Marine Corps. He was dead set against the Marine Corps. He loved it.
And I understand he got his love of flying from you. Is it true that he would join you in a two-seater plane at the age of 2?
Oh yeah, he loved. He was in there before too, but he loved airplanes. He just would fly with us, and we'd loosen up his seatbelt, and we would do like roller coasters. And him and his brother would sit there and they'd laugh, and they just loved flying. It's going to be missed. The military lost a great man. Yeah, it's hard to talk about it. And I feel bad for all the others that's been lost, too, in that crash.
Oh, we are so sorry. We have read a lot of what has been written about your son and his great service. Family and friends describe your son as a friendly and genuine man who was always smiling, a man who pursued flying with determination, and they said he was passionate about his job. He loved his country. You said he loved the Marines. When did you see this commitment to the Marines and this love of Marines forming?
Just right after, when he graduated, he went into the Marine Corps. Served on the SS Ranger. Then he got out of the Marine Corps, went to college, got his master's degree, got an AP license, a machinist license, re-enlisted back into the Marine Corps. And his wife is an ex-Marine. She was in the Marine Corps. He met her on the SS Ranger. She was stationed on that, and that's how they met.
And I know the two of them have 2 beautiful children here, in Alicia, who's 10, and Nathan, 7.
Yes, ma'am.
How are they all doing?
Well, they've had to give her, she's having a very hard time, like all the rest of us. Yeah, she's having a very, very hard time. But I stand behind President Bush 100%. I just wished all the other people would stand behind him and stop all this fighting and arguing and
help
stuff.
those people in Kuwait, in Iraq.
Is that Nancy, Mr. Aubin, joining us? No.
Joe's stepmom, Carol, and Jay's stepmom.
What would you like to tell us about Captain Jay?
Yeah, he was just a great, great person, you know. Anything he did, he was going to give it all he had and then some. He would set a goal, he'd set a really high goal, and he would just meet it, you know. He would just concentrate on that one goal, and he wanted to go into the Marines, so he would train, and, you know, he got in there, and he'd got into it, and he did the best he could, and right at the top all the time, just fight his way to the top, you know.
And Mr. Alban, I thought what you said earlier was so poignant about your support for President Bush as this war continues. Is there anything else you'd like to say about that? So much of the focus of the war has been so far on the, you know, on the military campaign and not on the human side of this and the loss that your family's endured and that other families in America will endure as well.
I just wish one thing. I wish President Bush everything that we're 100% behind him. I wish the protesters would go help the needy, pick up trash beside the road. They don't have to be out here and taking all our cops from doing other things. It's just a great, great loss to us.
We are so
I'm pretty much
sorry.
just staying in denial, and too, because it's going to be hard next week or two until Jay gets home. So I'm just trying to stay together, and, you know, I mean, he'll always be in our hearts, you know, but he had dedicated his life, and we didn't get to see him too much. We were hoping after he got out of the service we'd see more of him, because he'd go away for 2 or 3 years at a time to his school and, you know, and be in Japan or a different country for a couple of years.
We had him here. We have a little airport here. We were hoping he could come here.
Yeah, help us work on some airplanes, maybe spend some time, and, you know, between him and Tom, maybe I could get my A&P license.
Well, our prayers are with your family.
So if anybody has
I hope it brings you a measure of comfort that America really salutes your son's dignity and his service to his country. Once again, a local congressman describing it as Abraham Lincoln once said, the last full measure of devotion to their country. Again, thanks so much. Back to Bill in Kuwait City.
Unbelievable. Very difficult to listen to that, Paula. You know, you talk about that loss. I think if we look at this image right now that we're getting out of Iraq right now, this is the first videotape we've seen of our own crew, our own CNN crew, who made the decision to stay in Baghdad for the early days of this campaign. It was about 24 hours ago when the Iraqi officials had expelled our group of 4, Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, producer Ingrid Formanek, and photographer Brian Pucciati. They have now made it out of Iraq. They are safe. That is the important thing. And again, the first videotape we have seen of them, it's my understanding Nick is on a telephone there right along the Iraqi-Jordanian border. For our viewers, it was rather unfortunate that only 2 hours before the massive bombing campaign began last night, about 2 hours before that, they were pulled off the air and unable to report firsthand what was happening in the Iraqi capital. Since that time, they get on that highway that goes from east to west about 8 hours before you cross into the territory of Jordan. Nonetheless, as I repeat, the good news is that they are out and they are safe. Ingrid Formanek, you can see there her a short time ago. Interesting story on Nick and Ingrid. They were both in Baghdad back in January of 1991, and if you've seen the movie that has been made and put out on HBO, Live from Baghdad, they were 2 of the people featured in that film, and Ingrid and Nick both making the decision to go back 12 years later for this conflict. Oftentimes, Paula, we've seen in the past when journalists are expelled, and by the way, it was the last television network, American network, to have its employees kicked out of Baghdad. Oftentimes, the Iraqis have reversed their decisions, and it was, well, we were trying to be optimistic here in Kuwait anyway, that quite possibly on this time, again, the Iraqis would reverse themselves, but from this videotape in Jordan, that is not the case. Again, Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, Brian Pucciati, Ingrid Formanek, now out safe from Iraq. That's good news.
Well, I think the viewers who were with us on Wednesday night will vividly, or actually with us during the first wave of, well, let's explain this. On Wednesday night we had the strategic attack of the small complex of buildings in Iraq, followed by the beginning of another campaign the next day, and people remember Nick's vivid descriptions of what he saw from his hotel room. I think some people watching the show, if they haven't heard all his reporting, were wondering why why a man with 2 children and a wife would take those kind of risks, and he made it very clear that he had covered Desert Storm, he was experienced at doing this, and that this crew was not going to take any unnecessary chances staying in Baghdad. This is a crew that uses excessive caution as they go about their work, but it's happy to see them safe back in Jordan. Bill?
Nick is married to Margaret Lowry, a longtime CNNer herself, CNNer herself, I should say. Nick was quoted recently as saying that he actually sat down with his 2 young children back in London and explained to them what their father would be going through, and wanted to make sure it was okay with them, that they were comfortable with his experience. And one has to assume they gave the nod, and Nick is a guy who does not turn down an assignment lightly. If you go back to the beginning days of Afghanistan, Nick was there for months on end getting the story out for us here at CNN, and certainly for our viewers around the world. There was only, by my count, Paula, a handful of reporters still left in Baghdad. We have heard from some of them yesterday, but no reports lately today. And it's quite unfortunate, if you think about it, for the Iraqis to get their story out to the world. Quite unfortunate to kick some responsible journalists out of their country and not be able to transmit not just the pictures, because we can see them from the number of cameras set up in Baghdad, but also the words and the images to describe what's happening, what kind of experience it is in Baghdad. Some journalists are already quoted as saying last night, veteran correspondents showing that are explaining to us anyway that the display last night was, in their words now, just awesome. And they quoted some Iraqis as saying the Pentagon promised shock and awe, and one hotel employee was quoted as saying it was just that. It was awesome and it was shocking as well. Reem Brahimi, you saw a short time ago. She's been positioned in Baghdad for the better part, I think, of 5 months. We have seen her almost around-the-clock coverage in the Iraqi capital ever since this story started heating up back in the month of November. Our CNN crew, again, out of Baghdad, out of Iraq, now arriving in Jordan. Paula?
We're replaying this moment because this is very important to those of us. We're here at CNN. This is Larry Register being reunited with Nick Robertson. There was great concern about what Nick and his crew might experience as they made that long trip from Iraq south into Jordan. Once again, Bill pointing out that Nick and his team were among the last network crews to be kicked out of Iraq. We're trying to get Nick on the phone so he can describe to us what he saw on this trip out of the country. I'm not sure we have that established. Actually, we don't see the phone up to Nick's ear. We're going to stay with this picture for a short while and bring you up to date on what we do know. About 20 minutes from now, we're going to hear from the head of CENTCOM, Tommy Franks. This will be the first briefing that he has held with reporters from Qatar since the start of this campaign. Okay, have we established that contact yet? Not quite yet. We see Reem Brahimi, who's also a member of our crew, who has been doing some outstanding work out of Baghdad for the last couple of months. Once again, we have been led to believe that this first stage of shock and awe is expected to last some 24 hours. Many of you who joined us at about 1 p.m. yesterday saw this amazing barrage, about a 7-minute barrage of cruise missiles and bombs raining on the city of Baghdad, in addition to Mosul and Kirkuk. We have been told that maybe the first stage will end at 1 p.m. today. Of course, the battle plan is flexible, and we just don't know that. So as soon as we have more of those details available, we will let you know. We've also been keeping our eye on that huge black plume of smoke that continues to rise from the skyline of downtown Baghdad. We have been led to believe from General Shepard that the source of that might be something like hitting a fuel depot. But once again, we don't have a reporter on the ground there, and as soon as we can confirm that for you, we will. But Bill, we've been watching this now for about an hour and a half. Smoke is still rising.
Yeah, you know, Paula, just listening to your interview with the parents of that fallen Marine, Just to go back to that for a second before we roll the videotape in Jordan of our own CNN crew. By my count right now, the casualties on the American and British side over the past 24 hours, somewhat substantial. That helicopter crash, 4 Marines dead as a result of that, including 8 Brits who are on board as well. That happened in northern Kuwait. Apparently this mission was to go into southeastern Iraq, but after the weather turned bad, the helicopter turned around, and on their way back to their base in northern Kuwait is when that chopper, a Sea Knight known to the Marines, a CH-46, went down the desert. It was also yesterday afternoon, 2 Marines also killed in combat, the first combat casualties in southern Iraq. At one point, 1 Marine was leading a platoon, we're told, a platoon of Marines trying to secure an oil well when he was gunned down. Also near the town of Qasr, when gunfire broke out, another Marine was shot and killed. He died in southeastern Iraq at that point. Earlier today, off the coast of Kuwait in the Persian Gulf waters, 2 British helicopters leaving an aircraft carrier collided above the water shortly after takeoff. On board 6 Brits, 3 crew members in each helicopter, a total of 6 from the British, and also an American on board as well, dead as a result of that helicopter collision. Paula?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but we now have Nick Robertson and Reem Brahimi live from the border of Jordan and Iraq. Nick, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you fine, thanks.
I can't tell you how happy our organization is to see you and your team getting across safely from the border. If you are hearing a large explosion bleeding through my audio, I want you to know there is some construction work being done, some blasting work being done at the corner of, well, this building at the corner of 51st and 6th. So I don't want you to be alarmed by these loud, what appear to be explosions going off. We have confirmed with the building management that is all that is. Okay, so Nick, back to you and the more relevant story here, your return to Jordan. What did the two of you and the rest of your crew experienced as you worked your way out of Iraq?
Well, let me Reem answer this first. Go ahead, Reem.
My IFB isn't, I didn't understand the question.
Okay, let me step in for just a moment here. We've been asked, Reem, about what the journey was like coming back from Jordan. I'll pick up with Baghdad. Coming out of Baghdad, we saw collateral damage, windows blown out in shops near the presidential area that was very, very heavily damaged today. And as we came out of the streets of Baghdad, a lot of Ba'ath Party officials, that's the ruling party in Iraq, armed on street corners, groups of 2s, 3s and 4s in small trenches, bunkers in many, many places across the city as we headed towards the edge of the city. Let me hand over to Reem to follow up a bit more.
Yes, well, I'll take it from when we left the edge of the city. It seemed, it looked quite normal for a while, although very quiet, as you can imagine. I have to say that just as we left, we heard the last all clear siren. There had been another series of bombings in the morning just before we left. When we arrived on the highway basically to Jordan, the first little how would you call it, Nick? The place where the first little place where truck drivers stop. Well,
gas station.
Was it a gas station?
I
it
think
was also a gas station.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that first gas station had been hit, and then on the road to Jordan, this was about 100 kilometers, a little more maybe, before arriving at the border with Jordan. We did see one huge hole in the street, in the road, on the highway at one point, and then another lesser bit that was damaged a little further down. Nick,
now that you're out of Iraq, are you able to tell us why you were expelled? The Iraqis have done this in the past, and you've gotten back in. What happened?
Late yesterday afternoon, Iraqi officials told us that they were going to close the CNN office. They said that they were going to tell the CNN team to leave. They told us to leave, and it was late in the day. We said that we wanted to stay. It wasn't safe to leave because it was getting dark. They didn't really acquiesce on that issue. They just allowed that to happen. We stayed in the hotel overnight and left early this morning. Let me bring in for a moment, if I can, our executive producer here, Ingrid Formanek. Ingrid was more involved than all of us with the Iraqi officials over the last few days. Ingrid, just talk us through what happened, why did they expel us, and how did that progress over the last few days?
Well, obviously the situation had grown more tense in Iraq in recent days due to the bombing, and the officials were feeling the pressure. It's been a great propaganda campaign I mean, all sides want to control the media as much as possible, and that goes for the Iraqis as well as the Americans. And their concern was that they were getting their message out. They were increasingly intense as the bombing went on, and it just got very much more difficult to work. In the days during the bombing, we were not allowed to use our satellite phones from the rooms in our hotel, which made it more difficult to be able to report, but these two guys did a great job of doing that nevertheless, and we're very limited in being able to transmit pictures. All the satellite dishes remained at the Ministry of Information, which was in an area that was bombed heavily in the last few days, so we're unable to go there and transmit pictures, and therefore had to rely on phone communications to describe what was going on, and that's what Nick and me were doing. I also don't hear IFBs, just so you know.
Okay.
Can I,
so, Nick,
yeah, can I also add, I mean, I just wanted to add, the only other thing that we were able to do was we were able to go out. We were taken, in fact, bused. It was an organized bus tour by the Ministry of Information. We were bused to a couple of places. One of them was an electricity plant, a power plant, where we were introduced to the Minister of Electricity, and the point of the whole visit seemed to be to show us that the electricity network was still up and running, and also to show us the human shield that was still there despite the bombing having started and being well underway. And then we were taken also to a couple of hospitals where they showed us some of the injured people, the people that were injured in the first 2 days of bombing. So that was something else. But again, we were bused and taken back and forth by the authorities there.
Nick, I think the last time we saw you in this time period was Thursday, where you bravely described some of the strategic airstrikes that were happening in Baghdad. And you were telling us the very specific targets that were hit. And then 15 minutes later, when I came back to you, you made it very clear that there was a Iraqi minder standing right beside you. And even though you had reported all that information, it was on the wires, you were not allowed to say that again. Can you explain to us why that happened and what it was they were so concerned about?
The situation became very fluid. The situation changed as we were on air. We were also filming, our cameraman Brian Puchatti was filming the impacts as they were happening, the bombing as it was going on. Now, we did have a government official with us when I was talking with you, when he was filming. Then more government officials arrived and took Brian Puchatti's tape out of his camera and began to say things about our reporting. So it was clear that the mood at that stage was already changing. Now, it's not unheard of for Iraqi officials to do this. Back in 1991, they did ban us from reporting this on specific strategic military installations and conveying strategic information. So it wasn't a surprise. What perhaps was different last night when we weren't able to communicate with you at all, the bombing was much more intense. I know you've all been able to see that, but we had an extremely good field of view. We're able to see what was being hit. It was incredible to see the number of direct hits within the presidential compound in the center of Baghdad, a wide area that covers several square miles. Yet, as I looked around the city, if you move just away from that presidential area, the civilian areas weren't being targeted. Perhaps the only change by this morning that was significant, we began to hear aircraft through the night, but by morning, when the first of the bombing raids happened at 5:30, I heard the aircraft fly in, I heard the bomb strike close to our hotel. There was no air raid siren. It was clear to us this morning that Iraq's air defense capability, its early warning system, was not working properly. The air raid warning only went off after the bomb fell. Until that time, the air raid warnings had always given Iraqis in the capital at least 10, 15, 20 minutes notice. That this morning didn't seem to be working quite so well.
Nick, while I'm talking to you, I need to apologize to our audience. Believe it or not, there is a lot of blasting going on the floor that is above us, and it's making it sound like there's a major explosion going on here, when in fact all it is a conference room being constructed. We apologize. Unfortunately, you're going to have to deal with that throughout the morning. That is all it is. Okay, Nick, back to some of this reporting. You talked very pointedly about what you thought was hit during that first strike and then the second strike. One of the things that has been pointed out today by some of those reporters who were left in Baghdad last night when the shock and awe campaign got started was that the biggest concern now is hitting some of the air defense targets, and the problem with that is that some of those are located within population centers. Can you share with us your understanding of how challenging that might be to take some of those air defense systems out in Baghdad?
Well, the air defense systems in many cases are located on the top of buildings that are very adjacent to civilian areas. For example, the presidential area that was hit extensively last night. It was a, excuse me, excuse me. The residential area that was very adjacent to the presidential compound, that bore the brunt of some collateral damage, windows blown out. It would be quite easy to imagine if there were residents still in those houses, then they might have been potentially been in harm's way. But let me ask Reem, I'm not sure if you can hear the questions, but we're talking about the location of the anti-aircraft gun positions and the disposition of that in the city to civilians.
I have seen, in the year and so that I've been in Baghdad, I have seen anti-aircraft systems even on very low buildings, surprisingly low buildings, and buildings in very residential areas like the area near the University of Baghdad. They're quite easily visible. I don't think the Iraqis make a huge effort to hide them. They're also on many government buildings, but a lot of the government buildings are next to residential compounds or groups of buildings. So it would obviously be extremely difficult to target one of those without bearing any damage at all to what's around and what civilian population would be around. The whole of Baghdad is made that way, government building, and next to it residential compound that homes actually a lot of the time the government employees that work in that building. So it would be something very difficult to achieve, in fact.
Let me bring in Ingrid here with another question, if I may. Ingrid, you've been going into Baghdad since 1990. Do you see any difference in the disposition of anti-aircraft gun facilities? There's talk about a lot more defense around the capital.
There does seem to be a considerable amount of air defense around the city, but what I actually wanted to add to was the point you were talking about before is the type of bombing and the targeting. It was very interesting that this time around there was electricity in the city, there was running water in the city. And now there had been talk that perhaps the Americans would make an effort to spare the civilian population from the bombing and would make an effort to not alienate the Iraqi population. In 1991, very often when there's bombings going on, air campaigns, one of the first things that happens is the power goes out, the water stops, the medical services are very much stretched, and this time around, at least when we left this morning, that was not evident at all in the Iraqi capital. There was power, there was electricity, so those things were functioning, basic services were functioning. I thought that was a very interesting thing that some 48 hours after the bombing had started, all that was still happening. You would look at the city, the lights were on from a distance. If the bombing wasn't going on and you weren't seeing detonations or anti-aircraft fire, it actually looked like normal life at a distance.
And that was after many hundreds and hundreds of impacts over the 2 days we were there during the bombing.
Can I just add, this of course, I mean, you both remember this, that I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but there had been before a massive campaign on the part of humanitarian groups and aid groups saying how dire the situation would be for the Iraqi population if those facilities, what they call the vital facilities, electricity, power plants, water treatment plants, were to be hit. UNICEF, the UN Children's Fund, the CARE, a lot of those international organizations had made a lot of publicity over what the consequences would be. They talked about humanitarian catastrophe if indeed those facilities were hit and how much effect it would have on the Iraqi population. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but certainly that was a major concern among most Iraqis.
I want to come back to Ingrid for a moment. Ingrid, you were describing how involved you were with these last-minute negotiations once it was decided you all were going to be expelled. Can you share with us some of the last requests you made of the Iraqi government officials? Did you ask for an interview with Saddam Hussein? Were you led to believe he was still alive after that first night of the so-called decapitation attack?
There was a request put in from the network for an interview, of course. As far as our negotiations, and I'm having a hard time hearing you. I think you were asking about our negotiations to be able to stay. We did everything possible. We pointed out that it was in everybody's interest, in CNN's interest, in Iraq's interest, and certainly in the interest of the world and of the American people to see what was going on in Baghdad. It was very important to have a set of independent eyes and ears to report this. That's a point that we've always made to the Iraqi authorities throughout the years that we have been in Baghdad. We certainly made that point last night. We also pointed out that in all the years that we worked there, we have reported fairly, we followed the rules, and it was in their interest as well as ours. Now, of course, there was a request by the network for an interview with the president. Interestingly enough, the Iraqis have never, as far as we could tell, taken advantage of the foreign media in the sense that all over the world, for example, the Bush administration, they take advantage of the media. They speak every minute that they can get of airtime they will take to put across their point. This is done all over the world. The Iraqis, I think, have never taken full advantage of this, and I think it's a great missed opportunity because the world can hear and see what's happening if organizations like CNN are allowed to remain in Baghdad, and it's a great missed opportunity for everybody.
I think our expulsion at this time, if I can just add, if I may, I think our expulsion at this time points to the increasing pressure and stress being put on the Iraqi leadership at this time, and it looks, at least judging from when we left it, as if that is only going to increase at this time.
Nick, for the folks just joining us, I want to explain to them why we are talking with Ingrid Formanek, Nick Robertson, and Reem Brahimi. They are among some of the last journalists working for an American network that were kicked out of Iraq, and they're explaining to us why they were expelled and a little bit of their harrowing journey out of Iraq. I want to bring Bill in this discussion in just a second. One final question to all of you about whether you felt at any time once you were expelled your lives were in any danger during this very long road trip. Nick?
I didn't hear that question.
Reem, we were just being asked there. Yeah, let me put this to Reem actually. Reem, we were just being asked, did we feel when we were being expelled that our lives were in danger?
I wouldn't say we felt our lives were in danger at that point, but I would not have felt comfortable defying that request to leave the country, for one, and certainly the expulsion made us extremely aware, as Nick was just saying, that this, with the pressure of the American bombing, with the threats that have been building up to this moment for the past few months now, it did hit on us that we did become aware that we're now in a totally different ball game. All the times that we've been reporting so far, all that was very different. We're now in a different set of rules, a different set of references, and clearly the concerns were maybe things that they didn't explain to us very clearly in some way. So definitely there was very little margin there, I would say, to maneuver. That's my personal feeling. I don't know about Nick.
Ingrid, did you feel that we were under particular threat after the expulsion order?
Not necessarily after the expulsion order more than before, but I think that any country that is under attack and the rules are changing very rapidly, there's a set of unknown factors that are very, very difficult to calculate. And as we report, we always try and calculate these factors into the equation of how safe do we feel to stay in a place, to report in a place. And when you look at a place like Iraq that is very isolated, that only has government-controlled media, there are very limited options for people to get alternate points of view. And that, of course, limits possibilities and limits maneuvering. So there's fewer options perhaps than in other places. Feeling under threat, personally, I don't think that equation changed that much after we expelled, but it was made perfectly clear to us that it was in our best interest to leave.
If I can just add for our viewers, although you're only seeing three of us right now, the fourth member of our team, Brian Pachatti, just can't fit up on the back of the truck at the moment. But what made us feel safer was being a stronger team. That's something we've built up over a period of time, and Brian was a very, very strong unifying part of that team, and I think it's being a good, strong team that's helped us get through this. And there were troubling moments, but I don't think at any point we really felt our lives were in danger. But we didn't also want to push our luck, really knowing just how beginning to be erratic the administration in Iraq was beginning to appear to us.
Well, we couldn't be more pleased to have your distinguished team back safely in Jordanian territory. I, for one, don't think we'll ever forget the looks of joy on your faces as you walk towards our cameras this morning. Thank you all, and I hope you're able to get some rest at some point. Just wanted to let you know, in about 2 minutes or so, General Tommy Franks, the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Central Command, will be holding a news briefing. We will drop in on that live. Please stay with us.
Frank, the commander of the invasion forces, he'll be giving his first news briefing on the war in Iraq. You're looking here at live pictures coming from Qatar, where we'll have that briefing. We'll take you there live when that happens, so stay with us. Now, air raid sirens are blaring off and on in Baghdad. You can still see some smoke there in that town, but we caution you that we have very limited views of the city this morning, and there's surely more that we can't see. We've been watching this smoke all morning. Bombs and missiles have been raining on the capital and elsewhere in the country since 1 p.m. yesterday, Eastern Time. More lives have been lost in an accident involving helicopters. 2 British Navy Sea King helicopters collided in midair today over the Persian Gulf, and 6 Britons and 1 American naval officer were killed. This comes a day after 12 U.S. and British Marines were killed when their helicopter crashed in Kuwait. The number of Iraqi soldiers who have surrendered to coalition forces is now in the thousands. An entire Iraqi military division, that's about 8,000 soldiers, all gave up yesterday. Well, the war is sparking protests worldwide. That continues. Tens of thousands of demonstrators gathered yesterday in Damascus, Syria. Some of them were carrying pictures of Saddam Hussein there. In Chicago, no pictures of Hussein, but there were more than 60 demonstrators arrested yesterday during a massive gathering there. It was just one of several demonstrations across the country. CNN's coverage of the strike on Iraq continues right now.
Good morning, welcome. I'm Paula Zahn. Coalition forces are engaging Iraqi forces inside of Iraq, on the ground, in the air. Air raid sirens in Baghdad today could signal a new round of attacks after a night of heavy bombing, although more recently we've been led to believe that perhaps that black plume of smoke we've been watching all morning is a result of a fuel depot spot being hit. We'll keep you posted on that. You're looking at pictures of the bombs and missiles that began falling on Baghdad and other Iraqi cities on Friday in what is being called the initial phase of the shock and awe campaign. Iraq's information minister says more than 200 civilians were wounded in the Baghdad bombing. Still unknown at this hour is Saddam Hussein losing his grip on power. We are hearing word of negotiations for a mass surrender. Apparently, Bill, there are negotiations going on between Iraqi defectors and leading military leaders of Iraq, as well as CIA operatives. So we'll keep you all posted on that. Of course, someone is hoping that will yield some more surrenders. We saw the surrenders of some 8,000 soldiers earlier today. Those folks are now being imprisoned, and as Christiane Amanpour said, I think they were just recently put in a ship and being taken someplace else. We'll keep you posted on all that. Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Paula. Good afternoon from Kuwait, about 5 o'clock local time. Paula, this is the time when we do expect Tommy Franks to have his first briefing down in Qatar. Any moment. Once that gets underway, we'll bring it to you live. Before that happens, though, some developments from around the region right now, conflicting reports about whether or not Turkish forces have crossed into northern Iraq. The issue a major concern and a touchy one because of Kurdish groups in the area. They control much of that area, opposed to having Turks involved. A long-standing animosity between these two groups. Central Iraq right now, CNN's Walter Rogers with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry U.S. Army says the column has been held up for much of the day this afternoon as artillery and airstrikes called in to knock out Iraqi troops that fired on it. They brought in some planes, A-10 Warthogs known as the tank killers in the U.S. Air Force. And they are frozen right now, but we anticipate the possibility they could be moving again sometime soon. Situation still unclear around Basra, southeastern part of the country, 2nd largest city, about 400,000 in terms of population. British sources say most regular Iraqi troops have left. but other reports say fighting is still ongoing. And again, Paula, as we get to all this right now, Tommy Franks at the podium in Qatar, the first time we have seen him since the conflict broke out 3.5 days ago.
Well, good afternoon. Let me begin by saying that my heart and the prayers of this coalition go out to the families of those who have already made the ultimate sacrifice. Because of the courage and the dedication of these heroes, the mission of Operation Iraqi Freedom will be achieved. As President Bush said, as a last resort, we must be willing to use military force. We are willing, and we're using military force. I'm pleased to be joined today by Air Marshal Brian Burridge, Great Britain, Brigadier Murray McNarn of Australia, Rear Admiral Per T. Demond from Denmark, Lieutenant Colonel Jan Blom from the Netherlands. 4 coalition partners represented here with us, and as many of you would know, we have at our home in Tampa, Florida, the home of Central Command, 52 nations represented. What many of you may not know is that many of these nations are also represented in the command posts of our component commands located in a number of countries in the region. You know, Secretary of Defense Don Rumsfeld, my boss, yesterday outlined the military objectives of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Let me review them with you. First, end the regime of Saddam Hussein. Second, to identify, isolate, and eliminate Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. Third, to search for, to capture, and to drive out terrorists from that country. Fourth, to collect such intelligence as we can related to terrorist networks. Fifth, to collect such intelligence as we can related to the global network of illicit weapons of mass destruction. Sixth, to end sanctions and to immediately deliver humanitarian support to the displaced and to many needy Iraqi citizens. Seventh, to secure Iraq's oil fields and resources, which belong to the Iraqi people. And last, to help the Iraqi people create conditions for a transition to a representative self-government. Today I thought I would describe the campaign you're seeing and provide you an operational update. Let me begin by saying this will be a campaign unlike any other in history. A campaign characterized by shock, by surprise, by flexibility, by the employment of precise munitions on a scale never before seen, and by the application of overwhelming force. Let me talk for a minute about our capabilities. The coalition now engaged in and supporting Operation Iraqi Freedom includes Army and Marine forces from the land component, air forces from several nations, naval forces to include the Coast Guard, and special operations forces. Our plan introduces these forces across the breadth and depth of Iraq, in some cases simultaneously, and in some cases sequentially. In some cases, our special operations forces support conventional ground forces. Examples of this include operations behind enemy lines to attack enemy positions and formations, or perhaps to secure bridges and crossing sites over rivers, or perhaps to secure key installations like the gas oil platforms, and of course in some cases to adjust air power, as we saw in Afghanistan. Now in some cases our air forces support ground elements or support Special Operations Forces by providing fires and intelligence information, perhaps offensive electronic warfare capabilities. At other times, coalition airmen deliver decisive, precision shock, such as you witnessed beginning last night. At certain points, Special Operations Forces and ground units support air forces by pushing enemy formations into positions to be destroyed by air power. And in yet other cases, our naval elements support air, support ground operations, or support Special Operations Forces by providing aircraft, cruise missiles, or by conducting maritime operations or mine clearing operations. And so the plan we see uses combinations of these capabilities that I've just described. It uses them at times and in places of our choosing in order to accomplish the objectives I mentioned just a moment ago. That plan gives commanders at all levels, and it gives me latitude to build the mosaic that I just described in a way that provides flexibility so that we can attack the enemy on our terms, and we are doing so. And now a bit on what you've seen over the last now less than 72 hours. The initiation of combat operations. We refer to that as D-Day. The introduction of Special Operations Forces. We refer to that as S-Day. The introduction of ground forces, G-Day. And the introduction of shock air forces, A-Day. Additionally, a number of emerging targets have been struck along the way and will continue to be struck as they emerge. So the sequence you have seen up to this point has been S-G-A. That sequence was based on our intelligence reads, how we see the enemy, and on our sense of the capabilities of our own forces. In a few minutes, Brigadier General Vince Brooks, one of our operations officers, will provide a number of visuals which reflect operations up to this point. In the days ahead, you will see evidence of the truth of Secretary Rumsfeld's statement yesterday when he said Saddam Hussein was given a choice by the international community to give up his weapons of mass destruction or lose power. He chose unwisely, and now he will lose both. Let me introduce General Vince Brooks to give you a little bit of an idea of what operations over the last 3 days have looked like. Vince?
Thank you, sir, very much. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to take a few minutes to brief you now on some of the operations that have occurred by the coalition over the last several days. The operation, of course, began on the 19th of March, and since that time, coalition forces have already achieved a number of several key mission objectives. Our first effort is aggressive and direct attacks to disrupt the regime's key command, control, communications, integrated air defense, and ballistic missiles using very precise targeting and methods that will achieve the desired effects. This video shows an attack against an Ababil 100 in southern Iraq and resulted in its destruction. Our second focus is on special operations. Coalition Special Operations Forces entered Iraq at night after destroying Iraqi military outposts, as this short video shows. You will see two clips. The first is an outpost along the border, and the second is a building that supported observers on the border. The Special Operations Forces then began looking for Saddam Hussein's and the regime's weapons of mass destruction and their ballistic missiles that threaten their neighbors. Additionally, Coalition Special Operations Forces saved 3 key oil terminals that are used for export through the Gulf. And these terminals are key to the future of Iraq. And by preventing certain destruction, the coalition has preserved the future of Iraq. This is the area where the 3 terminals were in southern Iraq and in the Arabian Gulf. On these platforms, we found a variety of things. We found weapons, ammunition, and explosives. These explosives are not meant for defenders. Our coalition maritime forces have destroyed the Iraqi naval forces as the following video shows. Now, this is a patrol boat being attacked from the air, and in a moment you'll see the secondary explosion completing its destruction. It will come in this image here. They're also very active in ensuring that the waterways remain open and unmined so that Iraq is not cut off from the aid that is prepared to flow in. What you see in the next image is a tugboat that appears to be carrying oil drums. In fact, it is a mining vessel that transports mines. Interdictions like this one done by our coalition maritime forces and others over the last 2 days prevented for sure the release of 139 floating mines into the Khar Abdullah, which is an inlet that joins the Iraqi inland waterways with the Arabian Gulf. Ground maneuver forces attacked to seize the key Rumaila oil fields and simultaneously began an unprecedented combined arms penetration deep into Iraq. The attack continues as we speak and has already moved the distance of the longest maneuver in the 1991 Gulf War in 1/4 of the time. The oil fields were spared destruction that was intended by the regime because of the effectiveness of these attacks. In the next image you'll see wells that were set afire on the 19th in the afternoon before the coalition attack began. By the next day, the land component had already entered Iraq and prevented any further destruction. And this is video from the entering forces. And the good news is only 9 of the roughly 500 oil wells that are in the Rumaila oil field, only 9 were sabotaged by the regime. The flame on the bottom shows where that location is. All the rest of them are okay. I should add that the power of information has been key throughout this operation, and it is truly having the effect of saving lives of the Iraqi people and military units who are choosing not to fight and die for a doomed regime. Leaders from several regular Army divisions surrendered to coalition forces, and their units abandoned their equipment and returned to their homes, just as the coalition had instructed. We know that there are other forces on the battlefield that we haven't even arrived at yet, and as this next image shows, there are Iraqi units that are preparing to surrender, even now as we speak. These are lines of roughly 700 Iraqi soldiers that we've imaged in the desert, away from their equipment, awaiting our arrival. The coalition is committed to disarming Iraq, but the coalition is equally committed to bringing humanitarian assistance to the Iraqi people. Our humanitarian work in Iraq is only beginning. The U.S. military, coalition partners, and other civilian organizations from around the world have positioned millions of meals, medicines, and other supplies for the Iraqi people. This image shows some of the stocks of humanitarian daily rations that we are already preparing to push forward as they're required. Our coalition forces will continue to coordinate closely with a broad array of organizations and ensure that as much aid as is possible can be provided to the Iraqi people when it is required and where it is required. Sir?
Thanks, Vince. So as we speak, our forces are operating inside Iraq. We have operations ongoing in the north, in the west, in the south, in and around Baghdad. Our troops are performing as we would expect, magnificently. And indeed, the outcome is not in doubt. There may well be tough days ahead, but the forces on the field will achieve the objectives that have been set out by the governments of this coalition. And with that, we'd be pleased to take your questions. Please.
Sir, George Stephanopoulos, ABC News. I wonder if you could comment on the status of the surrender negotiations with the senior Iraqi military or civilian leadership. Are they continuing? Are you personally involved? And is the U.S. willing to accept a coalition of Iraqi...
The plan calls for, sir.
Kevin Dunn for ITV News of London. General Franks, what can you tell us about the success in attacking so-called regime targets? What can you tell us what you know of the status, whereabouts or health of Saddam Hussein? And what do you say to those people who say that people who are most likely to be shocked and awestruck by shock and awe are the Iraqi civilians you claim to be liberating?
I think on the third point, I wouldn't offer anything beyond what I said a minute ago. With respect to what is going on with the regime right now, I think that there is a certain confusion that is going on within the regime. I believe command and control is not exactly as advertised on Baghdad television. I believe that we should all be very confident that the application of force that's going into that country is designed to be so precise that it avoids in every way possible exposure of non-combatants to that. And with respect to the first part of your question, I think I don't talk about strategic targets and so forth. What I talk about is emerging targets. Emerging targets can be leadership targets. They can be military formations. They can be some mobile communications capability that the regime has. And on several occasions up to this point, in fact, we have attacked emerging targets, several within the last 24 hours. And so in order for me to pick one and isolate it, it just actually doesn't serve our purpose or our plan. And so it is part of that mosaic that I described. We see it every day, and we'll continue to see it as these targets emerge. Let me come over here, please. Sir.
General David Lee Miller, Fox News. Have you been able to locate any weapons of mass destruction, or are you hearing anything about weapons of mass destruction from some of the people you're now taking into custody, POWs and detainees?
Weapons of mass destruction represents one of the key objectives that we have here to locate them, to control them. We receive information every day from a number of sources with respect to weapons of mass destruction. Some of it may turn out to be good information. Some of it is a bit speculative. One would expect that weapons of mass destruction would perhaps be found in certain parts of the country, and that is work that lies in front of us rather than work that we have already accomplished is probably the best way I can answer your question. Please.
Good day, General. Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. Can you update us on the status of Basra, and to what extent are Turkish forces in the north complicating your plans?
Basra is the second largest population center in Iraq. And although we have seen the regime position weapons in and around precious facilities, civilian facilities inside Basra, we have not seen large numbers of formations, and so our intent is not to move through and create military confrontations in that city. Rather, we expect that that we'll work with Basra and the citizens in Basra the same way I believe has been widely reported in Mqasr. What we have seen up to this point is that the Iraqis are welcoming the forces when they come in, and so once again this is about liberation and not about occupation, and so our desire will be to work with the civilian populations in Basra. And I'm sorry, what was your other question?
Turkish forces that are reported to be encroaching into Iraq, what degree of complication?
Yeah, I've seen much about that, and actually I believe that the Turkish formations that we see in northern Iraq are very light formations. We see them move in and out of Turkey. There is continuing discussion, I know, at the political level to decide exactly how much of that, when, is acceptable and so forth. And I guess I would say that that's sort of above my pay grade. Obviously, we have consultations, we have contact. I have one of my general officers in Turkey working with the Turks and have had him there for some time. And so we're able to maintain coordination and I believe the necessary cooperation with the Turkish government up to this point.
General Paul Adams from the BBC. Your targeting of regime targets in Baghdad seems to be that you're targeting some parts of the regime, some parts most closely identified with Saddam Hussein himself, some ministries, and leaving others untouched. Is this part of sowing confusion in the regime, perhaps setting one part of it against another?
It actually is simply a part of the mosaic that I talked about a minute ago. It is an issue of taking what we know and what we form into target sets, specific locations, and using appropriate weapon systems against those targets at points and at times of our choosing. And it is a complex process. It is very, very carefully done. It is very carefully planned, and at least up to this point, I believe has been magnificently executed. Please.
Martha Grant with Newsweek magazine. You've talked a little bit about the agility of the modern military. Could you possibly walk us back to Wednesday when you got the information about the target of opportunity and explain in some detail, if you would, sir, how did you react? What did you have to do to scramble to get that to happen? And how did it affect the actual start of the war?
Why would you ask if we had to scramble? Actually, as I said, a plan that's agile, a plan that is flexible, provides what we call branches to be able to undertake a number of actions at the same time. I talked a little bit about S-Day and G-Day and A-Day, and I also said that throughout the course of this planning and this operation, there will always be a need to engage emerging targets. Now, sometimes emerging targets will be engaged by ground forces, and sometimes engaging targets will be engaged by air forces, and so forth. Now, actually, what I will say about that emerging target, which is much reported on and much talked about, is from my view, that was about as close a coordination as I have ever seen work a time-sensitive or an emerging target. And as you know, I've worked a great many of them in Afghanistan. That target was worked on an amazing timeline, and in fact did not cause the adjustment of a single aspect of what we've been about since this thing started. Please.
General Franks, Jonathan Marcus from BBC World Service. One of the most striking things in your...
See a lot of you BBC guys.
We're like you. We've got lots of different arms, lots of different services. One of the most striking thing in your briefing was your comments: several regular Iraqi army divisions have surrendered, or their leaders have surrendered. Right. The troops have abandoned their weapons. The soldiers have gone home. You showed us a picture of troops in the desert. It wasn't a great picture as far as I was concerned. I couldn't see much about it. This is a very important propaganda issue. If the Iraqi forces here, through a whole variety of means, that units are just simply melting away.
Right.
That would be information that would be very useful for you to have imparted by the world's media. What further information, what further evidence can you give us that leads us to accept that probably tens of thousands or many thousand Iraqi troops are simply melting away and going home?
I don't recall having said thousands or tens of thousands. I think when I walked out to come over here, we had seen enemy prisoners of war in the range of 1,000 to 2,000, which we actually have in custody right now. We have, with certain knowledge, the fact that thousands more have laid down their weapons and have gone home. And we have, with certain knowledge, that little picture that Vince Brooks showed up here a minute ago is in fact about 700 Iraqis lined up in a way that they were instructed by way of leaflets and radio broadcasts to line up if they chose not to be engaged. Sir, please.
Mr. Paul, thank you for being with us finally. Do you have any personal message for the families of the casualties? And for the second question, do you think Iraqi President Saddam Hussein would become a black shadow like Osama bin Laden is right now?
I think that the President of the United States was very clear when he talked about regime change and when he talked about controlling this regime's weapons of mass destruction. I've said on a number of occasions that when our nations, when the international community commits, as we have, to go to war to unseat this regime, that this is not about a single personality. This is about the control over a country for decades in a way that has been threatening to the peace-loving peoples of the world. And so that's probably the best I can give you on the second, on your second question. And I'm sorry I didn't understand the first one.
The first one is about a personal statement for the families of the casualties.
Oh, for the families of the casualties? Absolutely. As I said in my opening remarks, my heart goes out to the loved ones and to the families of those who have fallen. I think all of us who have served in prior wars at different times in different places have a certain feeling about the loss of a comrade. These are wonderful young people, and my personal thoughts and prayers and the thoughts and prayers of a great many nations go out to their families. Please, ma'am.
Yes, Kathy Shen from Phoenix in Hong Kong. There's been so many rumors about Saddam Hussein's whereabouts. Do you have any idea where Saddam is at right now, and how confident are you in capturing him? Thank you.
Actually, I have no idea where he is right now. I suppose we'll know more in the days ahead, and that's the best answer I can give you. Sir, please.
Paul Hunter with Canadian Broadcasting. Given all the talk of leading up to this of chemical weapons, how surprised are you that no chemical weapons have been fired at your troops, and what does that tell you about whether or not they exist, and how concerned are you that they still might be coming?
I think it's, well, of course we're concerned and will remain concerned. I think that there are two ways to look at an enemy, and one way is to try to anticipate what he might think or what he might do. That's not the way that I think we choose to do it. What we try to do is determine his military capacity and then prepare our forces and prepare ourselves to meet the weapon of mass destruction use if he should choose to do so. You know, I think the President said the other day that there will be people, and there have been people who have believed that through the use of terrorism, potentially through the use of weapons of mass destruction, that we, this coalition, can be driven away from our goals. Simply not going to happen. Someone asked me not too long ago, what happens if this regime uses weapons of mass destruction? And my response was, we win. And that's because we have a commitment to this operation, and our people have a commitment. And so I would give you the same answer. We would be hopeful that, that those with their triggers on these weapons understand what Secretary Don Rumsfeld said in his comments yesterday. Don't use it. Don't use it. Sir.
This is Li Zhongshen from Shanghai TV, China. General Francis, it was reported that more than 200 Iraqi civilians have been killed or injured ever since the war began. Do you have any comment on that? So what kind of measurement has the coalition taken or is going to take in order to minimize the civilian casualty during the military action? Right. Thank you very much.
With respect to a question of you know, how do you feel about that? I think that the nature of war, which is why my own president said it's a last resort, it's a final option, is that non-combatants are injured and killed in a war. That's why the members of this coalition go literally to extraordinary lengths in order to be able to be precise in our targeting. We've done that, and we'll continue to do that, because there is no assurance that this Operation Iraqi Freedom, ends in a matter of hours, or that it ends in a matter of days. I think what we do is we remain guided by principles, and the principles involve the accomplishment of our mission on the shortest timeline possible, protecting innocent lives, both our own and the lives of innocent civilians. Sir, that's the best I can give you. Sir.
Omar, satellite channel. There's an impression here in the region that you're having more trouble than you're willing to admit, that you're meeting stiffer resistance than you're willing to admit. One case being brought to mind is Qasr, if you can talk about that. And yesterday, following the airstrikes, the Iraqi information minister said that your forces are going to be decapitated and routed. If you can comment on that. Thank you.
Sure. I think there might be an expected response to that question, which actually you won't get from me. I don't think it's appropriate for senior military people to wave their arms in response to the sort of hype that was described, and so I won't do that. I'll simply say that we have been and will remain deadly serious about our business, and all in this room should remain convinced that what we say from this podium, myself or my staff, or what we say from the various press centers associated with this coalition, will be absolute truth as we know it. Please, sir.
Adi Raval, ABC News. Sir, does the Iraqi military still have the ability to strike Israel with ballistic missiles?
One doesn't know whether the regime has the ability to strike any neighboring country with missiles. We do know that more than 24 Scud launchers remain unaccounted for since the days of the Gulf War. We also know that we want to provide the best defensive capability that we can, and we know that we want to posture our force dispositions in a way that makes attacks on neighboring countries just as hard as we can make it. Now, as you know, there have been, at least to my knowledge, 6 surface-to-surface missile attacks into Kuwait over the last couple of days. And if my memory serves, 4 of those were destroyed by Patriot units. In fact, 1 was destroyed by a Kuwaiti Patriot unit. 1 was permitted to fly harmlessly into the northern Arabian Gulf, and another into an unpopulated desert area. And so, does that provide fact certain that that we can provide the 100th percentile of defense? Absolutely not. There is no certainty. I will say, sir, that I like our posture the way we see it right now. Ma'am.
Nicole Linford from the Associated Press. You mentioned at the start of the briefing the efforts to rout the terrorist networks from Iraq. Can you give us some details of what you're doing specifically in that regard? Ansar al-Islam up in the Kurdish areas, can you give us some details on that effort?
I can't really provide you a lot of detail. I can tell you that from time to time in Iraq we will come across what we believe to be terrorist-associated activity or people, and when we do so, we will strike them, and then we will exploit the site subsequent to the strike. I can tell you that, in fact, we did strike last evening a terrorist complex, the one that you just made reference to, and I won't describe exactly what action we'll be taking in the next few days with regard to that particular site. Okay, sir, please, back here.
We are getting close from the 4th day of war, and till now we can't see any sign of weapons of mass destruction. We can't see any using of weapons of mass destruction by Iraq. Was it a big lie or just a cover to justify your invasion of Iraq and to remove its regime, which still cannot use any kind of these weapons to defend itself and against your attacks? Thank you.
A bit less than 72 hours of this operation so far, and as I said earlier, potential for days and for weeks ahead. There is no doubt that the regime of Saddam Hussein possesses weapons of mass destruction, and as this operation continues, those weapons will be identified, found, along with the people who have produced them and who guard them. And of course, there is no doubt about that. It will come in the future. Sir, please.
Sir, Peter Lloyd, Australian Television, ABC. A point of clarification: do you know the location of weapons of mass destruction, or is this effectively an armed inspector's job?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you know the locations of the WMD you're talking about? Have you some indications, or is this effectively an army of inspectors?
Well, no, I think what this is a coalition force that is designed to take down this regime and to control the weapons of mass destruction, which for certain sure exist within Iraq. And the approaches and the amount of time that it will take to identify those weapons and control them remains to be seen, very candidly. Please.
Jeff Schaefer, Associated Press Television. I understand you can't comment specifically on the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein. You might not know that. But do you believe that he's still alive? Do you believe he was wounded in a strike the other day? And do you believe, if he is alive, is he still running the country?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if he's alive or not. But interestingly, the way we're undertaking this this military operation, it would not be changed irrespective of the location or the life of this one man, and that's why we talk about the regime. It would not surprise any of us that whether Saddam Hussein is alive or dead, that our forces have engaged, as I mentioned earlier, in combat operations against the forces of this regime, both in and around Baghdad, which we all saw on television last night, and in a number of other cases in this country. And so it is not about that one personality. In fact, it is about this regime. And so that's what we're going to focus on. Sir, please.
Neil Twiggy from the Daily Telegraph in London. Do you think it was an error that the Stars and Stripes were raised over Iraqi territory yesterday? And what kind of military government beckons for post-war Iraq?
Actually, I don't know. I think that is that depends on the eye of the beholder. I think that that in zeal, people will want to represent that they have achieved a certain milestone. And if you're from our country, then one of the first things that can pop into the young man's mind is to raise his national colors. I suppose I found it to be much more instructive that immediately following that, and recognizing that his job had to do with liberation and not occupation, that he quickly brought down his colors. Please.
This is news channel from Shanghai TV China. Mr. Franks, could you please tell me why this news conference was delayed? Because you know this is quite unusual. Everybody expect that there's going to be a news conference at the first night of the airstrike. So lots of rumors were confirmed by not Central Command, but the Pentagon. Thank you.
A very good question. And having to do with why the timing of this press conference and why not yesterday or the day before or whatever. Actually, many of the media embedded with coalition forces would tell you that that we're a bit sensitive about the possibility of leaking information that risks the lives of our people who are engaged in this work. I could give you an example. Were we to have a press conference here, or in fact a press conference in Washington that described what might happen on S-Day, or answered questions, the nature of which you've asked me here today, for all very good questions, then the risk of providing just that one piece of information that winds up risking the mission or winds up risking the lives of the people who have been put to this task, it seems to me just isn't worth it. And so the decision has been that we would move through the first few days of this before our command here made any comment. We'll try our best to provide fact-based information on a daily basis to the press center here. I feel very good about that. But I will also tell you that I feel very good about the work that's been done up to this point. Last question, please. Sir.
General Chas Henry from WTOP Radio. Operationally, what's the greatest surprise you've encountered to this date, a circumstance or the outcome that you least expected?
Actually, my greatest surprise was when I got up this morning and I looked at my computer and I realized that my wife had sent me a happy anniversary note this morning that I had forgotten to send her one. Actually, there have been no surprises in the way that you asked the question. One is surprised, I think, when one has not had a year to think through the possibilities. Much has been said and written about this business of one plan good enough and another not, and so forth. And the fact of the matter is that for a period of about a year, a great deal of intense planning and a great deal of what-ifing by all of us has gone into this so that we prepare ourselves and prepare our subordinates in a way that we minimize the number of surprises. There will be surprises, but we have not yet seen them. Thanks a lot. Best to you.
He does not greet reporters often, but today Tommy Franks did break his silence for the first time since Operation Iraqi Freedom has gotten underway down the coast in Qatar, where Central Command has been established for this ongoing conflict. While Tommy Franks was talking, our CNN crew just out of Iraq feeding in some videotape taken earlier today in and around Baghdad. We're going to roll in some of this tape right here, and as you look at it, I have not seen it myself. I understand, though, it shows extensive damage throughout the Iraqi capital. As you get a look at that, just look over some facts quickly as to what we learned from Tommy Franks, saying today that no coalition aircraft have been damaged thus far. Also saying, as we reported yesterday, only 9 wells have been sabotaged thus far. The waterways are a major effort to keep them open in the southeastern part of Iraq. 139 floating sea mines have been located and secured. Asked quite directly as to whether or not the coalition forces have found evidence of weapons of mass destruction. Bit of an evasive answer, not quite clear from Tommy Franks, but he did say quite pointedly later, there is no doubt, he says, no doubt that Saddam Hussein's regime has weapons of mass destruction. A lot of talk, too, about whether or not the Iraqi leader is still alive. When asked that question, pretty frank as well from Tommy Franks, saying I don't know. At one point, he stressed the fact that this military plan is flexible and it has to stay that way, and I believe we saw that on Wednesday night when we saw the first cruise missiles go into central and southern Baghdad about 2 hours before that 48-hour ultimatum deadline was issued from the White House. Again, the pictures from Baghdad from our CNN crew fed in a short time ago. And as we watch those, we go back to New York. And again, here's Paula.
Bill,
Paula?
we're going to stay with that picture and add a little more to what you've just said because we have the time. General Tommy Franks describing the start of the shock and awe part of this campaign is going exceptionally well. He said the targeting has been precise, that all precise munitions have been used, and that no targets selected were inappropriate. He said the Baghdad targets chosen, or that were chosen to avoid non-combatants. We're going to stay with this picture as we talk with General Shepard because this is probably the clearest idea of how specific this video showing us how specific these targets are and were yesterday about 1 p.m. Eastern Time. General Shepard, the Iraqis are saying that 19 missiles hit their sights. Have you been given any suggestion that it is actually more than that?
Paul, I have. Some of the information we have is that there were 39 targets struck in this complex, and multiple weapons were employed on many of these targets. As I just look and count the impacts there, it looks to me like a lot more than 19. But I'll make one point. This has been referred to by many people as the bombing of downtown Baghdad. That's partially true. This is in downtown Baghdad, but it's a confined area on the western bank of the Tigris River, the governmental and military area of the west bank of the Tigris River there. So it's a very confined area, and I suspect it'll be struck again, Paul.
The other thing I want you to talk about as we continue to look at these exclusive pictures I wasn't even aware that we had, as Nick Robertson and his crew were expelled from Iraq. They captured this from their hotel balcony before they made it to the Jordanian border. The two words that I heard General Tommy Franks use a number of times were agile and flexibility, and describing this plan and the number of actions that can happen at the same time. What is it that we should expect?
Well, I'll give you an example of what he's talking about. He had planned, according to the information we have, to basically launch the air campaign, the shock and awe campaign first, and to be followed simultaneously but behind the air campaign with the ground war. Because of the setting on fire of the oil wells, he launched the ground campaign first, and then several days later, or rather a couple days later, the shock and awe of the air campaign. So he was flexible enough to do that. And the other flexibility he demonstrated was the emerging leadership target, the decapitation target. It took but a few hours to basically organize, get the approval, and then get all the munitions flowing en route. So I believe that's what he was talking about in the flexibility. And what he's also saying is, hey, it's going to take as long as it's going to take. There is no necessary timeline. If we get slow in one area, we may move fast in another, but we have the flexibility to do that. That's the way I read it, Paula.
General Shepard, we're going to try to look at some of the images we saw during this news conference for you to explain their relevance. There was a shot at one point where General Franks was describing a tugboat that was carrying oil drums of having been taken out. Actually, this isn't the specific image, but this image we can learn from as well. And he talked about how blowing up that boat prevented the release of 139 mines.
Yeah, what you just saw there, you were looking at was the missile sites and the missile control vehicle there that I believe was struck. And the tugboat had 139 mines on it. It was sunk, as we saw by those, had a secondary explosion that essentially blew it apart. Probably a lot of the mines exploding. Now, had you had those 139 mines unleashed in the lower part of the Qasr port there, the port would have been unusual for ingoing and outgoing oil on the outgoing side, and then humanitarian supplies on the incoming side that are essential to reconstructing Iraq. So the interception of this tugboat was a major, major plus. Also, a lot of the approach channels throughout the Gulf are very, very narrow, and if you sunk a major ship in any of those approach channels, you would have a major problem on your hand. So the Coast Guard and naval forces of the coalition are really being on watch for this type of thing to keep the mines out of the area.
General Shepard, do you mind standing by? We need to take a short break here. Just a final footnote here. When asked about whether Saddam Hussein was still alive, General Frank says, "I have no idea." And then he eventually went on to say in an answer to another question that the mission would not change if Saddam Hussein is dead. Now, the other thing reporters ask him about is, what can you tell us about these so-called secret talks going on between defectors and allied officials with current Iraqi leaders? And all he would basically say is those are ongoing, and he wouldn't tell us much more than that. We're going to take a short break. Our Strike on Iraq coverage continues right after that.
If you've been investing in money funds, you've probably noticed your yields have slowed to a trickle. The strong, ultra-short-term income fund offers higher return potential and a 14-year history of proven performance. For an alternative to today's low yields, call 1-888-4STRONG. That's 1-888-4STRONG. We'll help you build a strong portfolio.
Speed dates. Meet your match before the buzzer.
So what do you do?
Lawyer. And you?
Flex on sales rep.
Excuse me?
I sell these frames. They're flexible, see?
Careful.
That's okay. They spring back.
I'm a teacher, and you?
Flex on sales rep.
Huh?
Flex on frames. They don't get bent out of shape.
Oh. I'm in public relations.
Flex on sales rep.
What?
Flex on frames.
Wow.
Be the most interesting. Wear the most interesting eyewear. Flex On by Marchand.
Good morning, welcome. It is Saturday, March 22nd, 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 a.m. in the western United States, 6 p.m. in Iraq. This is the third day of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Good morning. We really appreciate your being with us this morning. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Joining me is my colleague Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City, plus Leon Harris in Atlanta, who will get things started with a look at what is happening at this hour. Good morning, gentlemen. Leon, your turn.
All right. Good morning, Paula. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, folks at home. U.S. war planners say that there may well be tough days ahead in the march toward Baghdad, but that the coalition, not Iraqi obstacles, is dictating the timeline. In a briefing that just wrapped up minutes ago, U.S. Army General Tommy Franks says coalition forces are attacking on their own terms and that U.S. troops are searching for weapons of mass destruction. Franks also released this video. He says forces are now targeting military outposts in southern Iraq, and he says Baghdad targets are being chosen to avoid civilian casualties. Now, at this hour, U.S. Marines are working to snuff out the last of the resistance in Qasr, the strategic port city that fell to coalition forces yesterday. Troops have been going house to house, and helicopters are now focusing on one pocket of fighters there as they're near a UN compound. Man and nature have slowed down the advance of the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry. The advancing tank group has exchanged gunfire with Iraqi troops, and it's gotten bogged down by mud. Yesterday's charge toward Iraq was so speedy that CNN's embedded correspondent Walter Rogers described the process as, quote, a wave of steel. Also at this hour, we're following conflicting reports on a U.S. Tomahawk missile going astray and landing in southwest Iran, specifically in the border town of Abadan. Pentagon officials say that they are investigating that possibility. Hundreds of the ship-fired cruise missiles were fired during the coalition strikes yesterday. Earlier today, 2 British Navy Sea King helicopters collided after they took off from an aircraft carrier in the Gulf, and all 7 people on board were killed, 1 American and 6 British crew members. The cause of the collision is not known at this hour. Elsewhere in the Middle East, protesters marched through the streets of Gaza and the West Bank to show their support for Saddam Hussein. They also called on his forces to launch strikes against Israel. Anti-war demonstrators also snaked through 3 cities in New Zealand. That country, unlike neighboring Australia, has refused to commit troops to the U.S.-led offensive. Now, we have CNN correspondents posted all around the region working to bring you unparalleled access and coverage of the strike on Iraq. Stay tuned right here for that.
And welcome. We begin now with 2 memorable images from the war today.
There we go.
Right.
Watch out, behind you, behind you, behind you!
Stop.
That was CNN's Martin Savage traveling with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. Members of his unit came under fire in southern Iraq in an exchange carried live right here on CNN. Fortunately, no one was injured when the rocket-propelled grenade exploded nearby. Now, these are the images the Pentagon had been hoping for. Iraqi villagers warmly welcoming the advance of U.S. forces into Iraq. This is the border town of Safwan, which fell into U.S. hands without a shot being fired. Last hour, CENTCOM Commander General Tommy Franks, holding his first news briefing with reporters since this campaign got underway, said between 1,000 and 2,000 Iraqis have surrendered and have been taken into custody. He says thousands more have simply laid down their weapons and gone home. In fact, British officials say they believe an entire Iraqi division surrendered, which would mean anywhere from 8,000 to 10,000 Iraqi soldiers. President Bush is meeting with his National Security Council today as he spends the weekend at his presidential retreat, Camp David. Operation Iraqi Freedom is also the focus of his weekly radio address that is about to be aired. We're going to perfectly time this, so Suzanne Malveaux will bring us an update from the White House, and then we'll get straight to that address. Good morning, Suzanne.
Good morning, Paula. You're right. President Bush is at Camp David. We're told he's going to have a meeting with his full war council. That's what they're calling it now, his national security team. The vice president, as well as Secretary Rumsfeld, Secretary Powell, the national security advisor Condoleezza Rice, the head of the CIA, and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just to name a few. This is really a place where he can think, where he can focus. It has a state-of-the-art technology. It is a U.S. Marine facility. This is a place also where the president went to shortly after September 11th terrorist attacks. That is where he was managing things from there. He feels very comfortable, and he can essentially talk to anyone around the globe from that secure location. Now, this is also a place, too, where Bush Sr., during the weekend after the Gulf War, went to conduct his affairs. It's the presidential retreat where Clinton, as well, was holding meetings for the Kosovo conflict. But Paula, as you mentioned before, General Tommy Franks talking about a number of highlighting issues here. First of all, saying that it was shock, surprise, and flexibility that characterized this conflict here. It couldn't be more obvious than when this whole thing kicked off, when it started, when the president actually made that decision to jumpstart this whole thing, when his intelligence said that there was a target of opportunity, perhaps even Saddam Hussein himself. But again, we are learning that, yes, they do not know where Saddam Hussein is, but very interestingly enough, senior administration officials saying that top Iraqi leadership is in complete disarray, that they don't have control over the country, that is something, of course, that it is a good sign for the administration. But still, a very familiar argument here that we're hearing, that it's not about one man or one personality, Saddam Hussein. This is the same argument the administration has been using about Osama bin Laden. His whereabouts still unknown, but the president, of course, making the case it's a successful campaign.
You timed that perfectly. His radio address begins.
Have begun a concerted campaign against the regime of Saddam Hussein. In this war, our coalition is broad, more than 40 countries from across the globe. Our cause is just, the security of the nations we serve and the peace of the world. And our mission is clear: to disarm Iraq of weapons of mass destruction, to end Saddam Hussein's support for terrorism, and to free the Iraqi people. The future of peace and the hopes of the Iraqi people now depend on our fighting forces in the Middle East. They are conducting themselves in the highest traditions of the American military. They are doing their job with skill and bravery, and with the finest of allies beside them. At every stage of this conflict, the world will see both the power of our military and the honorable and decent spirit of the men and women who serve. In this conflict, American and coalition forces face enemies who have no regard for the conventions of war or rules of morality. Iraqi officials have placed troops and equipment in civilian areas, attempting to use innocent men, women, and children as shields for the dictator's army. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. A campaign on harsh terrain in a vast country could be longer and more difficult than some have predicted. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment. Yet whatever is required of us, we will carry out all the duties we have accepted. Across America this weekend, the families of our military are praying that our men and women will return safely and soon. Millions of Americans are praying with them for the safety of their loved ones and for the protection of all the innocent. Our entire nation appreciates the sacrifices made by military families, and many citizens who live near military families are showing their support in practical ways, such as by helping with child care or home repairs. All families with loved ones serving in this war can know this. Our forces will be coming home as soon as their work is done. Our nation entered this conflict reluctantly, yet with a clear and firm purpose. The people of the United States and our friends and allies will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder. Now that conflict has come, the only way to limit its duration is to apply decisive force. This will not be a campaign of half measures. It is a fight for the security of our nation and the peace of the world, and we will accept no outcome but victory. Thank you for listening.
Now, Paula, the latest polls show that 2/3 of Americans support the president in his effort here, the war effort, but it is split among really partisan lines. Democrats split 50-50 on that issue. Of course, as this mission becomes more dangerous, as U.S. soldiers enter Baghdad, they are looking at those poll numbers. Of course, they don't want to lose the kind of support they have, but as it stands now, the majority of Americans behind this administration's push to get rid of Saddam Hussein. Paula?
Suzanne, there was a little bit of controversy yesterday when one of the president's aides, or I guess it was during one of those news briefings, basically said the president had not watched the beginning of this campaign on TV, and then that was later revised, right?
Well, yes, that's right. White House spokesman Ari Fleischer was asked about that in the briefing several times, whether or not the president was watching the same thing that so many Americans were seeing, those dramatic pictures on the battlefield, those explosions, and he said he was not aware that the president was, at least not in his presence, that the president doesn't get his news from television. That was really a sensitive subject. Later on in the day, we found out from a senior administration official that, yes, he was watching part of it with his chief of staff in the study right off of the Oval Office. The sensitive issue here is whether or not the president really gets a true sense of what Americans are feeling, whether or not he is in touch with the kind of sacrifice that is involved in putting Americans in harm's way. The White House, the administration, emphasizing that he does. Paula?
Go back to those polls for a moment, because although it showed the support for the president lifting as this campaign got underway, there were some interesting differences in the way Republicans and Democrats perceive this action. Can you expand on that?
Well, absolutely, Paula. It's a good point, because Republicans overwhelmingly supporting the president in his effort here, close to anywhere from 80 to 90%. But when you break it down for Democrats, it is really pretty much split 50-50, not as much support among the Democrats. And as you know, leading up to this conflict, there was a lot of infighting and some very harsh words coming from Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle, who said that the president had botched up the job of diplomacy. And at the same time, we saw just yesterday members of Congress from both sides of the aisle signing support for the president and for the U.S. troops, trying to put that behind them. But yes, still a matter of division, some division within the American public and within members of Congress over this conflict.
Suzanne Laveau will be getting back to you a lot throughout the day. Thanks so much for that update. We continue to focus on the right-hand part of your screen. You see smoke billowing up from what appears to be a part of the Iraqi skyline. A number of news organizations reporting that some daylight strikes did happen earlier today. We're not sure exactly what was targeted, but our own General Shepard says he believes, based on the black smoke rising from the target site, it could very well have been some sort of fuel depot. We'll keep you posted on that. Now, members of the unit of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines continue to make their way towards Baghdad. At one point earlier in the day, we were told they're about 160 miles from that city. Let's check in with Walt Rogers, who is embedded with them, to give us a better understanding of how what he has seen squares with what we just learned from General Tommy Franks. Walter, what is the latest, and what have you seen?
What what General Frank said was pretty consistent with what we've seen throughout the day. I should point out I'm with the 3rd Squadron, U.S. 7th Cavalry, but there was one question which General Franks glided over, which was not consistent with what we've seen. The question which he was asked but did not answer was, are the Iraqis fighting harder than you originally anticipated? Now, the reason I point that out is because behind me you can see units of the 3rd Squadron, U.S. 7th Cavalry parked along the side of the road where they have been parked for over 6 hours now. Those units were supposed to be moving toward Baghdad at this hour, moving in that direction, and it now looks like they're going to be sitting there perhaps for the better part of the night. The reason for this is that moving down this road, the U.S. 7th Cavalry encountered a rather surprisingly large Iraqi unit, and that Iraqi unit put up a considerable fight. So much so that the commander of this unit did not want to, that is the commander of the 7th Cavalry, did not particularly want to run his troops into that unit, into that Iraqi unit. The reason being there's some unusual topography ahead. We can't discuss what that is. So again, the 7th Cavalry was supposed to be farther along, closer to Baghdad than they are now. Let me give you some of the details of that scrap. The cavalry knew there were some Iraqis out there, wasn't sure of their intent. Then the Iraqis began firing mortars back in the rear towards Charlie Company. When that happened, it was very clear that the Iraqis were going to fight, and they were not there to surrender. When the Iraqis fired their mortars, the Army began by firing some very heavy 155 millimeter Paladin artillery shells at them. That did not wipe out this Iraqi contingent down the road. Point of fact, there were close to 200 Iraqis, perhaps even more in that unit, and barrage after barrage of artillery fire did not take them out. So the Army then sent out its lightly armed Kiowa helicopters, and the Army got a bit of a surprise there. Those Iraqi soldiers in that detachment still alive began firing heavy machine guns and shoulder-fired missiles at the helicopters, and the helicopters were not hit, but they had to bob, duck, dodge, and weave to avoid that Iraqi ground fire, which was trying to shoot them out of the air. Again, no casualties in this unit, 7th Cavalry, no helicopters shot down, but it got rather dodgy up there to the point where the cavalry was sitting here with its tanks, and they had to call in the Air Force. The Air Force then brought in their A-10 Warthogs. Those are rather slow jets, but they prowl over the battlefield with a huge Gatling gun in the front. That Gatling gun blows everything out of the way, or almost everything out of the way. Now, the cavalry thought it could move after that, but the decision as to whether the cavalry should move at this point was bucked up to the divisional commander, General Buff Blount, and even to the corps commander. And at that point, there was a general decision not to move these troops any further today, that is the 7th Cavalry, because of the rather unusually large Iraqi opposition that was up there. Now, this is not a setback in any sense of the word, except that there was a nuisance factor there, and they thought that this unit would be farther up the road.
Well, Rogers, we apologize. We got to break away from you. We have breaking news from Martin Savage, another one of our correspondents embedded with U.S. troops. Martin?
Well, we're now heading west with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. This is, well, here, you can see me out the window here. This is our vehicle looking through the rear view mirror at me as we move along in conjunction with the convoy of the Marine unit that we're embedded with. Take a look up just out here, Scotty, show the wells that we can see burning in the distance here. It's a dramatic sight. The sun's already gone down, so the flames look brighter than they do in the daytime here. Not sure exactly what well that is and where it is, but you've heard that there are a number of oil wells that were set alight in southern Iraq. This would appear to be one of them. However, only 9 of about the potential of 700. That's quite remarkable given the fact that this country could have looked like Kuwait at the end of the last Gulf War. This is the convoy that we're tied along with here. We're moving west. We don't have a destination as of yet, at least not one that's been revealed to us. Primarily, we're moving on to another area, probably to regroup, to get redirection, and then from there begin pushing off once more. This is a relatively safe area. Military units have been, U.S. military units have been passing through here all day long along this highway. It isn't just us that has been using this road. British forces as well, British tanks, British armored personnel carriers. It's amazing how much equipment, how much machinery, how many people have been pushing up from out of northern Kuwait and into Iraq, and that drive is continuing on. The eventual goal of this unit, probably most of the other units, will be Baghdad. Paula?
Martin, you had some tense moments earlier today when you encountered a rocket-propelled grenade as you were embedded with 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. Describe to us what happened.
Well, it was one of those unusual things. There had been fighting going on around the position where we had been all morning long, and we were somewhat lamenting over the fact that it was just too distant. We couldn't get to it. We were, as the old line goes, feeling like we were missing the action. So we went out on what was supposed to be a routine demolition, blowing up some Iraqi tanks and armored personnel carrier that they had found abandoned. We were near a village. Scotty McWhinney, my cameraman, was out walking with another Marine, and the next thing you know, you hear whish, and then boom, and it was an RPG that had been fired, and it went directly between Scotty, the cameraman, and the Marine in front of him. A difference of 2 feet either way of either one of those people, and they wouldn't be here now. After that, force security went into effect. There were shots that were fired. Tow missiles were brought up. It was believed that the RPG had come from a nearby building, and there was a lot of firing going on, but at the same time, the discipline of the Marines stayed focused on the demolition job they had to do. So you got missiles going up, you got tanks blowing up, and you got APCs being set alight, and a lot of ammunition was flying through the air. It turned out to be not such a dull day after all.
Martin, General Franks said although the campaign is going exceptionally well, there could be some very tough days ahead. What is it that the 7th Marines are most concerned about as you head north?
Well, I think that for the most part now they are just staying focused on the job they have. I mean, they're getting...
Martin, I'm sorry, I have to break you off. We have breaking news out of Kuwait right now with Bill Hemmer. Bill, what's going on?
Yeah, Paula, first time in 30 hours, the air raid sirens are back here in Kuwait City, coming up just about 20 seconds ago. The air raid sirens that we've heard indicate that danger is here. There is a system in place to let you know danger is coming, danger is present, and the danger has passed. In essence, the all clear. Every time we've gotten the signal, though, it's represented danger is here, which indicates, based on previous experiences, that some sort of missile has been incoming from the north, headed toward Kuwait, be it Kuwait City or the desert to the west and to the north. I should point out, I want to emphasize this, Paula, that every missile that has encountered Kuwaiti airspace has not had an effect in any way on either property or civilians or casualties. And in the background, you might be able to hear the fire alarm go off here in the hotel. We've tried to synchronize the two only so that we can notify our colleagues throughout the hotel whether they're sleeping from after long shifts or whether they're up and working. Let them notify what we're getting from the civil defense system here. You heard Tommy Franks talk about 6 missiles entering Kuwaiti airspace over the past 2 days. He says of the 6, 4 have been down by Patriot missile batteries, including one fired by the Kuwaiti military. One of the others fell harmlessly into the Persian Gulf, and another one fell in the northwestern Kuwaiti desert. But again, just a few moments ago, the Kuwaiti sirens are back here. What this all means is not clear, but oftentimes after we hear the first siren, a few moments later, we're given the all clear. So if that happens, we'll get back to you. Paula?
All right, Bill, I don't want anybody in our audience to think you're taking unnecessary chances here. We know we've come to count on your normal excellent reporting. At what point do you need to seek safety? Do you need to go now? Because if you do, we'll let you go.
No, I do not. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. I can tell you we have a system set up here. It's worked quite well with us in terms of communicating with the people we've hired to help us out, help us make these decisions. At this point, we do not have that signal. Therefore, we can stay here and still broadcast to you. The siren died down. Now it comes back again. We'll wait and see if anything comes of this. It sounds like that's the all clear. And again, this repeats the pattern, Paula, that we have followed many times. So again, the all clear coming quickly. What I should let you know, though, oftentimes in the past when we've gotten the all clear, the missiles either come through this area here in Kuwait City or gone west of us into the Kuwaiti desert. but we'll have to wait and see based on what we hear from the Kuwaiti government as to what has happened at this point.
And once again, I don't want anybody to think you've become immune to the sound. It still has got to send a chill up your spine when you hear it.
Yeah, I will tell you, it gets our attention, I'll tell you that. But we're quite aware, not only of the system that we have in place, Paula, but we also are quite aware of the inaccuracy, for lack of a better word, of the Iraqi missiles and whether or not they've been able to penetrate the Kuwaiti airspace or inflict damage or harm to anyone. So if you take those two factors into consideration, we feel pretty comfortable and pretty confident here in Kuwait City. Again, the all clear is sounding, Paul, and again, that's the best sound we can hear.
We're happy to hear that all clear sign, although we can't distinguish it as well as you can. As you were speaking, Bill, we was handed a bulletin here that we can now confirm that 4 U.S. soldiers were killed on Saturday in central Iraq, according to a reporter from Britain's Sky TV who was traveling with them. Journalist Colin Brazier said the 4 reconnaissance scouts were ambushed while driving Humvee Jeeps at the head of the column. Quote, rocket-propelled grenades were fired, 1 at each Humvee. They killed both sets of occupants. Once again, breaking news, 4 U.S. soldiers now confirmed dead in central Iraq. We're not exactly sure what their mission was. It's interesting to note that General Tommy Franks, when he started his news conference just about an hour and 20 minutes ago, started off with honoring the sacrifice of our armed services or armed forces. Right now, we're going to go back to Bill as we try to better assess the situation in central Iraq. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, just again, I want to reiterate, if you hear the sirens in the background, the all clear has been given here in Kuwait City. We are out of danger for the moment. And while we talk about that, I want to get you to Baghdad right now. A member of the Red Cross is joining us here on CNN. His name is Roland Hugeman Benjamin. This is the first time we have heard directly from the Red Cross that continues to work throughout the Iraqi capital. And sir, just in a general sense, what are you seeing and hearing in the Iraqi capital?
Well, exactly the moment of speaking just now, I hear powerful explosions that are rocking the part of the city where I am in. It just started minutes ago, and I don't really know where it is and what is going on.
Describe these explosions, and would you be able to compare them in any way to what you experienced about 21 hours ago, 9 o'clock local time, when the initial burst of that 7-second thunderous roar ripped through the Iraqi capital?
Well, given the distance and the fact that I was not at the same location last night, it's a little bit difficult, but it's definitely some form of large explosion that I cannot identify.
Okay. One report came in that there's a possibility that people in Baghdad have dug ditches on the outskirts of the city, filled them with oil, then lit them on fire. Is there any evidence that you know of right now that may substantiate that?
It's very puzzling. I'm seeing a large cloud of black smoke rising up further down on the horizon. We have made a commitment to stay here as Red Cross workers to make sure that people, casualties in particular, can be attended to and have sufficient surgical equipment to be attended to. But it really is quite a challenge, I must say, tonight.
Yeah, tell us, in addition to that, we also heard from the Iraqis earlier today. They're saying 207 injured as a result of the bombing last night. They say women were affected, children as well. Can you verify those numbers?
Yeah, we go every day to the hospitals with our doctors to make sure that they do have enough supply of surgical equipment. And to assess those needs, we do have to see the people who have been taken in, because we provide, of course, professional surgical equipment. And I have seen that in the first hospital there were over 100 patients, and with children amongst them, and women. Definitely, I saw them in the morning.
How many of those people you saw were military, sir?
The hospital I went to, I was told that there were 15 military persons. The rest were civilians, obviously, women and children, and the other people we talked to were civilians.
Yeah, and of the injuries you experienced, sir, and witnessed for yourself, what type? Can you describe them for us?
Well, I was just talking to our own surgeon who was there. They have had 10 serious injuries that needed prolonged surgery, and apart from that, it was most of it wound excisions. There was one case of persons that needed skull openings.
Yeah, what about fatalities? Do you have any confirmation on that?
We have not seen them physically, but we have received evidence from the doctors that there were a few fatalities.
Yeah, you say a few. Can you be more specific?
I heard about 2 or 3 at the first hospital I had been to.
Mm-hmm. What about
our
the
purpose
people
is definitely
in
not to
Baghdad?
establish statistics, rather to promote help to people.
Yeah, I understand that, but knowing that our crew is no longer in Baghdad, I'm only trying to get the information from you as best I can. Let's move on to another area. What about the people of Baghdad in terms of food and water? It was our understanding that they had stocked well up on both of these items. Any indications that they may be running low at this point?
Well, people have stocked up on food that can be kept, definitely, and they will be able to go for a few days on that. In such a situation, it's also a matter that you cannot get hold of fresh products such as fruit, vegetable, dairy products. Of course, you run out of them very quickly. Today, there were just a few bakers who managed to open and bake, and there were queues of people in front of bakeries, because for 2 or 3 days there had been no possibility of buying fresh bread. Apart from that, all shops are closed, have been closed for 3 days, and people just live on whatever they have kept at home.
Yeah. There is a big concern. I know your organization was very concerned about the possibility of refugees fleeing Baghdad. Have you seen much evidence of that?
No, I have no evidence of that in around Baghdad. We've heard of movements of population in the northern regions, people fleeing cities towards the mountains and the villages in fear for their lives. In Baghdad, people actually stay home. On the ground floor, there are very few shelters, and people have negative memories of 91 when 400 civilians were killed in just one shelter by one bomb, and people tend to stay away from them. And anyway, there are only very few.
Yeah, you say they're staying away from them, but are many reporting to those bunkers or shelters that you know of?
No, people do not really use them, and there are only very few of them. So people stay on the ground floor of their own houses. Buildings here do not have basements in general. They are one-family units. It's much more like a Midwest city rather than like a high-rise city.
Yeah, I know. Listen, as a representative of the Red Cross, I know your humanitarian concern is the topmost concern. It's 6:30 in the evening now. Can you tell us what you saw today in the streets of Baghdad? Were people outside of it all? Did you notice much traffic, or is the city shut down?
It was quite surprising in the morning, actually, because in the past 2 days there was very little traffic, and today, after a very heavy night, there was quite a lot of traffic. There were not traffic jams, but there were lots of cars around, and lots of people took a chance of going out and, as I was saying earlier, trying to find bread. And suddenly, at the early afternoon, the sirens were heard again, and everybody rushed back home. But before noon, there definitely were lots of people on the streets.
Yeah, what did you hear from the people living in Baghdad based on what you all experienced last night with the beginning bombing campaign there? Again, some of the most thunderous sounds happening in the first 7 minutes, 9 o'clock your time. What have you heard from people who went through that and saw it firsthand?
I think that people were very worried about their relatives and friends, and many people went out just to check on maybe their own property or shops or anything they might have, their businesses, check on relatives and family, and in anxiety, definitely. Last night could not be survived without an enormous amount of nervous drain. It was very, very heavy to put up with that.
Yeah, and are there concerns that the same amount, the same intensity may happen again tonight?
Yeah, well, definitely. Everybody is expecting more. Of course, we are not in the secrets of strategists. but definitely everybody's bracing himself just for another night.
Okay, listen, I cannot see the video that we're sending back to the U.S., but it's being described to me as dark smoke drifting off on the horizon. If you could come back to the president again, sir, what are you seeing from your location there?
Well, it's really getting very dark now, but for the rest of the afternoon I was seeing these big black clouds. Now I distinguish them, but it's really rapidly getting dark. It's still a little bit visible.
Yeah, are you hearing any explosions?
I heard some just at the minute when we started our conversation. I heard 2 or 3 powerful explosions in a row, and now I hear the call to prayer from the next mosque.
All right, 2 or 3 in a row a few minutes ago. What about earlier in the day? Did you experience any then?
I heard some thuds, but I was indoor and talking on the phone, so it was difficult for me to identify any of them. But I heard a few thuds early in the afternoon after the first sirens.
Well, you've been an excellent source of information for us. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate you joining us here on CNN. That's Roland Hugeman Benjamin. He's with the Red Cross working in Baghdad right now, and as he said quite clearly, quite a bit of anxiety about the potential for more bombing later tonight. He described 2 or 3 explosions a few moments ago, and we'll just have to see right now with nightfall whether or not the bombing continues there in central Baghdad. More from Kuwait in a moment. The all clear has been given. Here's Paula again back in New York. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. We're going to stay focused on this live picture out of Baghdad. It is not certain what was targeted, although witnesses are now saying that after the sound of the first 3 explosions, they heard the sound of sirens, presumably from ambulances or police cars. They could hear that racing through the city. Our own General Shepard said, again, obviously it's dangerous for anybody to speculate what was targeted, but he said, based with his very experienced eye, that when you've been looking at the smoke we've seen been rising from that site over the last couple hours, because it's dark, it leads him to believe, or in fact it wouldn't surprise him if it turns out that it was a fuel depot that was hit in this daylight strike. Let's quickly go to Christian Amanpour, who joins us from the northern part of Kuwait with the very latest from there. Christian, what's happening?
A helicopter flight over the port of Qasr reveals the area is relatively quiet. And down below, British soldiers do some war tourism, looking at one of those giant billboards of Saddam Hussein. Taking Qasr was a joint operation. The 15th U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit was under the command of the British Royal Marines Commando Brigade. Now, U.S. Marines rest at the port after more than a day on the move. Some, like 21-year-old Corporal Jeremy Archer, had feared the worst.
I expected a big war, I guess, but they're all giving up, so it was easier than I thought.
Not all are giving up, though. About 3 kilometers away from the main port, there are pockets of resistance. The commander of the U.S. Marine unit sent up Cobra helicopters and fired artillery to destroy the Iraqi fire.
They did resist, but once it appeared that they would have to deal with some overwhelming firepower, they would have a tendency then to give up.
The British commander says the resistance is isolated.
It hasn't been a particularly cohesive fighting force. It's been a D-30 gun firing a few rounds prior to its destruction, or a group of individuals firing.
It took longer than expected to secure Qasr, and the military says it's still mopping up small pockets of resistance in the town. Nonetheless, the military says it plans to bring in the first elements of humanitarian aid, perhaps within 48 hours. Qasr is Iraq's main commercial port. It lies at the mouth of the Shatt al-Arab waterway, which flows into the Persian Gulf. This was an important strategic target for Allied forces and will be the main port of entry for relief and other humanitarian goods. Just yesterday, Iraqi ministers vowed that Qasr would never fall, but hundreds of soldiers have given themselves up, and now they are POWs under US and British control. Now, the British and the U.S. forces say that they have pretty much met their objectives in this part of the country, and those were to secure Iraq's vital commercial and economic targets, the oil, the ports, and of course the Ramallah oil fields as well. There had been reports that there were wells on fire, and we'd always been reporting from here that it wasn't catastrophic, that the actual key things, which are the oil and gas separation points, were not on fire. And today, Tommy Franks at CENTCOM confirmed that indeed there were 9 oil wells on fire out of 500, so relatively few, and those have been brought under control. So the British and the US are saying that they've pretty much secured and controlled all the important targets in this region of southeastern Iraq. Paula?
Jan, you talked about some of the pockets of resistance the coalition forces were met with. What is it that they can expect to happen in the days to come?
Well, you know, they say that it's just difficult when it's in any kind of urban area, even if it's a small one like Qasr. It's very small. There are not that many people there, but they're talking about, for instance, the Iraqis who have any number of weapons, whether they're machine guns, 82mm mortars, other kind of weapons. And what they're doing is, in some cases, getting out of their uniforms, putting on civilian clothes, you know, basic sort of disguising themselves and trying to harass the U.S. forces. But as soon as the US and the British respond with much superior fire, then they're quiet, and it basically goes away, that problem. But it takes some time, because you can't just go and, you know, carpet bomb an area. You've got to do it carefully, and they're obviously very mindful of the civilian population as well.
Christiane, I'm just curious, as you've gotten closer to heavily or more heavily populated areas, if you've experienced what Martin Savage experienced, which was hearing coalition loudspeakers telling the villagers to stay away and they would be safe. Have you encountered that?
No, I have not encountered that because most of what we've seen is the Qasr thing, and that has mostly been, they've taken it, really, it's been a sort of a battle there. I mean, not a major battle, but they have done that, and it's not that heavily populated. It's going to be interesting when they actually get to Basra. Right now, the forces are outside Basra, and I believe the latest report was that they had secured the surrender of the Iraqi defenders outside Basra, Iraqi army units, and then they're not actually going to go into Basra, they say to us. That's not a military objective, and what they want is to be invited in if necessary, but otherwise they're going to leave urban centers for the most part alone, which are not necessarily military targets.
And as they head out of these urban centers, what is their chief concern, Christiane?
Well, in the urban centers, their chief concern is to be welcomed, to be seen as liberators. They don't want to have any situation where they're going in against the will of the people. But of course, you know, if you look at a map, there are some urban centers that they don't need to go into for, you know, for reasons of military objectives. They don't need to go into them to get from A to B or to secure them. There are others that they do need to go into and to be able to use them as transit points or to be able to take them. But what's going to happen apparently in this region is that as the US, which is moving upwards now past the Basra region and towards the west and on up to Baghdad, then the British will move in and they will be securing and controlling the southeastern part of Iraq. But so far they're saying in this area they haven't had that much problem with urban areas at all.
Christiane, we understand there is some concern about a weather pattern that's going to be blowing into that part of Kuwait where you are within the next couple of days. Have you heard anything about that and how it might impact operations?
Well, we're right in the middle of it. I mean, I don't know whether you can see now, but we're a bit windblown, and it's been like this all day. Strong wind and this fine dust that is kicked up. It's not a dust storm right now, but clearly that you know, it has an impact depending on what operations need to be conducted. Mostly it's difficult and uncomfortable for people. The US and the British say that their experience and their technology is obviously so far superior to what is arrayed against them, which is virtually very, very minimal at the moment, that they can deal with it. But nonetheless, they are very uncomfortable circumstances, and it tends to get difficult for armored vehicles. Their tracks, their treads tend to get clogged up, and for helicopters if it's very serious sandstorms. But at the moment, it's uncomfortable, but it's not massively serious in terms of a sandstorm at the moment. So we're waiting to see what happens and whether it does impact operations.
We would love for you to stand by. We'll get back to you a little bit later on this morning, nighttime, your time. Thanks so much, Christiane. We are looking at this picture being broadcast live from downtown Baghdad. That same familiar cloud of smoke that we've been watching over the last 2 hours looks pretty much the same, although we are now can confirm that witnesses explain that they have heard at least 5 explosions in downtown Baghdad recently, 5 large blasts. We are led to believe that there were no air raid sirens sounded in advance of that and no signs of Iraqi anti-aircraft fire. Now, if the timeline we were told about at the Pentagon remains the same, we are expecting the first stage of the shock and awe campaign to last about 24 hours, which would take us to about 1 p.m. Eastern time. But I caution you not for any of us to sort of get hooked on timelines, because General Tommy Franks, in his briefing that he held a little over an hour and 40 minutes ago, explained to us that some of the key part of this campaign is agility and flexibility. And he said there are going to be a number of things going on at one time. We would love to have further clarification for you on exactly what was targeted in downtown Baghdad. We started seeing the smoke at the beginning of our show at 7 o'clock this morning, and our own General Don Shepard said based on the very dark plume of smoke that we see, it could indicate that a fuel depot was hit on the outskirts of Baghdad. Now, in the last few days, we've heard frequent references to the so-called fog of war, but sometimes the images are startling in their clarity. They tell their own story.
This is crabgrass. I don't want to see crabgrass in my lawn. We put down Scott's turf builder with Halts in the early spring.
That's the only thing I ever use. Scott's puts this protective barrier over the lawn.
And it stops the crabgrass from germinating.
Turf builder with Halts, the best defense against crabgrass.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight at 7, a special report. The fallout from airstrikes. Live reports from troops headed for Baghdad. Updates on talks of an Iraqi surrender. Join CNN's team of correspondents live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern. CNN Tonight as the strike on Iraq continues. The latest from the war zone, with reporters in the field and with the troops, a Desert Storm tank commander, and more. Only on Larry King Weekend. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Right now, we do the kind of reporting that we all hate to do and feared we would be doing. 4 U.S. soldiers confirmed dead in central Iraq. According to a reporter traveling with these 4 soldiers, there was a position they were heading for at refueling, and some sort of rocket-propelled grenade was fired, one at each of the Humvees they were traveling in, killing both sets of occupants. Let's go to Barbara Starr, who is the very latest on this from the Pentagon now. Barbara, what do you have?
Well, Paula, officials here are aware of that report, but they are pointing out to us almost every hour on the hour that the embedded reporters in the field are getting information much quicker than they are back here. If this does prove to be true, and no reason to believe it's not, it may not be, unfortunately, a big surprise. The Iraqi military knows it may not find an easy win against U.S. military forces, force on force, so to speak, one large formation against another. They may find it easier to engage in this type of activity, relatively small fire at individual units. Now, activities are also beginning to unfold in northern Iraq. We now know that U.S. warplanes have bombed a very key facility in northern Iraq in the last hours. This was a suspected chemical weapons factory, a compound of buildings in northern Iraq that was supposedly under the control of a radical Kurdish group called Ansar al-Islam, and it had long been believed by the administration that this this facility was associated not just with Ansar al-Islam, but also with members of al-Qaeda. That facility now having been struck at least once, we are told, possibly more missions against that to come. Also in the north, officials are telling us they have yet to see any really large movement of Turkish forces into northern Iraq, but they do know that Turkish armor infantry lined up on the border. They assume that is an effort by the Turks to prevent a refugee flow into their country. And finally, in that region, we can now tell you that about 35 ships, cargo ships, carrying the equipment of the 4th Infantry Division, which had originally been earmarked to go to Turkey and move into northern Iraq. Well, those ships now are going to be turned, and they are going to move through the Suez Canal and go down to Kuwait. The 4th Infantry Division now will be part of a follow-on force, not the original combat force. Now, earlier today, General Tommy Franks had his first encounter with the press corps in the Persian Gulf since the campaign began. He got right down to business. He said that he had no idea whether Saddam Hussein was alive or dead or where he was, emphasizing that none of that would change the focus of the campaign. General Franks said there was still plenty ahead.
This will be a campaign unlike any other in history. A campaign characterized by shock, by surprise, by flexibility, by the employment of precise munitions on a scale never before seen, and by the application of overwhelming force.
Paula, General Franks also confirmed what has been said here publicly. U.S. government officials, military, special forces having repeated contacts with Iraqi military units and commanders, hoping to get them to surrender. Paula?
Barbara, we need your help now as we look at this picture of downtown Baghdad, that same billowing cloud of black smoke not appearing to dissipate here. We have a number of witnesses describing hearing 5 explosions at about dusk. Are you aware of any daylight raids?
Well, Paula, we've asked that question here over the last few hours as these pictures have begun to emerge from Baghdad. I have to tell you, at least one source is underscoring the same view that General Shepard offered some time ago. It is possible it is a fuel depot. It is also possible, you know, the Iraqis had dug a number of oil ditches and were threatening to set those on fire. That would coordinate with the dark smoke. Now, the Iraqis may have had 2 reasons for doing that. They know that the smoke would make it difficult for the U.S. to use laser-guided weapons over Baghdad, the smoke throwing off the lasers, but also knowing that the U.S. can readily switch to satellite-guided weapons, which, of course, are not affected by smoke. So there's another theory here at the Pentagon about these oil ditches, and that may be that it's part of an Iraqi propaganda effort to have these pictures shown. At the moment, there is no confirmed report of daylight raids over Baghdad. However, we do know that some airplanes have been heard. We are just not certain whether there have been actual weapons drops.
And from the experts you talk about there, they're not weighing one theory over the other, either Iraqis sabotaging their own oil, as you were calling it, oil ditches, or the alternative, which is a strike on a fuel depot by Allied forces.
You know, at the end of the day, I suspect both things are going to be true. There are repeated reports of air raid sirens, of explosions, of planes flying overhead. And at this point, all we can really tell you is that, you know, officials here keep saying this is going to be a rolling campaign, no lull, no stop. We can tell you there is a continuing target set, and we know that there are planes in the air. The picture you're seeing right now, whether it's a result of an immediate bomb drop or not, we simply do not know.
Finally, Barbara, you say this is part of a rolling campaign, but wasn't it yesterday that we learned in a briefing that the first part of the awe-and-shock campaign, or shock and awe campaign, was supposed to last about 24 hours, which would take us to 1 p.m. Eastern time?
Well, officials here keep saying a rolling campaign. You know, these target sets certainly do go in some element of phases. It's difficult for them. They can't keep hundreds of planes over Iraq at the same time. It certainly is going to happen in phases, but I can tell you there is a very lengthy target set. They are continuing to work their way through it. There are strikes going on around the country as ground forces begin to get closer to Baghdad, and there's every reason to believe there may be a small lull but it doesn't appear that they're going to stop the campaign. General Frank saying earlier today he didn't even think, if they knew what had happened to Saddam Hussein, that it would change the outcome. They want regime change, and they're going to proceed with this campaign, they say, until they get it.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the more interesting things he said. He said, even if Saddam Hussein is dead, we will continue with this campaign. Barbara Starr, thanks so much. As soon as you have something more on what it is we're looking in downtown Baghdad, we'll get back to you. In the meantime, let's go back to Bill, who's standing by in Kuwait. Bill.
Yep. Paula, that waterway in southeastern Iraq, critical right now. We know that. Tommy Franks indicating earlier that in the past 2 days they found 139 floating sea mines on board a barge, an Iraqi barge. They were seized and secured out in the Persian Gulf now. CNN's Frank Buckley is embedded on board the USS Constellation by way of video phone. Let's say good evening to Frank. First time we've talked to you all day. Frank, what's happening now?
Well, Bill, we're inside the USS Constellation tonight because it is dark outside. You can't have a light on the flight deck when you have personnel out there moving about on the flight deck. So we're inside one of the passageways here in the USS Constellation. It was last night when we were granted incredible access to some of the squadrons as they were preparing for their first package, strike package going into Iraq. We, in fact, were able to witness the very first strike package that was about to go into Baghdad, and then we were able to speak with some of the pilots immediately after they alighted from their aircraft, even before they were involved in their debriefings with the officials here on the ship. Here's a look at what we were able to see last night.
The flight deck of the USS Constellation roared to life with the first strike fighters bound for Baghdad.
We are the Oscar Bravo Sierra package.
Earlier, a briefing, embedded journalists getting a front row seat to a moment in history.
Some of you have already flown once or twice, but this is the package now that's going to be going downtown here, and it's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, gentlemen. I don't think that any of us will ever step away from this and not remember this particular day.
Ordnance from strike fighters and Tomahawk cruise missiles rained into Baghdad. Anti-aircraft fire flew up. The men who flew over it saw things they'll never forget.
Just continuous, constant explosions going off all over the place. You saw the AAA coming up. Occasionally you see some missile outbursts.
I don't think anything we could have thought of would have prepared us for what we were going to see happening on the ground out there.
The first strike package was led by a Desert Storm veteran, the Carrier Air Wing's commanding officer, Mark Fox.
We didn't fly on night vision goggles back then, so everything that you saw then was with the naked eye, and now you've got an ability to see a lot more. So I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing or not, but there was a hell of a lot of stuff to look at.
Mike Herbert remembers watching missiles like this one crash into targets on TV during Desert Storm. He was only a teenager.
And to actually do that myself for the first time, when I remember in high school seeing it on TV, on being able to see that, now to actually do it, it's a whole different world.
And we were also told by Rear Admiral Barry Costello, who is the Constellation Battle Group commander, that all of the ships and submarines in this area, both in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, that were capable of launching Tomahawk cruise missiles, in fact did launch. That was 30-plus ships and submarines, U.S. Navy warships, that launched Tomahawks into Iraq. Bill?
Wow. Frank Buckley on board the USS Constellation, reminding us yet again just how much firepower is going into the skies over the past 24 hours. It is 7 o'clock local time. We're 2 hours away from that 24-hour deadline, Paula, in which the initial 24 hours of the shock and awe campaign were set to begin, going back to 9 o'clock of last evening. Paula, back to you now in New York.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Barbara Starr just added in her last live shot that it is her belief that this will very much be a rolling campaign based on what she's heard at the Pentagon. Thanks, Bill. Both in Washington and London, we have been warned that Operation Iraqi Freedom carries with it the loss of life. So far, on day 3 of the offensive, 6 Americans have died, 14 British troops. While military strategists may see this as limited casualties, it is catastrophic for the families losing loved ones. CNN's Thelma Gutierrez has that story.
The flag at Camp Pendleton flies at half-staff. 3 of the 4 U.S. coalition casualties in Iraq were from Camp Pendleton. They died along with another American and 8 British soldiers when their CH-46 transport helicopter crashed and burned near the Iraqi border. Officials say caused by mechanical failure. The pilot was 30-year-old Captain Ryan Beaupre.
We were scared that something like this would happen.
He is mourned by family in his hometown of Bloomington, Illinois.
He did always want to fly. He thought that he could do more as a person, and said that he was going to join the Marine Corps.
Also killed in the helicopter crash, 36-year-old Jay Oben of Waterville, Maine, 25-year-old Corporal Brian Kennedy of Houston, Texas, and 29-year-old Staff Sergeant Kendall Watersbay of Baltimore, Maryland.
George Bush, take a good look at this, man, because you took my only son away from me.
His father angrily blamed George W. Bush.
You lose your only son and child, and you don't really know what's really going on, but what they tell you.
When anyone loses a member of their family, it's not something that's taken lightly, and we mourn the loss of these Marines.
Before the end of the second day of the ground invasion, 2 more Marines were killed in action at this family diner in Fort Stewart, Georgia. Military families, many with relatives serving in the Gulf, watch nervously as the war unfolds, hoping there will be no more casualties, but somehow knowing it will not be the end.
Just hope they get back safe, do a good job. I know they've all been trained to do it, and just do your job and get back home safe.
Get it over with and bring them home.
Thelma Gutierrez, CNN, Camp Pendleton, California.
As you can imagine, that angry father we saw in the last report has a lot to say. His name is Michael Watersby, whose son Kendall was killed in a helicopter crash yesterday in Kuwait. His father was with us right now. He joins us from his hometown of Baltimore, Maryland. And sir, I also understand you're joined by Kenneth Watersby, who is the son of this fallen Marine, and Sharita Watersby, who happens to be the sister. Thank you all for being with us. We are so sorry about your loss. Mr. Watersby, I don't know whether you heard General Franks this morning, but he opened his first news conference saying that his hearts went out to the families who have already made the ultimate sacrifice. Does that bring you any comfort at all?
Yes, it does.
And what does that mean to you?
It means a lot now that I see the respect that they're giving my son.
And it wasn't only General Franks who had those kinds of things to say. Secretary Rumsfeld expressed yesterday, quote, that the world will be a safer place because of their dedicated service. Tell us a little bit this morning about your son's commitment and why he felt so strongly about serving this great nation of ours.
Well, he was a real outgoing individual, and he liked to do things that was positive for himself, and this was one of the reasons why he joined the Marines.
How much did he talk to you about what he might face in this campaign?
He didn't talk much about the campaign. He just talked to me about he had to pack up and about that he might be being deployed out. It was like back and forth, and then later on he had called me back and told me that finally they decided that they was going to deploy his people there out where he was at.
Sharita, you must be so proud of your brother's service to this country. What do you want to say this morning?
I just want to say that I miss him so much because he was an excellent person and he always was there for me, somebody I could talk to. He was like one of my best friends, and he always helped me out in school, and I miss him so much.
How much, Sharita, did you worry about him?
From the first moment that he told me that he was going over to Kuwait, I was really concerned because I knew that it was going to be a war, and I felt that this war was useless, that it was no point to it, so I really didn't want him to go.
But Mr. Watersby, did you support his decision to go?
Well, I did, because he didn't really have no other choice by him being, you know, in the military, and that he, you know, that was one of his orders to go, as being a staff sergeant in the Marines.
Kenneth, are you at all comfortable to talk with this morning? Because I'm not sure, Mr. Watersby. Am I allowed to talk to Kenneth now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, Kenneth, so many kind things have been said about the kind of person your dad was. What do you want people to know about your dad?
He was a really funny person. He always used to make me laugh, tell me jokes and everything. We used to go places together, and he was just a great person.
Mr. Watersby, I know that you have expressed gratitude for what General Franks has said and Secretary Rumsfeld about these fallen comrades. But yesterday, at one point in this report we just showed, you held up a picture of your son and you said, I want President Bush to get a good look at this, really good look here. This is the only son I had, only son.
Look at this, man, because you took my only son away from me.
I know that you once again expressed some appreciation for what the military leaders had to say about the sacrifice your son made. Are you opposed to this war?
In a sense, yes, I am.
And tell me why.
Because people are losing relatives, sons and daughters, cousins, uncles, you know, and that reason why I was like that yesterday, because it was a sensitive moment at that time for me.
And are you feeling any differently today?
I'm still mourning, but I feel a little better as far as to them giving my son, you know, condolences.
But once again, you did feel your son felt very strongly about living up to his obligations and serving in the military.
Yes, I did. Yes, he was a great soldier to the United States government.
I know we've heard from families of those who have lost their own that they very much hope that in these images that we see of war, that we don't lose sight of the human toll. Just a final thought to the American public about the service these men and women are doing and what it is you want us all to keep in mind as this operation goes on.
Well, I just like to keep in mind that they are doing a job that they set out to do, and everybody has a job to do something, to complete something, and that's all I want to let America know, that he was doing his job for the United States government.
Well, we certainly salute his commitment here. Michael Watersby, Kenneth Watersby, and Sharita Watersby, thank you for joining us at this difficult time. Our thoughts are with you as you go through this terrible, terrible process of mourning. Good luck.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to head back to CNN Center where Leon Harris is standing by. I know, Leon, you have also spoken with family members who've lost loved ones. It is not easy to hear their pain, is it?
It's awfully difficult. It really is. But at least we hope at least that they're coming out and being able to share their grief with the rest of the nation, and pretty much everyone in this nation is behind them. It's got to make them feel somewhat better. We hope that does help families like that get through these tough times. All right, folks, here's what we know at this hour right now. Thick black smoke is billowing over Baghdad this hour. Just a short time ago, witnesses reported more explosions in the Iraqi capital. Less than 24 hours ago, the bombs and missiles started raining down on the city, the beginning of what the military calls the shock and awe campaign. Now, we've also learned within the last few minutes that 4 U.S. soldiers were killed in fighting in central Iraq. The report comes to us from a reporter with Britain's Sky News who was traveling with that military unit. He says rocket-propelled grenades hit the Humvees that the soldiers were in. The U.S. commander of the war in Iraq says between 1,000 and 2,000 Iraqi troops have surrendered and are now in custody, and thousands more have just laid down their weapons and gone home. General Tommy Franks also says U.S. and coalition forces are fighting on their own terms with precision attacks designed to avoid civilian casualties. This was his first briefing since the war began. U.S. Marines are going house to house, securing the key port city of Qasr. Allied forces took control of that area yesterday, but they were still battling pockets of resistance today. Qasr is very important because it is the main port for the UN Oil for Food program. President Bush consults his war council and tracks developments in Iraq from his post at Camp David. But in his weekly radio address today, the president said using decisive force is the only way to limit the duration of the war. We have some good news to report for the CNN family here. Some of our staffers who were expelled from Baghdad arrived safely in Jordan today. The crew had been the last staff members of any U.S. television network in the Iraqi capital, and they left behind a number of freelance journalists who are still there in the capital. The CNN team, including correspondents Nick Robertson and Reem Brahimi, were ordered out yesterday, and they are now on their way home, and we're glad to hear that. More anti-war protests are planned in cities across the U.S. today, including New York, Chicago, and San Francisco. Yesterday, demonstrators there and elsewhere rallied against the war in Iraq, and in some cases, the rallies in support of the troops were held nearby. And in Gaza, thousands of people took to the streets to demonstrate in support of the Iraqi people, but some in the crowd were also chanting support for Saddam Hussein. We'll keep on top of all the news that's happening right now. That's all that we know right now at this hour. Let's go to Bill Hemmer standing by right now in Kuwait City. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Leon, hello again. And just a bit past 7 o'clock local time here in the Persian Gulf. You mentioned it. Let's go back to that live picture over downtown Baghdad. Eyewitnesses describe, and quite clearly you can see a dark, cloudy day. On the outskirts of Baghdad, some sort of dark smoke drifting on the horizon. Not clear what this is. Talking with a member of the Red Cross in the past hour, he described at least 2 or 3 explosions about 45 minutes ago. What they were, we cannot verify on their own. Also, some reports that Iraqis on the outside of Baghdad perhaps dug some ditches, filled them up with oil, then set them on fire. No way, again, for us to independently verify whether or not that is the case. From last night, I want to show you some pictures obtained by our CNN crew before they were expelled from Iraq. Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, and others took these pictures of the massive bombardment of the Iraqi capital. It looks almost as if these Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched in perfect synchronicity, a perfect succession to hit and explode at the same time last evening. And today we can see the aftermath in the daylight of Baghdad. We are told that the Republican Guard Palace, sitting on the Tigris River, heavily damaged. Some Iraqis say it is now in ruins. Also, government buildings were targeted, we know of, and also military installations as well in the Iraqi capital. From Baghdad now to Basra, southeastern part of the country, the second most populated town, about 400,000 people. Tommy Franks, head of CENTCOM, earlier today at his briefing, said that they're right now considering the possibility of taking this town in a very peaceful way, indicating that large formations of the Iraqi military have not been spotted, possibly an indication that the Iraqis will negotiate a surrender, but that is something we are all waiting to see right now. We had a CNN crew just outside that town earlier. CNN's Martin Savage coming under fire from a rocket-propelled grenade at one point, and U.S. Marines working through a number of old tanks and blowing them up along the way. We're going to get to Marty's report in a moment. It is dramatic that he filed with us today here at CNN. In the meantime, though, before we check in with Marty, Gary Stryker is in the Persian Gulf on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt, a carrier that we do know did take place in terms of Tomahawk cruise missile launches in the past 24 hours. Gary is embedded there. It's the first time we've heard from him. Gary, good evening. What do you have for us?
Hi, Bill. Some of those explosions that you're seeing around Iraq could actually be the explosions from air attacks that were launched from aircraft carriers here in the Mediterranean. There are 2 aircraft carriers, the Harry S. Truman and the Theodore Roosevelt. Here on the Roosevelt, the first air attacks against Iraq were launched earlier today, and all aircraft that left on the attack came back and reported a successful strike. There were 2 major targets they had in their mission. One of them was a complex of palaces, of Saddam Hussein's palaces west of Baghdad, complex called the Ar-Ramadi palace. There were 2 palaces in that complex. The pilots at a post-strike briefing we talked to reported that both of those palaces were hit and destroyed. There was also an AM broadcast station which was hit and destroyed, and the pilots are preparing on this carrier for more strikes today. There will be strikes also leaving from the Harry S. Truman. This carrier is on nighttime duty. That means that airstrikes are being carried out from the Mediterranean on a 24-hour basis, Bill.
Yeah, Gary, when you talk about the damage and the destruction there, the military likes to call it BDA, battle damage assessment. How do they go about that on board the Theodore Roosevelt when it comes to assessing what was done on the ground in Baghdad?
Well, the pilots on board do have some equipment which allows them to assess damage on a preliminary basis, but I think they're waiting for other satellite and overflight assessments to make sure that the damage they reported is as complete as they say it is. One of the things they did mention, the 2 pilots we talked to when they came back, they were very surprised, considering the set of targets they had, that there was no resistance whatsoever. There was no anti-aircraft fire. There was nothing coming from the ground. There were no aircraft attacking them. That surprised them, considering the targets. And also, we asked them about the possibility of civilian losses. Did they see that these bombs that they dropped, which were JDAMs, GPS-targeted bombs, by the way, we asked them whether they possibly may have hit any surrounding areas. And one of the pilots said, well, this is one of the good things about hitting a presidential palace, because, in his words, Saddam Hussein does not like neighbors. So most of the palaces in Baghdad are surrounded by huge areas of open space, so the possibility of collateral damage is very, very slim. Bill?
Gary, on a professional note, this is the first time you and I have had a chance to talk. What are your rules of broadcast? What are your rules of information in terms of what you can relate to us? And when are you essentially in a blackout and when you cannot talk with us?
Well, we're able to watch the strikes being launched, to film the flights being launched on these air attacks, and we can wait for them to come back, and we have to sit tight during the course of the attacks during a blackout period before we can report that these strikes have occurred, because, of course, if we would report the time of departure of the aircraft, if there was any indication on the part of the Iraqis that there were certain targets to be hit, the Iraqis would be able to take defensive measures and offensive measures against the strike aircraft entering the country. So we are essentially in a blackout phase until those aircraft return. However, yesterday we were allowed a little bit of extra leverage in reporting, and we actually did report before the planes returned to the aircraft. Once they've left the country and are over blue water, when they get their feet wet, as they say here on the ship, we're free to report that the strikes have occurred, Bill.
Gary, thanks. Gary Stryker on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt in the Persian Gulf. We heard from Tommy Franks again about 2 hours ago, and we've also heard from our embedded reporters just about 24 hours a day around the clock. I want to talk with Colonel Mike Turner. Colonel Mike Turner from the U.S. Air Force, retired, a Gulf War veteran who back in 1990 and 1991 was in Saudi Arabia. Now living in Colorado Springs, and joins us live here on CNN. I know you were responsible in large part for briefing General Schwarzkopf throughout that entire conflict. Curious to know from your military perspective, what do you make of the embed program? What do you make of the images and the stories we're now getting long before even the Pentagon or even Central Command gets word of what's happening on the battlefield?
Well, Bill, I was watching these last night. They're astounding. It's astounding reporting. Incredible courage by the reporters. I have the utmost respect for them. You know, we tried very hard in Desert Storm to try and find a way to provide access to the media and not compromise the operational environment. And I know it was very controversial, the press pool system. We truly tried to do the best we could, and I remember being struck by the fact that while the information was limited, it was accurate. And I was also struck by how similar that was to General Franks' comments this morning, that what you'll hear and see is the absolute truth. But the embed program, I think, is just superb. Now, we need to understand that we haven't seen, the images could get pretty horrific if this operation turns south at any point, and we need to be prepared for that. But I think it's an enormous breakthrough. I applaud Secretary Rumsfeld and General Franks and the military commanders in the field and the units and all the reporters. I think the media's done just a superb job, and I think we've actually found a very, very sound solution here.
Colonel, I think you make a great point, though. If the images turn nasty, if we move toward Baghdad and the fighting gets very tough and rough going, will there come a point when the Pentagon will reject this, there may come a point perhaps when they look back and say, you know, we should have second-guessed this operation?
You know, I don't know. I think the military's genuine desire is to provide an accurate and truthful picture. I think in that we in the media have a common ground. The overarching imperative, of course, for the military planners is that they protect lives and accomplish the mission simultaneously, and the media obviously has to take a back seat to that. It's difficult to say because this is all new ground. This is so untried before, this real-time reporting. But the impression I get, the body language of the troops on camera and of the reporters, is that they're all functioning as an effective combined arms team and information team. And so far, I think it's been extraordinarily successful and beneficial to everyone concerned. And just like the rolling campaign, we're going to have to take it a day at a time and play it by ear. But so far, I'd say it's a real breakthrough.
Colonel, just a little time left here with you. Tommy Franks came out for the first time in almost 72 hours. I know the personalities of Tommy Franks and Norman Schwarzkopf are very different. Can you tell us, number one, do you think it's a good idea to stay underground for 3.5 days, essentially, in Qatar? And what are the characteristics that you would point to that truly define the personalities of Tommy Franks versus General Schwarzkopf?
I don't know General Franks at all, other than from what I've seen on camera. I will tell you, though this may seem counterintuitive to a lot of viewers, that they both strike me as superb public speakers, as superb public representatives of the military effort. The public also needs to be aware of the fact that both General Schwarzkopf and I'm sure General Franks are driven primarily by the activities in the field, and they won't come to the camera unless they have an ebb in the action. Their principal concern is the operation.
Colonel Mike Turner with us live in Colorado Springs. Thank you for your time, reflecting back on 1990 and 1991. That's it from Kuwait City. Back to New York and more with Paula.
Thanks so much, Bill. I know you focused on this a little bit earlier this morning, and that is what Martin Savage endured with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marine. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, he's going to tell us what happened to him as he was embedded with these troops, and the men and women came under fire from a rocket-propelled grenade. That report straight out of the break.
The strike on Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN. Live throughout the day, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Go with Comcast high-speed internet. It's fast, and it's the perfect way to enjoy everything the internet has to offer. From shopping to sharing videos, downloading music to online gaming. You name it. Comcast high-speed internet. Call now for this special offer. There's never been a better time to lose the weight.
Years ago, if your child was born with mental or physical disabilities, you had two choices: institutionalize or raise them at home without benefit of support or services. In 1957, Sarah was born with $6 and a dream. Sarah is an organization dedicated to giving dignity and fulfillment to the lives of those in need. Sarah, the right choice for your charitable donation.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Back to Baghdad now, where there's signs of yet another explosion. Eyewitnesses on the ground telling us they had heard 5 so far, those starting at dusk. It is not clear exactly what is going on here. From the Pentagon, we're told there are a couple of different theories because nothing has actually been confirmed so far. One idea is that much earlier today in our 7 o'clock hour that maybe a fuel depot was targeted, and there is another possibility. The Iraqis have dug some oil ditches, and if they have done that and set them on fire, their goal would be to obscure laser-guided weapons. Now, the satellite-guided weapons wouldn't be threatened by this at all or affected by it, but the laser-guided weapons would be. We really don't know what we're looking at here, although we have seen a cloud of billowing black smoke. We've been watching it for the better part of 4 hours now. We have talked with a person from the Red Cross, a representative from the Red Cross, who also confirmed he heard the same explosions. We're going to keep an eye on this as we get a better context. I don't know if we have Barbara Starr up yet at the Pentagon to see if we can get any confirmation of this latest report of explosions. We do know that air raid sirens have not been sounded, according to the witnesses who witnessed these first blasts, although they did hear sirens of ambulances and police cars cruising through the city. That account reported to us about 45 minutes ago. But this latest report comes just moments ago of another explosion being heard in downtown Baghdad. Now, just to give you a perspective on this, what is being called a rolling campaign, the first 24 hours of shock and awe. Some 2,000 sorties are expected to be flown in the first 24 hours, 1,500 cruise missiles or bombs being dropped. Now I think we see tracer fire or anti-aircraft fire. Can't really make it out from this picture. That appears to be, I believe, anti-tracer or tracer fire. We have General Don Shepard who's going to join us from CNN Center, who can much better recognize this than we can. Once again, just to give you an idea of the barrage that we saw yesterday at about 1 p.m. Eastern Time, a 7-minute barrage, very specific targets, we are told by General Franks, hit. There are additional targets, he said, that must be considered. He called the first day of the shock and awe campaign is going exceptionally well. General Franks saying the targeting that we had seen was precise, all involving precise munitions. He said no targets were selected that weren't entirely appropriate, and by that he meant that these are targets that were chosen to avoid non-combatants. We keep an eye on this. We see pretty much what we saw yesterday at 1 p.m. General Shepard, what do you think we're looking at here, sir?
Well, I think that we're looking at the beginning of a second day or a second night of bombing in downtown Baghdad, restriking targets that the daytime assessment said were not successfully struck, and then additional targets in the same area. I think this is just more of the pressure on the Iraqi leadership to say this is going to continue until you surrender or the regime is changed.
And what are you seeing visually? Was that tracer?
Yeah, that was tracer fire there. Now, what we've seen up until now is basically before the aircraft and bombs begin to impact, we see tracer fire starting. Now, there's a lot, doesn't mean that their radar is up or detecting stealth aircraft or anything of that sort. It means they've got some type of warning. The warning can come in many ways. People can see the cruise missiles launched from the ships, the Tomahawk missiles launched from the ship in the Persian Gulf, and do simple mathematics, distance equals rate times time, and assume when they can get there. When they see jamming starting to appear on their scopes, they know something is about to happen or suspect something's about to happen. And then, of course, they can also hear Tomahawk missiles, and they can hear aircraft as well. So this
Tell
is
us what follows the tracer fire, General. In the past, what we saw at about 1 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday was anti-aircraft fire coming from a number of different quadrants of the city, right?
Yeah, what it tells me is they have their anti-aircraft or their air defense system is still very sophisticated. They do sector fire, they control it, they start together, they stop together, they cover the right sectors of the sky at the same time, hoping that aircraft will flow into that, and they also fire missiles. The missiles don't seem to be guided as I've watched them launch, but it's still a robust and air defense system that's with command and control over it.
Is it sophisticated enough to know exactly what it's hitting, or they just fire a bunch of it and hope they strike something?
That's exactly what they do, Paula. They cannot see on their radars, and then many of the guns that they're shooting are not radar guided at all. They're simply firing into a sector of the sky, hoping that they spear something, the golden BB, if you will. And then, of course, at the end of the time of flight, you see flashes in the sky. That's when the shells self-destruct so they don't fall down on the homeland territory of those that are firing them. And that flak can also hit things. But the idea is to hit it with the bullet, and the destruction of the shells is peripheral.
General Shepard, stay here with us. I'm just going to quickly recap for our viewers what we are watching right now. We had heard 4 hours ago that there might have been the beginning of daytime or right at dusk, a strike of a fuel depot. What we're seeing now is what the general describes as tracer fire, followed by anti-aircraft fire. General Shepard, for those of us folks who were watching yesterday's time, this looks pretty similar in advance of that 7-minute barrage.
Yeah, let me give you a couple of notes on this. Tracer fire is anti-aircraft fire. Now, the lower level, when you see them low to the ground like that, it's generally the lower caliber weapons. When you see them going up higher in the sky, are very tracers that last a long time. That's high caliber weapons that reach up to high altitudes. This is probably a combination of 37, 57, 85, and 100 millimeter anti-aircraft fire. These are Soviet guns that have existed since the Vietnam War and still exist. They're very, very lethal.
And what do you think they have more of, this lower caliber weapon or the higher caliber weapon?
Well, always you have more of the lower caliber weapon, but the lower caliber weapon hits things at low altitude. The aircraft and the weapons attacking may or may not be at low altitude.
And we are watching this as we hear the call to evening prayer going on. General Shepard, I think a lot of people would like to know what it is that is left in downtown Baghdad to hit. The Iraqis claiming 19 different targets were hit yesterday. The Pentagon saying more than that. What is left to hit here?
A lot is left to hit in this area on the west bank of the Tigris. Let me give you a little tutorial, if you will, on that west bank. If you think of Washington, D.C., think of standing at the Pentagon and looking toward the Capitol, looking past the Lincoln Monument, up the mall to the Capitol, across to the Supreme Court. That's about the length of this area. And then think of looking left toward Georgetown. That's about the area that you're looking at, about a 2.5 square mile area. And there's lots left to hit in there, a lot of it perhaps underground. So I suspect we'll be restriking some of the targets and hitting new ones as well, Paula.
The air defenses are located, we are told, inside some highly populated areas. What kind of a challenge is that to work around?
It's a big challenge. Now, your fixed missile sites are going to be located probably in peripheral areas, not in the real populated areas, just because they're so big and complicated. The anti-aircraft guns themselves will be put on top of apartment buildings and that type of thing. Those going after the anti-aircraft will have to be very, very careful not to cause civilian casualties, and there are plans to deal with that type of thing in order. But what you want to do first is you want to put out the radar eyes, you want to put out the fixed missile sites, then you go against the mobile missile sites. Later you take care of the anti-aircraft. You may or may not do it from the air, you may do it from the ground, Paula.
All right, joining us now, Colonel Mike Turner, to add to what we're seeing on the screen. Colonel Turner, what are you looking at?
Paula. Just to add to General Shepard's comments, my backseater in F-4s transitioned into F-111s and flew over Baghdad during Desert Storm. His reports from the cockpit on one of these raids were pretty amazing. The anti-aircraft shells explode, and when they get thick enough, if you happen to fly through them in a certain way, you can actually smell the cordite, the gunpowder from the puffs of these explosions coming through the air conditioning system of the aircraft. It's a pretty intense time, and even though it's barrage fire and unguided fire, as General Shepard said, the golden BB, as we used to call it, can still do some pretty serious damage.
And how threatening is that for pilots?
Well, obviously it's very threatening. The severe threat is radar-guided munitions, whether it's AAA or surface-to-air missiles. And at this point in the air campaign, I have to believe that we've shut down most of those systems. So this is unguided barrage fire. It tends not to be very accurate, and the threshold has been reduced dramatically of the threat to the air crews as they come by. So
for the folks that are just joining us, we are looking at what General Shepard believes to be another round of nighttime bombing here in Baghdad. General Shepard, we have been since 7 o'clock pretty much tracking a large black billowing cloud coming from a part of downtown Baghdad, and we never could get it confirmed from the Pentagon what that was. Some witness saying there was a daytime strike. You said it's possibility a fuel depot hit, but also there's a possibility that the Iraqis dug oil ditches to create a cloud of smoke to obscure laser-guided weapons.
It could be that these are some of the trench fires that we've been talking about, although it appears to me that it's a single plume coming up. That's what led me to believe that perhaps we struck a fuel depot for the Republican Guard forces. I just don't know. We're going to have to watch. Setting trenches on fire does affect laser-guided weapons. It does not affect satellite-guided weapons. I wanted to make another point on the AAA fire, if I could. Those of us who have been at this a long time have had a lot of experience with AAA. Not only can you actually smell the cordite passing close to your airplane, but you can also hear and feel the rounds. It sounds like a thump on the side of your airplane. It's the sonic waves. If they pass close to your airplane, you can hear this thump, 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 thump passing, and you can also smell the cordite. This stuff is very, very dangerous and very thick, but the point I want to make is this is disciplined anti-aircraft fire. These guys know what they're doing. They're firing in sectors where they suspect that aircraft may be and may fly through it, so it's highly dangerous.
We watch this as we hear the evening prayer being called. General Shepard, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, you talk about how sophisticated the Iraqi air defenses are, and yet you say they're basically blanketing the whole sky and firing somewhat indiscriminately. What does it mean that we have seen this AAA fire always in advance of an attack? Do they know it's coming, or are they just acting protectively here?
A little bit of both, and this is not indiscriminate firing at all. They are telling them where, the command and control of this, the commanders of the air defense units are telling them what sectors to aim at. So if you've got several guns, you will tell them to cover various portions of the sky. You will tell them when to fire, and it's based on a good guess. Somebody will hear something, or it will be followed up, fire in this sector. They turn the fire on in that sector, then they turn it off to save ammunition and cool the barrels, then they reload. So this is again, well-disciplined fire from a sophisticated air defense system that's still very dangerous and have to be degraded over time.
I guess by indiscriminate I meant they really don't know exactly what they're firing at, but they have it very carefully calibrated so they hit all quadrants of the sky?
That's basically true. Now, when you say all quadrants, they probably know what sectors to expect that it's coming from based upon the inputs they're getting from telephone calls and reports on the ground, and they will turn on sectors. They don't necessarily blanket the entire sky, but they fire where their best guess is that weapons or aircraft are coming in from.
And what is the possibility they know exactly what is coming their way?
I don't think they do, but they, by just knowledge of military weapons, they know that it's Tomahawk missiles, cruise missiles, and aircraft dropping bombs. Any air defender knows that.
Colonel Turner, we're going to bring you back into discussion here. We have had eyewitnesses saying they heard 5 large explosions within the last hour, and then a more recent report over the last 5 minutes of another loud blast. We see no evidence in the sky of that, do we?
No, but you know, we're dealing with an awful small sliver of information at this point, and so we have to take educated guesses. The way this is developed, this rolling campaign, if you will, is there's a target list developed by planners months in advance, and they work down the target list, and they're constantly assessing what the effects have been of the previous raids and what the battle damage assessment is on the previous targets, and they continue to work down that target list. And so it's difficult to tell where they are on the target list and what specifically they've struck. And of course, there is always the possibility that, in fact, it didn't come from the air; that it's some sort of operation on the ground by Iraqis, and just an awful small sliver of information at this point to work with.
Let's talk specifically, gentlemen, about the targets that might be included. General Shepard, you were talking about this a little bit earlier today: Republican Guard trenches, additional palaces, Ba'ath Party headquarters. What else?
Well, right now you're going to finish up on what you consider to be the command, control, and bunker targets, the ability to take out the eyes and communications of the leadership. Now, as we progress further into this campaign, what you're going to see is campaigns against deployed Republican Guard forces. These forces are probably well integrated in populated areas right now, but if they intend to oppose coalition forces that are coming toward Baghdad, they are going to have to assemble. And when they assemble, they're going to become targets. So you will watch that very carefully through all of your intelligence means, and then you will strike it when appropriate and take collateral damage into consideration, Paula.
Is there any doubt in your mind that we're about to witness another large barrage over Baghdad?
My guess is that we are. I'm guessing like everyone else, but it would make sense to do so.
Help us better understand the breadth of resources that are required for the coalition forces to pull this off. I had heard earlier today over 30 different bases are being used.
Yeah, this is an amazing thing to realize. Remember the last display that we witnessed yesterday was a 7-minute barrage, if you will. This 7-minute barrage was assembled from really 38 locations, including 30 various air bases, most in the region, Diego Garcia, the United Kingdom, and Whiteman Air Force Base, as well as all the bases in the region, and 5 aircraft carrier battle groups between the Mediterranean, the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, and then destroyers, cruisers, and submarines. Now, all of this has to be orchestrated and timed so that it will arrive in accordance with the war plan. The last strike, it was within about 7 minutes. I have no idea if it comes what it will be this time. But orchestrating all of this, doing it between forces from different nations, making sure that the jamming is there on time, making sure that everything is coordinated. The air routes in are diplomatically okay. The air routes in are coordinated and deconflicted so that people don't run into each other. The air-to-air resources that are there to protect the strike forces don't shoot down our own airplanes. They're able to sort enemy aircraft from friendly aircraft. This is all absolutely unbelievable. It comes from years of training, from very, very good equipment, and it's very, very difficult and very, very dangerous, and we will at some point lose some of the people doing this, Paul.
We're going to stick with this picture, General Shepard, and bring folks up to date. A giant plume of smoke rising into the night sky in downtown Baghdad at exactly 11:22 Eastern Time. That would be 7:22 local time in Iraq, following the latest reported explosions and a flurry of anti-aircraft tracer fire. Ambulances, we are told, have rushed to the scene of the blast. That pretty much mirrors what we have heard from a number of eyewitnesses over the last 20 minutes or so. Anything you want to add, General Shepard, to what we might expect?
Well, a couple of other things to look at. You see the lights are still on in downtown Baghdad. Now, that indicates to me that we're not destroying infrastructure. We have the ability to turn out the lights in the entire city for hours, days, weeks, months, and years. We have the ability to turn it out in sections of the city, and it appears that, at least so far, we have not done any of that. I think we will steer away from any infrastructure destruction as long as we can. If it becomes necessary to secure the objectives in the end, the forces will be careful. We'll take a look at the weapons. We'll take a look at what's nearby. We'll do everything possible to avoid civilian casualties, because it only causes everyone problems. And I suspect that there will be some civilian casualties no matter what we do, but we'll try very hard not to do it.
General Shepard, stand by. I want to bring Bill Hemmer into our conversation, who in Kuwait City has endured a number of sirens going off. The all clear sign called a while ago. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, I thought our reporters, 2 of them, have made some very good points over the past couple of hours. And I wonder if General Shepard and also if Colonel Turner can jump in on this. Nick Robertson described to us this morning when dawn broke in Baghdad about 5:30 local time. There were explosions, there were some sort of bombs delivered in the Iraqi capital, but that the air raid sirens were never signaled at that time. He said that was an exception to the rule. Anytime Iraqi airspace, Baghdad airspace, had been invaded by a coalition aircraft with Tomahawk cruise missiles, the sirens always went off, but not that time. And he said that's the first time he's ever noticed it. And the other thing, Gary Stryker on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt, talking with these pilots who come back to that aircraft carrier, say the Iraqi defenses, the air defenses on the ground, are not nearly as strong as perhaps they were a day ago or a week ago, or even going back to the Persian Gulf War. I think the logic is pretty obvious here, but I don't know from a military standpoint what the answer is. Is it, Don, is it the fact that the command and control structure is now fractured, or is it that the defenses right now are much weaker than they have been in the past? Your assessment would be what?
Well, Bill, my conclusion on that is that sometimes the reason the sirens weren't turned on is sometimes you miss you miss a guess on that, and so they probably missed a guess. Most of the time they get some warning that something is coming, and they may just hear the first explosion and then turn them on. So I don't know what to make of that. I do assess that over time you will degrade the air defense system, and as Colonel Turner said, we've likely already grossly degraded the radar system and the radar-guided surface-to-air missiles, but the AAA will be there, the anti-aircraft artillery will be there for a long time. They're certainly not going to run out of ammunition anytime soon, so it'll be degraded, but it'll be dangerous for a long time, and the mobile missiles will be there for a long time, and the shoulder-fired missiles will be there for a long time. So it will be dangerous for aircraft to operate in the Baghdad vicinity for quite a while in the future, Bill.
If there's a breakdown in communication, though, would that help explain it? Is that a possibility anyway?
Sure, I can't draw any conclusions on that, but that's definitely a possibility. But it appears to me that everything I've watched is that the air defense network, command and control, is still intact. They're still able to talk to their forces.
right, thank you, General. Paula, back to you now in New York.
Actually, I wanted to ask the General one more question, Bill, that you raised, which was a good one. And General, you basically said it'll be a long time before the Iraqis run out of this AAA fire. How long could they sustain it?
Well, the fire is heavy, but my suspicion is they've got a lot of ammunition stored. They've been able to plan this for a long time, several years as a matter of fact. My guess is that they've got the ammunition to sustain their campaign for a long time. So again, the AAA, the anti-aircraft fire from guns on the ground, will probably be a danger all the way to the end. Shoulder-fired missiles and mobile missiles, which can be hidden in buildings, can be brought out at a moment's notice, just as we saw in the Serbia campaign. So we've got many miles to go, and Baghdad is going to be a difficult target if we have to go in there and fight.
All right, General Shepard, we're going to have you stay with us. We're going to quickly check in with Zainab al-Suwaij, who has family still in Iraq. And I want you, as we watch this play out on television, to tell us when's the last time you had contact with your family members in Iraq and what they've told you.
I spoke with my family a couple of days ago, and they are in Baghdad. They are doing fine. And other family members who they are in other parts, another state in Iraq, they said they are doing fine. In Baghdad, they said this time the fire is different than 1991. The civilians areas are pretty much secure, and it's not really there is not really a lot of bombing on civilians areas. Mainly they are targeting the government buildings. And they are people there are very happy and very optimistic that they're going to get rid of Saddam soon. And they said they asked me, when are you coming? We are waiting for you to come, and we were waiting to be liberated.
I understand you were kind of surprised about how open your family members were in phone conversations recently as opposed to a while ago, knowing that those phone calls are always monitored.
That's right. This is the first time, actually, I noticed that they are talking openly. Usually people, when we used to call and talk to people there, they always talk in codes. But now I think they're seeing Saddam Hussein's regime's end coming soon, and they are very happy and optimistic.
And you say there, it's pretty clear to them that military targets are what are being considered right now. How has this affected their daily lives? Are they honoring the curfew?
Well, there is a curfew around the city, and people are not allowed to leave Baghdad. And so most of them are staying home, and also there is not a lot of walking or doing any other activities during the day. They are basically in their homes and staying inside, and just to be safe. And the government officials really don't allow anybody to be out. So.
Zainab, we're seeing a lull in the anti-aircraft fire we have been watching for many moments now. We're going to keep our eye on that picture as we have heard confirmed reports of another explosion, I guess about 17 minutes ago in downtown Baghdad. Now that is on the heels of reports of another explosion at dusk. We will keep you posted, but clearly General Shepard is describing that the Iraqis expect another fierce barrage of coalition fire. Zainab, can you tell us what your family members have said about any of the strikes they've witnessed so far, either the first night, second, or third?
Well, they didn't. They said they heard about the bombs, and but they haven't seen anything yet. As this about 2 days ago, and so far they are doing well. And I asked if anybody get hurt, or have you heard of anybody who's been injured or anything. They said no. Not yet, and they've been talking in the phone. The phone system is still working, functioning. It's very different than the first Gulf War, and even the electricity, it's still functioning. And so it's different this time, and they said they are contacting friends and family all around, and they are doing well, just fine.
I know you said they didn't see much of the explosions, but it simply has to be terrifying for them to hear what they've heard. What have they told you?
Sure, it's very frightening to hear about even the sound of the explosion. As I remember in 1991, I was there in the Gulf War, and it it was pretty hard and difficult to live through the war, and but I'm afraid that was the only option we have now, and we had before. So I hope everybody will be fine and not more civilian people get really hurt by this attack.
And Zainab, I want to come back to you and talk about the liberation your family members expect, but I want to see if I have General Shepard back from CNN Center as we keep an eye on this picture. General Shepard, there seems to be a lull in the anti-aircraft fire we were witnessing before. What do you make of that? Again, I make of it that they don't have any intelligence that anything is incoming, no reports that anything is incoming. It seems pretty quiet there right now, Paula. They're probably on alert expecting something, though. All right, you stay with us, please, sir. We'll go back to Zainab now to follow up on a point you were making about your relatives. They were asking, when are they coming to free us? I know General Franks today in his news conference talked about we're not coming to Iraq to occupy it, we're coming to liberate it. How widely held of a view do you think that really is in Iraq right now?
I think the majority of the people notice that the American and its allies are coming to liberate Iraq from Saddam Hussein's regime, and they are not coming to occupy the country. And they are aware of this. They said they are family and friends. They said they are not afraid of the American or the allies coming to Iraq as much as they are afraid of Saddam Hussein's government. So they are waiting for the minute to be free and be liberated.
Zainab, we really appreciate your joining us today to give us a sense of how people in Baghdad are reacting to this campaign. Back to General Shepard right now. General Shepard, there were some really interesting things that came out of that news conference of CENTCOM today out of Qatar, and I thought it was worth mentioning that General Franks used the word agile. Am I hearing the sirens go off there? No, I'm not making that out there, but mention the word agility and flexibility a number of times. How important is that to this campaign? Well, it's extremely important, Paula. We've seen a couple of really good examples of that so far. One of them is that the air campaign was supposed to kick off first. Instead, the ground campaign kicked off first, followed by the air campaign. Second, the hit on the emerging target, the leadership decapitation target in, by the way, a populated area of downtown Baghdad, was an example of being able to put things together very, very quickly. And then a couple of other examples, the strikes on the tugboat, the mine-laden tugboat, the Navy, the taking of the port of Qasr by British commandos working with Navy SEALs and United States commandos supported by air, and we reportedly, from some sources, AC-130 gunships, all of that being orchestrated is flexibility displayed at its best. General Shepard, we're going to bring Bill into the conversation now from Kuwait City. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, listen, just watching the images from last night. Don, stick with you for a moment here. I thought one of the more indelible sights was that huge plume of smoke that went straight up in the air. Looked like it went upwards of 100 stories in the air. Our military experts on this side of the ocean tell us that that could have been, and I don't mean to undermine the size of this missile, but a 2,000-pound Tomahawk missile could have created that. It was my impression that you need something much larger to get that image, to get that plume of smoke to go so high. Is it possible, though, that it was only, and I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, only a 2,000-pound bomb?
It is, Bill. There's a couple things that affect that. All the reports that we have from the military are that nothing larger than a 2,000-pound bomb was used yet. And that would be logical, because if you used a 5,000-pound bomb, basically non-stealthy airplanes would have to carry that 5,000-pound bomb, and I don't think you're going to use non-stealthy airplanes over Baghdad right now. You're going to use cruise missiles or stealthy aircraft. So I believe it's a 2,000-pound bomb, and what affects that type of thing is what it hits and how deep the fusing goes. So you can get all sorts of plumes of varied sizes, and you can't draw any real conclusions about the size of the weapon just by looking at the explosion or the plume.
Yeah, Don, thanks. Paula, listen, I've been on the air here for about the past 9 hours. I'm going to step out very soon, in a matter of minutes, actually, and I guess you and I will do it all over again tomorrow on Sunday, so I'll see you then. In the meantime, Wolf's going to step in here in about 12 minutes. In fact, he's coming into the room right now. Before I go, though, Paula, we have seen an extraordinary day on behalf of another one of our embedded teams, Marty Savage and Scott McWhinney, working with the Marines now. Earlier today, we saw them in these live reports that were just downright fascinating, to be quite honest with you. We saw them live moving through this village on the outskirts of Basra. For the sake of our viewers, we want to play portions of what Marty filed for us earlier today. Have a look and a listen about what they found in this village again on the outskirts of the southeastern city of Basra.
The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, on the move once more. We're riding with them. This is our vehicle in conjunction with a convoy heading west now, leaving Basra behind us and the main oil field objective that they captured yesterday. But speaking of oil, take a look out the window here as we travel along. There, the brilliant orange plume. It seems to be a key indicator of an oil well that was set alight. There are said to be about 9 oil wells burning in this part of southern Iraq, nowhere near as bad as the projections some had made about the scorched earth policy of Saddam Hussein. And now take a look forward. This is the convoy, mostly made up of Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. That vehicle right there, an AAV, an amphibious assault vehicle. This convoy is heading off west to a new objective. So far, we haven't been told what that is, but eventually the goal is going to be all the way to Baghdad. For the Marines here, these amphibious vehicles work just as well in the desert as they do in water, and they're doing just fine on the highway, a highway that is shared with a lot of military might, all moving up from northern Kuwait and farther into Iraq. Martin Savage, CNN, with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines in southern Iraq.
Martin Savage, pretty harrowing when he described that rocket-propelled grenade just whizzing over their heads. Fortunately, as he said, no one was hurt. Back in this country now, the home front. Let's take you to a town near the Army's Fort Campbell, Kentucky. It is on the border of Tennessee. In Clarksville, Tennessee, anxious families watch and await the return of their friends and family serving in the war. David Mattingly has been talking with some of the people there, and he joins us now. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Paula. In and around Fort Campbell this morning after days of watching intense war coverage, people here in bad need of some comfort food. We're at the IHOP where it seems that what the doctor ordered is a big stack of pancakes for a lot of people. And we've been talking to them about the coverage that they have seen and been going through. These ladies right here are both former military. You've been watching the coverage. Is it helping you get through this, or is it maybe making you more anxious?
I think a little bit of both, David. Yeah, the coverage has been intense, but at least I get a better feel of what's going on and how how the 101st is playing such an integral role.
Now, you served in the Persian Gulf after the first Gulf War, and you have a son who could be deployed now.
Yes, I do. I have a son who's in the Marine Reserves here in Nashville.
How do you feel about the coverage?
Pardon?
How do you feel about the coverage? Is it making you more anxious knowing that he could be going over?
Not really, because I was there, so I know what our soldiers are doing over in the war. I hope for their safe return and that the war could be over quickly, as soon as possible. Okay. But I'm sure they do an excellent job. They know what they're doing, and they'll come out well.
All right, thank you very much. And Paula, we're going to go back to you right now. This is a very indicative of the opinions around here. People watching, but sometimes they have to turn it off and maybe get a chance for them to breathe and go about their daily lives. So a very anxious time for everyone there. Know that the 101st Airborne is on the move because of this coverage. Everyone anxious to find out what happens next. Paula.
Thank you so much, David. Meanwhile, we need to talk about some of the war protests that are going on, in particular here in New York City today. That's where we find Maria Hinojosa. She's here with a preview of their plans. Maria, good morning.
Good morning, Paula. Well, I have to tell you, it seems the march is supposed to start in about 5 minutes, and large crowds are amassing literally in the middle of Midtown. We are on 34th Street and Broadway. Organizers said they expected tens of thousands of people to come out to the streets of Manhattan and say that they are against this war. And what I can tell you is what I'm seeing now is lots of people here, lots of police. But I did want to bring in some people who are going to be leading the march. Both of these women, Dawn Peterson and Colleen Kelly, are members of September 11th Families for Peaceful Tomorrows. They both lost their brothers on September 11th, and they are both against this war. Colleen, what's going on for you now that this war has started?
Well, I'm here today because I am anti-war, and I'm not anti-troops, I'm not anti-government, I'm not anti-people, but I'm opposed to this war, and I'm opposed to the way our country's responding. I just think there's much better solutions and alternatives.
And for you, Dawn, I'm just wondering, you're a new member of September 11th family, so what's going on for you? You just have gotten involved in this anti-war movement, and yet you're probably thinking about your brother as well.
Well, actually, I've been involved in the anti-war movement from the get-go and just sort of hooked up with Peaceful Tomorrows recently. For me, it was just essential to start speaking out and not see September 11th used as a reason to go and further American agendas in the Middle East.
And as you're watching what's happening in Baghdad, what's happening inside for you?
It's totally devastating. I mean, the fact that we can have, we now say that we've been attacked and we've seen that happen on our own soil, and we can further and to use shock and awe techniques. We know what shock and awe is like. How can we further this, these horrible atrocities? It's unreal.
Colleen, very quickly, do you really think that this anti-war movement can have any impact now at all, though?
I don't think it's just about anti-war. I think what people are most upset about is the direction of foreign policy, and that's certainly going to continue into the future, regardless of what happens with the war in the present.
Okay, thank you very much. Both of these women both lost their sons. They're going to be starting off leading this demonstration, which, as you see, has already begun. It's probably going to be quite large, Paula. Probably, they're saying, will be very calm, lots of families, but there have been arrests in past demonstrations in New York City, so we shall see what happens. Paula.
I just saw an aerial shot of the canyon created by these protesters, and it really is hard to get a sense of just how many people are out there today. Maria Hinojosa, thanks so much. As we close out this hour, we want to look at that picture of downtown Baghdad once again. At about 11:22 Eastern Time, we got reports of yet another explosion being heard. That's on top of the 5 that were reported already. That was followed by what we saw as a flurry of Iraqi anti-aircraft fire, which now appears to be in a lull. General Shepard, our expert on the ground at CNN Center, suggesting this may be coming in advance of yet another aerial barrage from coalition forces. We have been told by the Pentagon to expect in the first 24 hours the shock and awe campaign that got underway at 1 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday. At least 2,000 sorties, 1,500 cruise missiles, bombs launched. We'll be keeping a very close eye on the sky. As we look now, we don't see, or at least I don't see any evidence of Iraqi anti-aircraft fire now. As we close out the hour, the momentous events unfolding now in Iraq are being captured on film by war photographers. Here now are some of their snapshots of the war so far.
I think arthritis can change the way you perceive yourself, if you let it. The trick is, don't let it.
Move over, Aleve. This is Tylenol arthritis pain. A different Tylenol. Just 2 caplets in the morning have the strength to last all day, with safety that can't be beat.
Arthritis pain? Don't we have better things to do?
It's another business day, filled with meetings and memos and migraines. But amidst this tornado of stress, there is an island of calm called Pip Printing. You can relax and rely on Pip Printing to handle important jobs like brochures, presentations, newsletters, and manuals with the quality and speed of digital technology to meet your deadlines with work that'll make you proud. Pip Printing will help you keep pace. Does your business need printed sales and marketing materials? Visit pip.com.
I'm Leon Harris at the CNN Center in Atlanta, and here's what's happening at this hour in the strike on Iraq. The U.S.-led coalition is moving against its targets and objectives on its terms and its timelines. That's the word we get from CENTCOM leader General Tommy Franks. He said this in his first public comment since the war got underway. Franks' briefing included some video clips from the battlefield. You see some of that video here. This is demolition of an Iraqi observation post. Total devastation there. Sirens, smoke, and new explosions to report in Baghdad now. Thick columns of black smoke continue to rise over parts of the Iraqi capital. The source of this smoke is not totally clear at this point, and we don't know yet what's been struck in these on-again, off-again bombing runs that started up again about 90 minutes ago. We also learned a short while ago that 4 U.S. soldiers were killed in fighting in central Iraq. This report comes from a reporter with Britain's Sky News who was traveling with the military unit. He says that rocket-propelled grenades hit the Humvees that the soldiers were in. Some 160 miles south of Baghdad, the 307th is bogged down. CNN's Walter Rogers says that the 3rd U.S. Army Squadron of the 7th Cavalry encountered a small but determined band of Iraqi defenders, and a tough little battle, in Walt's words, ensued. That battle dragged on for hours, but it ended after the GIs called in for some air support. CENTCOM says that the southern Iraqi town of Nasiriyah is now in coalition hands this hour, and that gives the troops an important crossing over point over the Euphrates River as they make their way toward Baghdad. In the southern Iraqi port city of Qasr, mopping up operations are said to be underway, a day after Iraq's only gateway to the Persian Gulf fell to the U.S. and the Brits. The Brits say Iraqi troops who are still fighting are wearing civilian clothing and using, quote, guerrilla tactics. And in London this hour, tens of thousands who want to bring British troops home are trying to stage the UK's biggest ever wartime peace demonstration. Big as it is, it's a fraction of the UK's biggest ever peacetime peace demonstration. That was last month. More than 1 million marched against war. You're seeing here live pictures that we have in from London of this demonstration. I'm sorry, this is New York. This is the demonstration that's being that's actually taking place right now in New York, and New York is not the only city. There were a number of cities across the U.S. in which these demonstrations are being staged. We'll have more on that for you later on, but these are the headlines that we have for you right now at this hour. Now, let's go to Wolf Blitzer and Paul Azan.
History. A campaign characterized by shock, by surprise, by flexibility, by the employment of precise munitions on a scale never before seen, and by the application of overwhelming force.
General Tommy Franks, the man leading the military campaign against Iraq, his first comments since the fighting began. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting live from Kuwait City.
Hi, Wolf, and I'm Paul Azan in New York. Welcome to